Ding. Host death confirmed. Ding. Time immortal fruit rebirth initiating. Ding. Rebirth complete. Current time, April 15th, 22:55. 7 days until the zombie crisis breaks out. A cold, mechanical female voice detonated inside my skull. My eyes snapped open. What I saw was the moldy ceiling of my rented room. Sweat had plastered my hair to my head. Gasping for air, I instinctively reached for my chest, where there should have been a gaping hole torn open by a zombie's bite. But it was whole, unbroken, and my heart was still beating. I didn't die. I came back. My name is Lin Fan, fresh out of college, an orphan whose parents died young, scraping by as a delivery driver, living in a rundown shoebox of a place under 100 square feet. I grabbed the old phone off my pillow. The screen lit up, April 15th, 22:55. Thank God. 1 week before the zombie crisis. I remembered it crystal clear. At midnight on April 23rd, the world collapsed. An eerie seal blanketed the sky and the oceans. Zombies surged out like a tide, and civilization crumbled. And I didn't die in the early days of the apocalypse. I died from human betrayal. Shoved into a swarm of zombies by a handful of people, the vicious grins on their faces something I'd never forget. This time, I'd never be a bottom-rung ant again. I closed my eyes and felt a point of heat at the center of my brow. The moment my fingertip touched it, a faint glow emerged and condensed into a translucent panel. Time immortal fruit effect has ended. This fruit is one of a kind. It will not reappear after rebirth. RV system activated. Please manually build your first RV within 7 days. Reward: unlimited water and electricity. The time immortal fruit. Last time around, after I killed my first zombie, I picked up a golden apple nearby. I was so starving I just ate it whole. Turned out that was the key to reversing life and death. Not that it mattered now. System? I really do have a cheat, and it's an RV. Exactly what I need most. I knew better than anyone how valuable an RV was in the apocalypse. Under the seal, the sky and the sea lanes were death zones. Only land was passable. And the iron law that you absolutely cannot go outside at night made a home that could move into the single greatest asset for survival and for grabbing relics. Of every mode of transport, the RV was T0. There's got to be a starter pack, right? Starter pack distributed. Note: the RV cannot be started before the crisis breaks out. A pile of stuff appeared in my inventory. The Drifter Fortress chassis, refined steel, composite armor plating, hub motors, blast-proof tires, a water tank, an AIC unit, a toilet, a folding bed, cameras, and a batch of guns. Glock, M1911, Uzi, AK-47, AWM, all tagged unlocks only after the crisis begins. The system wouldn't let me go wild now, so I wouldn't land myself in a cell early and get trapped behind bars when the end came. I understood. While I was mulling it over, my phone rang. The screen read Manager Huang, my delivery station chief. My face went cold as I picked up. Lin Fan, it's this late and you're still not out running orders? Don't want to work? Then get lost. You still want that performance bonus or not? The old me, the one barely clinging to the poverty line, would have swallowed it and apologized. But things were different now. Consider the bonus paper money I'm burning for you, I said flatly. Manager Huang, take care of yourself. I hope you're still this lively next time we meet. Hang up. Block. Smooth as silk. I shouldered my bag and headed out, converting all my savings into high-energy compressed rations and necessities, stashing them in the system's space. I caught the last bus to the city outskirts and slipped into a stretch of barren hills. In the dead of night, once I'd confirmed the area was absolutely safe, I sent a thought. Withdraw. Drifter Fortress. I'd figured it would just be some ordinary three-wheeler, but when it came out, the sight startled me. The front was streamlined, a dark matte hardened steel, the body wedge-shaped, the low, sharp nose built to cut through wind, like a steel behemoth crouched on the wasteland. This was the starting point of my apocalypse. Base chassis detected. Please complete construction with materials as soon as possible. Time remaining: 6 days, 23 hours, 59 minutes. The phone flipped to April 16, midnight. 6 days until the zombie crisis. 6 days. I gripped my tools and looked at that cold steel skeleton. The countdown had begun. The vehicle was 6 meters long, 2 wide, nearly 2.5 tall, the chassis frame already in place, the rear cargo bay still empty, waiting for its core, a sturdy cabin box that could weather the apocalypse. Start with the frame. I fired up the refined steel cutter, and its shrill whine split the silence of the hills. Before delivery work, I'd done a stint at an auto plant, just to scrounge up a graduation internship certificate, and never imagined it would come in handy now. I measured, cut, welded, piecing the steel together rod by rod into a frame. Sweat soaked through my clothes. I didn't even notice. The system's materials were far beyond ordinary goods, especially those tin sheets of composite armor plating, whose blast resistance was supposedly more than 5 times that of the bulletproof glass on a certain country's presidential limousine. I welded each one on carefully, not daring to cut corners. When I got tired, I slept a few hours in the tent, splashed cold water on my face, gnawed a few crackers, and got back to it. Trusting your life to something somebody else modified, that's the greatest stupidity in the apocalypse. The system wanted me to build it with my own hands, and that actually put me at ease. The front of the cabin box was a combined living space and bedroom. The rear, a compact bathroom with a shower. I installed the fresh water tank, the gray water tank, and the black water tank, checking the plumbing line by line until it was all sound. The AIC went by the head of the bed. The toilet was set into the bathroom. The inverter tucked under the driver's seat with an added cooling fan. The folding bed opened up just long enough for me to lie down. The fridge built in at the foot of the bed. Last, I mounted the 4 cameras on the roof, the left and right sides, and the rear, and instantly 4 blind spot-free feeds synced to my phone. What was left was the engine and tires. The hub motors went into the cabin. The plain 3-wheeler got fitted with all-terrain blast-proof tires, and the whole vehicle was transformed. With the hood shut, you couldn't tell, but the moment it started, anyone would know there was a dragon sleeping inside this 3-wheeler. RV construction complete. Reward: unlimited water and electricity. 100 points. New task: purchase a pet. Reward: unlimited gasoline. Unlimited gasoline. Now that's good stuff. The lights came on. The appliances hummed low. The water tank filled to the brim in an instant. With unlimited water and power, my survival baseline jumped a whole tier. Buy a pet? Sure. I've always wanted a mutt to watch the place. I stowed the RV in my inventory and rode back into the city. The second my phone got signal, the text alerts tripped over each other to chime. The sender was Shin Kursen. She was one of my college's campus belles. We knew each other because of a need-based scholarship slot. She'd voluntarily given hers up, which let me get it and graduate. Lin Fan, where'd you go? Why can't I reach you? Don't do anything stupid, okay? Think about the good things. Did you run into a bad customer? Want to come talk it out? Reply the moment you see this, or I'm really calling the police. Even through the screen, I could feel a long-lost warmth. I called her back, and her sweet voice came through, anxious. Lin Fan, is that you? Say something. It's me, Kursen. I'm fine. How are things on your end? Same as ever. Just got out of a meeting, and I've got overtime in a bit. Hearing your voice actually cheered me up a little. Kursen, listen to me. I know this sounds strange, but you have to trust me. Absolutely do not go outside at night. I'll head straight home after work. When would I even go out? Don't go to work these next few days. Just stay home. Remember, the second the sun goes down, don't go outside. Don't even stand on the balcony. You hear me? There was a pause on the other end. Lin Fan, did something happen over there? If I said something did, would you believe me? Another brief silence. Then she said, I would. Okay, I'll do what you say. Don't worry. I'll come get you in a while. Why are you suddenly saying things like this? But it's fine. I was wanting a few days off anyway. I've been sick of that boss of mine for a while. I'd actually been thinking about taking leave to come treat you to a nice meal. Show you I make money now that I've graduated. Hey, who was it that said she'd treat last time, and I ended up footing the bill? That was because I couldn't out-argue you. Ugh, you're the worst. I'm ignoring you. She hung up in a huff, and I clutched my phone, the corners of my mouth lifting before I could stop them. She'd stubbornly transferred that meal money back to me afterward. That clumsy sincerity of hers was a rare ray of light in my dark days. It wasn't that I didn't want to go get her right away. But last time, over these next few days, the cross-province highway had a multi-car pileup, a hazardous chemical spill, and large-scale road closures, and flights and high-speed rail tickets were long sold out. The inertia of history was vast and cold. Everything was running along the same track as before. The phone silently flipped over. April 17, midnight, 5 days until the full outbreak of the zombie crisis. I put away my smile, my gaze sharpening, and glanced at the dazzling lights of the city. Before long, all of it would turn to dust. Last time, after Shin Kursen awakened as an ability user, we reunited in the Survivor Alliance. Back then I had no abilities, struggling at the bottom, and she came again and again with precious supplies, forcibly carving out a path of survival for me. The rarest thing in this world isn't a flower added to brocade, it's coal delivered in the snow. But that kindness was, in the end, crushed by that despicable little crew. To save me, she was shoved off the vehicle and swallowed by the zombie horde. The sound of zombies tearing at her body, the triumphant, vicious grins of those animals. I remember every bit of it to this day. She was now far away in Gangneung City, El Province. I desperately wanted to bring her to my side at once, but the experience of my last life told me that, following the original track, she could stay safe in her own apartment and get through the first, most chaotic month on the supplies she'd stockpiled. Reckless interference might, like a butterfly flapping its wings, draw down disasters I couldn't predict. Since I'd been reborn, I absolutely could not repeat the same mistakes. I had to gather all 3 of Tiana City's relics the moment the crisis broke. Once I had an absolute foundation of strength, I'd go get her. In that orderless world, a bigger fist was the only thing that counted. First, finish the task in front of me. I rode to the city's pet market and bought a female mutt puppy for $50. Stepping out of the market and looking up, I saw the sky split in two. Half of it clear blue, half of it crushed under heavy clouds. What the hell kind of weather is this? I brought it back to my rundown room and let it out of the cage, and the system chimed again. Pet purchase complete. Reward, unlimited gasoline. 100 points. Current points, 200. New task, purchase a year's worth of reserve food. Reward, plasma grid. A grid? Good stuff. That way I won't have to worry about zombies getting near the RV while I sleep at night. Early stage tier. 1 zombies can't get through a plasma grid. I had no money and no friends to borrow from. But there were plenty of places I could borrow from. I opened my phone and downloaded a stack of loan apps. An hour later, deposit notifications rang out densely like the most beautiful symphony. 50,000, 100,000, 80,000. I watched the numbers leap madly across the screen and sneered. The more the better. In a few days, these numbers will be waste paper. Only solid supplies will be hard currency. I scooped up the little female dog, still dozing, white and yellow, eyes darting around bright and curious. I'll call you Little Yellow. It's got a nice ring to it. Oh, whoa, whoa. Don't be scared. I won't do you wrong from here on. I rubbed her face, then checked my phone. The balance that had started at 30,000 was now 1,310,000. Enough. The cost was interest ticking up every second. But so what? 4 days from now, the flood would swallow everything. Who'd care about that? The RV had solved shelter and transport. Next was clothing and food. Clothes were easy. Buy a few hundred pieces across all 4 seasons. Wear and toss. The key was food. I couldn't stomach instant noodles every day. I needed meat, eggs, and vegetables in rotation. System, do you have storage space? Yes, but unlocking it requires points. I immediately opened my inventory and tapped to expand. Consume 100 points to unlock 100 inventory slots. Each additional 100 slots costs double the points. Each slot is 10 cubic meters, time is frozen, and hot food can be stored. Confirm. 100 slots unlocked in an instant. My place was under 100 square feet, and a single slot was 10 cubic meters, 100 slots. I couldn't hold back. Buy. Hot dishes, cold dishes, all of it, plenty of space. I went down to the idle warehouse below, rumored to be haunted, so no tenant would touch it, which made it the perfect receiving spot for me. A flick of my fingers across the delivery apps, and I ordered 500 portions of every dish I could find. Soon riders swarmed in from every platform. X-Tuan, X-Lamy, X-Dong, flash delivery, wave after wave. The doorway jammed with traffic, the riders recognizing each other. Hey man, you again? What is even going on with this place? 3 hours later, the final order arrived. I shut the door, sent a thought, and swept all the hot food into my space. That round burned through over 200,000. Reserve food, 1 year or more. Acquisition complete. Reward, plasma grid. 100 points. Current points, 300. New task, obtain 1 tier, 1 zombie crystal. Reward, tier, 1 healing fluid. A tier 1 zombie? That would have to wait until after the crisis. No matter, what came next was the main event. Rice, flour, cooking oil, canned goods, bottled water, snacks, drinks, every supply that could be stored long-term, I added to my cart in staggering quantities. The order total quickly broke 300,000, and the mall had to dispatch several trucks to deliver. Even though I had unlimited water and power now and would never want for a water source, in the apocalypse bottled water would become hard currency. Besides, most water sources would be contaminated, and mutated beasts would crawl out of the rivers to attack survivors. Better safe than sorry, stockpile it. The delivery guys, looking at this remote warehouse and the mountains of supplies, were stunned, figuring I must be converting it into a large storage center. I paid them for their trouble, then with a satisfied wave swept everything into the system. The inventory had 30 slots left, the balance 810,000. Food's handled, but I'm still short on clothing. After the apocalypse, the climate will turn bizarre. Hot one moment, cold the next. I have to stock up fully. I kept ordering. Huge quantities of four-season clothing, bedding, down jackets. Better safe than sorry. The familiar truck drivers brought the goods again, and I deftly slipped them tips. By now my inventory had 20 slots left, balanced 600,000. The RV itself was no worry. The system guaranteed it could adapt to any environment. What I needed to round out now were the interior living amenities: showerhead, wash basin, cookware, electric pot, bowls, dishes, basins. Nothing had to be top tier, but it all had to be complete. I kept feeling like I'd forgotten something important. The phone's date silently flipped over. April 18, midnight, 4 days until the full outbreak of the zombie crisis. For days. Only 96 hours left. I drew in a lungful of icy air, my eyes sweeping over the city outside the window, brightly lit and utterly oblivious. More than half the countdown had passed. The real sprint started now. On yet another delivery run to the warehouse, I slipped the unloading fee again, and this time one of the drivers couldn't hold back. "Hey kid, you just took delivery of all that stuff. How did it all vanish at once?" "Had people haul it away. A little something for you, mister." I transferred another tip. The driver waved his hands quickly. "Nah, that's not what I meant. I just want to ask, are you opening a big supermarket? We'll be regular customers from now on." A few of the other drivers chuckled in agreement. I smiled and didn't answer, just handed each of them a whole bag of food to take home. Once they left, the warehouse fell quiet again. I withdrew the drifter fortress and climbed inside. The sanitary fixtures were installed, the bed neat, the fridge packed with frozen meat and drinks, the monitor screen wired to the 4 cameras. Everything was set. The cookware was stowed too. 15 slots left, balance 310,000. What else am I missing? I frowned, then suddenly slapped my forehead. Medicine. I almost forgot. The profit margins on drugs in the apocalypse were beyond imagination. Even a small bottle of cold medicine could spark a bloody scramble. With exactly 15 slots and 310,000 left, I emptied my cart without hesitation, buying loads of basic medications, antibiotics, and first aid supplies. Same familiar drivers. By the time they finished unloading, the sky had gone dark, and they didn't linger. Looking at that little mountain of medicine bottles, gauze, and medical instruments, I burst out laughing. Stuff worth 300,000 right now. Enough in the apocalypse to trade for an arm-to-the-teeth fortress. I swept it all up, filling the last 15 slots to perfection. Perfect. Medicine, food, daily goods, clothing, unlimited water and power, unlimited gasoline. The cornerstones of survival had been laid by my own hands. So long as I kept completing tasks, this mobile fortress would be indestructible. I went back to my rented room, played with Little Yellow for a bit, and drifted into a sweet sleep. When I woke, I took a walk through the streets, watching the people bustling through downtown, and felt a faint pang. In a few more days, this place would be a hell crawling with zombies. I went to the mall and bought a 5,000 yuan big screen TV, had it sent to the warehouse, and by then it was deep into the night. I mounted the screen on the wall at the foot of the bed, hooked it to the 4 cameras, and with unlimited power, I didn't have to worry about electricity. If anyone approached the RV, I'd know first thing. That'll do for now. The moment my foot came down on the step, the ground gave a sudden, warningless lurch. I stumbled forward, barely catching myself with my hands. Strange, have I just not been sleeping well these few days? Creak, creak. A weird sound came from above. I looked up. That old, broken white light was somehow swaying. The warehouse doors were all shut. Where would a draft come from? Just as I thought I'd seen wrong, dust and bits of debris began trickling down from the ceiling. In that instant, my breath stopped. A chill shot out from inside me. I could almost hear, beyond the warehouse, the frantic running of pedestrians, the clattering crash of countless things hitting the ground, mixed with the crisp shatter of glass. Crack, crack, crack. Countless fissures split open across the load-bearing columns. Beneath my feet, it was as if a giant beast were waking, ready to level all of Tianhe City at any moment. Boom! The ground heaved violently, and the buildings across the entire city shook hard. That tremor. Could it be? The zombie crisis has broken out early. Protect yourself. Repel the zombies. Shocked, I scrambled into the driver's seat. And then, that voice that chilled countless souls thundered through my mind. You may not go outside at night. The voice of the forbidden seal. The apocalypse really had come early. Had the future been changed? My heart clenched, but I forced myself calm. System, take out all the guns. The faint glow flared, and the Glock, M1911, Uzi, AK-47, and AWM all appeared beside me. The fact that I could take them out, the zombie crisis really had begun. I licked my lips. Right now, everyone in the world, even those asleep, would hear that voice. Last life, I'd been afraid. This life, I wouldn't be. Others couldn't go outside. That didn't mean I couldn't. As long as I stayed in the driver's seat, I could move a step ahead of everyone. The key slid into the ignition, and the Drifter Fortress roared to life with a low, sports car-like growl. RV disable restriction lifted. Destination, Yangtian University Library, S-rank relic. Bam! The engine bellowed, easily smashing through the warehouse's iron doors. The second I tore out, the entire apartment building behind me had its load-bearing structure completely collapse, crashing down into rubble. That was close. A little later, and I'd have been buried in there. I glanced at the rearview mirror and let out a breath. I raced straight for Yangtian University. On both sides of the street, the heads of pedestrians burst one after another, all of them dropping as headless corpses, exactly like last life. What's wrong with Bam? A woman saw her boyfriend's head explode, and before she could finish, she dropped too. Even the shop owners and clerks who poked their heads out to gawk had their heads blown off, every last one. Pop, bam, splat. The dense bursting sounds rang out down both sides of the street. Like New Year's firecrackers, people not even getting the chance to scream. Blood mist and brain tissue splattered across the tiles, the display windows, the car bodies. A clean street became hell in an instant. I gripped the wheel. Anyone who'd broken the seal, who hadn't stayed home, was executed on the spot, no exceptions. Last life, I'd happened to be home at that hour, and only woke to the situation after watching someone across the way walk onto a balcony and have their head explode. Luckily, it was the dead of night with little traffic on the roads. Though a few cars were parked, the people inside surely frozen stiff with terror at the pedestrians dropping dead. As long as they didn't block the road, it was all fine. Yangtian University sat 3 kilometers out on the city's edge, a route I knew well. Moments later, I spotted the familiar building outlines, tore onto campus, and stopped beneath the library. This is far enough. Once the sun comes up tomorrow, I can go out. I scanned the surroundings. It was break season, so there weren't many people nearby. Last life, someone obtained an S-rank relic in this library and rose meteorically from there, becoming one of the Survivor Alliance's 5 kings. Now that I'd been reborn, I wouldn't be polite to those guys. Host, shall I open a passage for you? A passage? What do you mean? There's a partition between the driver's compartment and the cabin box. Spending points opens a passage so you can return to the cabin to rest. How many points? 50. You currently have 200. I nodded in agreement. With the passage connected, later operations would only get easier. No need to open the vehicle door to switch spots at night. The words had barely landed when the wall behind me dissolved of its own accord, revealing the finely appointed interior of the cabin box. Passage opened. 150 points remaining. I got up and stepped into the living cabin to stretch, then checked the guns on the bed one by one. All brand new, top quality, with dedicated holsters and ample ammo. Far better than the busted secondhand junk from my last life. I took out a black combat suit, kept only a Glock and a dragonbone dagger on me, and stowed the rest back in the system. Everything ready. All that was left was for dawn to break. Ugh. A dragging, scraping sound and a hoarse, low growl came from outside the vehicle. My whole body tensed, and I lunged to the window. At the library entrance, a figure was staggering inside in a grotesquely uncoordinated way. One leg twisted at a bizarre angle and dragged behind it. Large patches of skin rotted and peeling away to reveal dark red muscle and bone-white bone. The gray-white eyeballs utterly lifeless. The mouth split to the ears dribbling black-yellow slime. An unnerving gurgle, rasping from its throat. A zombie? My heart slammed. Impossible. The zombies at Yangtian University shouldn't appear until days after the crisis breaks. The future really had been thoroughly altered. If even the timing of the zombies' appearance was scrambled, then what about the relic? As if answering my alarm, the next moment a sudden change erupted. Boom! A brilliant golden pillar of light burst out from inside the library, punching through the glass and lighting up the pitch-black night sky in an instant. The golden light fell across my face, and my alarm was instantly replaced by wild joy. This golden light, it's the S-rank relic. The site of its emergence hasn't changed. At that very moment, the system's voice rang out. Sudden time task, slay the tier 3 zombie leader that will appear at Tianhe City Safety Center in 15 days. Time remaining, 14 days, 23 hours, 59 minutes. Reward for success, auto-targeting laser turret. Penalty for failure, the RV is permanently scrapped. My heart sank hard. The penalty for failure was the RV being scrapped? This system was vicious. The RV was the very foundation of my survival in the apocalypse. I could not afford to lose it. I pushed down the unease and forced myself to analyze. A tier 3 zombie leader appearing in 15 days. Could it be the one that brought all of Tianhe City to ruin last life? Either way, the task was issued. The priority now was to deal with it. But the most important thing right in front of me was still the S-rank relic in the library. The night was still thick. The seal of "you may not go outside at night" hanging overhead like a sharp sword. Charging out now would be suicide. I had to wait for daylight. But this is too abnormal. My fingers tapped unconsciously on the wheel. The zombie horde broke out early, and zombies that shouldn't have appeared for days have shown up early too. They're only drawn by the scent of the living. Could it be the relic's aura lured them in? No. By my knowledge from last life, zombies had no sense for relics, which meant there's someone else in the library. The deduction made me tense. Students and teachers were long gone on break. Who would stay this late at night? Whoever it was, it wouldn't shake my resolve to seize the S-rank relic. Tianhe City's 3 great relics, the library, the sunken lakebed, the Linglong Sky Tower. I was set on all of them. Last life, surviving without an ounce of dignity at the bottom of the Alliance had taught me all too well how important power was. If there's someone inside, I'll secure them first. And if they've already taken the relic, a trace of cold flickered in my eyes. Then I take it by force. With my thinking clear, I pressed down my restlessness, shut my eyes, and focused. Time slipped by. The morning sun rose. I snapped my eyes open, got out, and the door locked itself behind me. A Glock in one hand, a dagger in the other, I charged into the library. No one knew exactly where the relic was, but last night's golden light meant it had already emerged. I knew Yangtian Library well. After Xian Kursin and I had gotten close, we'd come here to study every day. 2 floors total, the first for self-study, the second divided into several rooms. No one on the first floor? Suddenly, a shrill scraping came from above, like fingernails on a blackboard. Help, help me. A cry for help. There really was someone else. I rushed up to the second floor and saw the zombie from last night had already broken through a door panel and was closing in, step by step, on a girl cornered against the wall. No, get away from me. Bam! A single gunshot. I didn't even need to aim. I raised my hand and blew its head apart with perfect accuracy. A green crystal chip tumbled out of its skull and bounced a few times on the floor. The girl's face was deathly pale, staring at the now utterly motionless zombie, unable to comprehend how just taking a nap in the library's management office could land her in something like this. When she came to her senses, she saw me already standing before her. Black combat suit, sunglasses, looking in the dim light like a war god out of legend. It was you. You saved me. I narrowed my eyes. What's your name? Me? My name is Su Mengyao. I studied her. A pair of apricot eyes, deep brown irises, waist-length black tea-colored hair, smooth and glossy, one side pinned behind her ear with a clip, bearing a slender neck. A calm, composed air about her. You were here all night? Yes. I accidentally fell asleep and didn't make it back to the dorm. Then did you hear anything strange last night? Tell me the truth. I leveled the gun at the center of her brow. Su Mengyao, I knew that name. Or rather, in the future, she'd be known to everyone. The Survivor Alliance's 5 kings ranked 4th, the master of the time domain. Though I'd never seen with my own eyes how she wielded her power. If she'd already opened the relic, then I'd have no choice but to kill for it. She was frightened pale. This? I didn't hear anything. I'll give you 10 seconds. Think carefully before you answer. My expression didn't change. Even if she could summon wind and rain in the future, right now her fate was entirely in my hands. Su Mengyao swallowed, knowing this was a real gun, and forced herself to think back. She quickly remembered there really had been some movement over by the bookshelves last night. The first floor? It should be the first floor. I heard a bookshelf collapse. I nodded slightly. Lead the way. Okay, you come with me. She crawled up, trembling, glancing at the pool of zombie blood and clamping a hand over her mouth to keep from throwing up. Just don't look at it. I picked up the green crystal in passing. Task complete. First tier, 1 zombie crystal obtained. Reward, tier, 1 healing fluid. Points doubled, 200 die. So it could actually double. Must be a first hunt newbie perk. New task, recruit a subordinate with loyalty above 95. Reward, triple talent comprehension pill. Triple talent? I pressed down my excitement. System, does this mean that in the future each person can only have 1 ability, but I can learn 3? Correct. Completing the task lets you break free of the single ability limit. How do I check loyalty? Select a target, and the system will display their loyalty. I had the system lock onto Su Mengyao, who was leading the way. A progress bar surfaced above her head. The number only 8, still in the range of fear. The 2 of us descended to the first floor. The bookshelves in the corner had toppled in a row like dominoes, books scattered into a small mountain. This is the spot. She looked at me meekly, terrified of angering me. Step back, but don't leave the library. It's very dangerous outside. I'll tell you the truth. Zombie hordes like the one just now have appeared all over the world. This isn't a game, and it's not a prank show. Believe it or not. She nodded hurriedly like a little hamster and backed off a ways. Admit it or not, she'd seen that head-blown zombie with her own eyes, and the way it died still left her shaken. Don't go too far, or I can't protect you. She inched closer again. Loyalty rose from 8 to 20. 75 to go. I silently took out a cracker from my coat and tossed it to her, then kept searching through the sea of books. She caught it and took a bite, her panic easing a little, and watched me work, asking weakly, "Are you looking for a book?" None of your business. Don't get too close. Yes. Su Mengyao stood off to the side, but her peripheral vision was drawn to a faint golden glow in the corner. She stepped over and picked up the golden book, not daring to open it. She vaguely sensed this was what her savior was looking for. Like a black sheep in a flock, it didn't belong in this library. Somewhere deep down she felt this book belonged to her, and that strange feeling actually eased the dread in her heart quite a bit. She pursed her lips and looked toward me, still rummaging through the books. Remembering the figure he'd cut standing before her, she felt an unspeakable sense of safety just looking at him. Open it, or hand it to that man. I swept my gaze over the mess, my heart all but numb. The form of an S-rank relic was a matter of wild conjecture. Some said a treasure chest, some a spirit pill, some even a flower or twig on the roadside. The real and the false impossible to tell apart, like fishing a needle from the sea. Is this the book you're looking for? Her soft voice suddenly sounded by my ear. I turned and saw her offering up a golden, wordless book in both hands, faintly radiating a weak golden gleam. I was stunned, my breath caught. How did you know? I found it in the corner. I figured it should be what you wanted, big brother, so? Found it in the corner? Could it be that she was the chosen one fated for this relic? I took the golden book, and in that instant a feeling of faint electric current swept through my whole body. The S-rank ability, power of the time domain. Just as I thought, the one ultimately meant to obtain this relic should have been Su Mingyao. But in this life, she handed it to me. That being the case, I wouldn't let her suffer even the slightest wrong in this chaotic world. I stood up, looking at the uneasy girl, my voice gentle but firm. Mingyao, from now on, you stick with me. There's not much I, Lin Fan, dare to promise, but as long as I'm alive, I'll never let anyone bully you. She gazed at me blankly, not knowing for a moment how to respond. She'd only been thinking that since the man saved her, handing over this strange book of unknown origin was a matter of course. Next to her life, it was worth nothing. But now, looking at my gentle expression, the stone that had weighed on her heart quietly came to rest. Brother Lin Fan, Mingyao will listen to you. Su Mingyao's loyalty has risen sharply, currently, 80. From 20 to 80 in one shot. I nearly jumped. That was way too steep a climb. But with the S-rank relic in hand, there was no need to stay at Yangtian University. Heading to the next relic site as fast as possible was the top priority. I held out a hand. Su Mingyao froze, then cautiously reached out, and I took it and pulled her to my side, steadying her. Brother Lin Fan, you've had a fright. It's easier if I hold you up while we walk. Her cheeks flushed faintly, and she silently clutched a corner of my clothes. The two of us went out the library's main doors, and on the open ground outside, there were actually 2 rotting zombies. As luck would have it, 2 students who'd stayed on campus had already been seized, their shoulders torn and bitten, wailing in agony, while the students watching from a distance scattered in panic. I raised my hand. 2 shots, precise headshots, instant kills, and dropped 2 green crystals in the bargain. I stepped forward to pick them up and saw that the 2 female students' wounds already showed the patterns of infection, their eyeballs full of bloodshot veins. Just as I was about to give them a clean death, a shrill female voice suddenly rang out. "Don't you kill her. Get away." I turned my head. It was a tall, heavy-set female student crowding over. She seemed to have figured out I was a normal person and started shouting. "You're a soldier, right? Why are you only showing up now? You nearly scared us to death. Hurry and treat my friend, or I'll film this and put you on blast online. Are you done?" I asked flatly. "Done with what? You think having a gun makes you something? I'm not scared of you. You wouldn't dare point a gun at me, would you? Aren't soldiers supposed to defend the country? I'm someone you're supposed to protect. Hurry up and notify your superiors to come protect us. I know you're Yangtian University's president and faculty advisors. I'm even going abroad to study and getting recommended for grad school next year." The other girls gathered around too, an arrogant posture about them, as if they still lived in that old, orderly world. "That's right. Hurry and call for backup. We looked it up online. Zombies have appeared all over the world. Since you're here, there's definitely a military unit nearby. Forget about the others. Protect us first. And remember to drive over to pick us up. That car of yours looks decent enough. It'll do in a pinch. I'll ride in your car in a bit." I watched this farce expressionlessly. This bunch still hadn't realized the rules of the old world had collapsed long ago. My peripheral vision swept over the 2 infected at my feet, and sensing something was off, I turned and walked back toward the RV. "Hey, where are you going? Don't think you can just leave." My steps halted. I spun around abruptly, and under everyone's terrified gaze, fired 2 shots into the fat girl's legs. Amid the screams, the other women fled in all directions in terror. Help, murder. They never dreamed I'd actually shoot. But no matter how fast they ran, they couldn't outrun bullets. I took out the M1911, and with a gun in each hand fired in continuous succession. Their legs all took rounds, and they dropped, not a shot wasted. They were still wailing when the 2 infected wobbled to their feet, flesh and blood sloughing off their bodies. "Get away. Don't come over." "Ah, The two female zombies pounced onto the fat girl and began tearing into her. Then, catching the scent of blood on the others, flung themselves over one by one. The piercing screams quickly turned into a teeth-grating sound of chewing. I watched coldly, and only after confirming there was no chance any of them could survive did I step forward and put a headshot into each zombie. Once that was handled, I returned to Su Mingyao's side, her face pale. "Get in." I patted her head. "Mingyao, the world has changed completely. There's no need to waste time on people like that." I understand." She nodded, and I unlocked the door and let her into the RV. Seeing the warm light inside and that folding double bed, her cheeks flushed faintly. "How is it?" "Good enough." I sat in the driver's seat and turned to ask. "It's great, Brother Lin Fan. It's lovely here. We have to keep moving. There are drinks in the fridge and snacks in the cabinet beside it. Help yourself. If you're tired, lie down on the bed and rest." "I understand." The Drifter Fortress growled low once more and pulled away from that bloody place. Su Mingyao leaned over by the driver's seat, watching the chaotic road ahead. "Big brother, where to next?" "Tianhe City. Sunken Lake." A second S-rank relic still slumbered there. As for the power of the time sequence I'd just obtained, I'd have to comprehend it after nightfall. Once the RV was parked, no one could defy the seal of "you may not go outside at night." Right now, time was far more precious than money. I had to race against every second. Back in Tianhe City, the scenes on the streets left her gaping. Both sides of the road were covered in bloodstains, vehicles jammed up, cries for help everywhere. In the distance, grotesque zombies chased pedestrians like mad, freakishly fast, seemingly numb to pain, easily knocking people down and biting into them. The traffic jam was because the drivers were boxed in front and back and could only abandon their cars and flee on foot. But the zombies in the city gave them no chance at all, like a locust plague sweeping across farmland. What on earth is going on? Brother Lin Fan, why are there so many zombies in the city? The denser the people, the more zombies. TCH, gotta change routes. I yanked the wheel hard, and the Drifter Fortress's powerful chassis and high-strength tires easily charged up onto the green belt, crushing through shrubs and ramming obstacles aside, roaring forward over the unpaved ground. Hold on tight. The trees on the green belt couldn't stop the fortress at full power at all. They snapped off easily. Only then did Su Mingyao notice that the roads on both sides had become a sea of fire. Boom! Not far off, a tanker truck blew open, flames shooting skyward. I stomped the gas, and she shut her eyes in fright, gripping my shoulder for dear life. "Trust me, Mingyao." She opened her eyes. The RV had already barreled fiercely through the sea of fire and landed steadily on the relatively intact road ahead. She let out a long breath. I thought things like this only happened in movies. Movies are special effects. Mine's the genuine article. Those quiet, beautiful eyes of hers blinked, and she revealed a charming smile. True enough. Most of a day later, having taken in a road's worth of blood and wailing, the two of us arrived smoothly at Sunken Lake. The parking lot was, as far as the eye could see, all headless corpses, with a few dazed zombies wandering about. I floored the gas and ground them into pulp. With these things, leaving even one alive could mean getting killed in turn. The once famous scenic spot was now strewn with corpses, layers of bodies piled along the lakeshore, the stench overwhelming. The clear lake water dyed an eerie dark red. I checked the time, less than 2 hours until sunset. "Mingyao, things outside are completely out of control. Don't leave the RV carelessly." I understand." What she'd seen along the way had thoroughly convinced her. The world had become a true hell. Slay the tier 3 zombie leader. Time remaining, 15 days. I got out with my gun and set up the plasma grid around the RV. The crisis had just broken out, so this grid's strength was plenty. At this stage tier 1 zombies were only slightly tougher than ordinary people. But the further along it went, the more terrifying the zombies became. I'd seen with my own eyes the unreasonable, destructive power of the high-tier zombies to come. There wasn't enough time to go into the lake now. It would have to wait for tomorrow morning when the sun rose. Tonight was the perfect time to comprehend power of the time sequence. Since the crisis broke out, I hadn't wasted a single second. Back in the car, looking at Su Mingyao still uneasy on the bed, I comforted her. "If you're uneasy, get some good sleep. I know this situation is hard to accept. Gerger, Her stomach growled a few times. It had been almost a full day, and all she'd had was a bottle of mineral water. I'd said help yourself, but she still didn't dare touch anything. After all, this was my RV, and on top of that the crisis had broken out. She understood the importance of supplies, and the convenience stores and supermarkets had surely been stripped bare already. Since I'd saved her, saving even a little was something. I understood what was on her mind. I sat down beside her and teased, "People are iron, food is steel. Miss one meal, and you're starving. If you really want to live, how can you do it on an empty stomach?" I had plenty of supplies now, enough to raise an army, no problem, but I couldn't take things out of the system for her yet. I had to wait until her loyalty hit 95, until she'd thoroughly become a trustworthy subordinate. That was the right time. I took instant noodles and snacks out of the cabinet and set them in front of her. Su Mingyao picked up a cracker and said bitterly, "Brother Lin Fan, I've seen movies. At times like these, food is precious, and the further along it goes, the better the price it fetches. Let's eat sparingly, and later we can trade for better things with other survivors." I was taken aback. This kid actually knew so many of the ropes. She finished the cracker, but I poured water from a kettle into the pot, cooked 2 extra-large buckets of instant noodles, plus a few sausages and braised eggs, and once it was ready, patted the spot beside me. "Come eat, or I'm throwing it out." "But," "No buts. Mingyao, I know you know a lot, but since I'm having you come with me, there's no way I'd let you suffer or go hungry. This instant noodle is shabby for now. Later I'll get you better things to eat." I pulled her to my side and started slurping mine first, hissing at the heat. "Mingyao, careful, it's hot." I kept a straight face. A patch of skin had already burned off my tongue, but I had to bear it. She blinked, a faint smile at the corner of her mouth. I know." She picked up a fork, tucked her long hair behind her ear, and carefully blew on the steam. The piping hot noodles down her stomach. Her whole body seemed to come back to life, the aroma of beef filling the room. So instant noodles could taste this good. She thought of the various ways the boys used to brag about being rich, and only now understood that true flaunting of wealth was adding ham sausage and braised eggs to instant noodles. 2 sausages, no less. So this was the world of the rich. I paid her no mind, slurping away at my noodles. Just then the system chimed again. Su Mingyao's loyalty has reached 90. Eating noodles could raise it 10 points too. That left just the last 5 points, and the task could be completed. In the apocalypse, the human heart is the most frightening thing of all. But if I had a subordinate I could completely trust, then naturally I could hand her my back. New task added. Su Mingyao's loyalty reaches 100. Additional reward. Tier 2 RV remodeling blueprint. Time limit 3 days. What? A Tier 2 RV? This RV could keep upgrading? If it could, then this place could get bigger and eventually even become a large RV like a super coach. I had to fight to complete it. At the thought, I looked at Su Mingyao cradling the whimpering little yellow in her arms, and my tense expression eased too. "Brother Lin Fan, look, little yellow is so cute." Yeah, I took a liking to her at first sight. The 2 of us leaned together, playing with little yellow. "Mingyao, you don't need to worry about food. I guarantee there'll be plenty. But since you've come aboard my RV, you have to follow my rules." "Okay, Brother Lin Fan." There was no free lunch in this world. With Tianhe City this chaotic the whole way, she didn't even dare imagine other places. Since Lin Fan was willing to protect her, naturally, she couldn't let him down. I held up 4 fingers and said patiently, "First, no leaving the RV without my instruction. Second, help me investigate anomalies everywhere in real time. The laptop is here, the network isn't down yet, so gather the distribution of survivors and zombies in Tianhe City, neighboring cities, neighboring provinces, and even the whole country, and don't let any details slip. Third, shower every night before bed. Fourth, and most important, remember that what's frightening in this world isn't the zombies, it's the human heart." Her breath hitched. Having read all kinds of books since childhood, she caught the subtext. If she betrayed me, there would be no mercy. "Don't worry, Brother Lin Fan. I'd absolutely never do anything like that." Looking at the resolve in her eyes, I knew it wasn't enough. I had to drop one more heavy dose. Right now, she only knew that staying with me meant a patch of comfort, but I also had to make her understand that this place wasn't one just anyone could stay in. I took a brand new laptop out of the cabinet and set it on the table, signaling her to start investigating anomaly hotspots everywhere, then looked out at that blood-dyed Great Lake. The second S-rank relic. I was determined to have it. The sky dimmed, the sun set, and that terrifying seal voice sounded once more in both our minds. You may not go outside at night. Brother Lin, what is this voice exactly? Don't mind it. Just don't go out, and it's fine. Mingyao, from now on your work is on this computer, forum investigation, hunting for anomaly hotspots. Where zombies appear, where there are still supplies and survivors. Pull it all together and record it. This RV of ours doesn't just wander aimlessly. We have to have our own plan, understand? If one computer isn't enough, I'll get you a few more, all with the best specs. Yes, Brother Lin fan. I gently stroked her head, my tone softening. Right now, we're a lone boat, and your investigation is the guiding light on the sea, pointing the direction we move. That's how we climb ashore without being swallowed by the towering waves. Her expression firmed up, and she nodded hard. At that point, her loyalty rose to 93. 2 points to go. I wasn't in a hurry, though. The future had already changed. This life's landscape might differ from the last, so I needed a helper to search out information, because driving took time too. I had her search on her own and went up to the driver's compartment myself, drew the curtains, and took out that golden book. Let me see just what kind of ability this relic of yours is. I opened the golden book, and a golden crystal core slowly floated up from between its pages. Without hesitation, I reached out with a hand trembling from exhaustion and grabbed it. Guha. The instant I touched it, unimaginable agony erupted. Not flesh tearing, but some violent energy forcibly invading. The crystal melted like an ice spike, turning into a torrent of energy both freezing and scorching that surged madly into my body along my meridians. My blood vessels bulged beneath my skin, an eerie ghostly blue, my muscle fibers seeming to tear apart and recombine, my bones giving off a faint, strained hum as their density skyrocketed amid the agony. I clenched my teeth, blood seeping from my gums, every muscle in my body taut as iron, sweat evaporating in the high heat the moment it beaded. My heart pounded with unprecedented force. My organs felt like they were being ground fine on a millstone, but the pain came hand in hand with a sense of power and clarity I'd never known. I don't know how long it lasted, but that energy finally settled, fully fusing into my body. The agony receded like a tide, replaced by a lightness and strength as if I'd been reborn anew. I slowly stood, clenching both fists. Crack, crack, crack. My joints let off crisp pops. I could clearly feel the explosive power coiled beneath my muscles, far beyond before. Toughness, reaction speed, dynamic vision, thinking speed. All of it had leaped to a brand new level. Power of the Time sequence rated S-rank. On the strength of this powerful ability, I'd officially awakened from an ordinary person into an F-rank ability user. The simplest way for an ordinary person to awaken was to absorb zombie crystals. F-rank was the easiest, requiring 1,000 tier, 1 crystals. F to E rank required 1,000 tier, 2 crystals plus 500 tier, 1. The further along, the harder it got. In the future, plenty of people gained powerful abilities, but, because they themselves couldn't keep pace, were killed by zombies or betrayed by their own. So even with a strong ability, you couldn't neglect honing your physique. Only when both reached their peak could you command all survivors and become an overlord of your own domain. The Alliance's 5 kings of the past, Su Mingyao included, were, without exception, peak existences with both body and ability at S-rank. An S-rank ability is something else. It awakened my ability user physique in one go. Skipping the whole crystal-absorbing process entirely, I was quite satisfied. Let me test the power. I noticed a bird had landed on the hood. A thought stirred, and a gray-white domain instantly unfurled, enveloping the bird within it. The bird, which should have flown off in an instant, had its speed slowed tenfold inside the domain. Delighted, I was about to slow it further when a sharp pain shot through my mind. The domain dissipated, and the bird flew away. Just as I thought, an E-rank physique still isn't enough to fully wield power of the time sequence. I have to advance as soon as possible. After that, I tried it several more times on the trees and got a clear grasp of the function. Once the domain was unfurled, I could greatly slow, accelerate, or even freeze time. Both slowing and accelerating were tenfold and could last a minute. Freezing was 10 seconds. I licked my lips. With this ability, going into the water tomorrow to search for the relic would be a sure thing. I stroked the steering wheel, immensely pleased. This was the RV. Everyone else was huddled under their covers, living each day in dread and famine, while I had food, a reliable companion, and drove an RV all over the world hunting relics and growing stronger. In high spirits, I went back into the car. Su Mingyao asked, puzzled, "Brother Lin Fan, what happened over there? I heard your voice just now." "Don't worry about it. It's nothing." "How'd it go? Find anything?" Come take a look." This survivor forum that was just created, governments everywhere are now stepping in to urge people not to go out on their own, and the military has already deployed troops to encircle and wipe out zombies in every town. A survivor forum? Established this fast? Last life, this forum shouldn't have appeared until a week after the crisis broke out. It seemed the timeline of changes had been sped up. I'd have to pick up my pace too. Slay the tier 3 zombie leader. Time remaining, 15 days. I pressed at my brow and handed her a drink. Last life I'd heard tell that Su Mingyao was exceptionally clever. That power of the time sequence was wielded to miraculous effect in her hands. Her mind was surely no slouch, which was why I'd handed her this work. The crisis had come early, and the events of last life might differ from this world. I really did need talent like this to assist with the investigation. The web pages were full of the military's firepower suppression of zombies, even tanks deployed. Every nation across the 5 continents had been caught utterly off guard by this sudden disaster, especially the seal on the first day. By the statistics, at least 1/7 of the world's population had died that night. The two of us looked for a good while. Su Mingyao opened another page. "Brother Lin Fan, look, this forum's registered user count is already 3 million, with new posts every single moment." I glanced over. Each refresh brought at least a dozen some posts. The titles uniformly, "Help someone save me, what on earth is wrong with the world, where's the military? Help." Not one of them worth clicking. "Mingyao, these posts are from all over the country, right?" "Yes." "Narrow the range. Lock on to Tianhe City and Gangyang City first. Prioritize posts from those 2 places and just ignore the help posts. We don't have the leisure for that. See if any posts mention places where large numbers of zombies have appeared." "I understand." Her fingers tapped at the keyboard like the wind, and soon she jumped to a code interface, a string of code cascading down like a waterfall. I was startled. "What are you doing?" "I'm cracking this forum's webpage code. The script's only SOSO. I'm just adding one more regional search filter to it." To be honest, I got annoyed with that homepage constantly refreshing too. "You can do that too. Learned it from books. Aren't you supposed to be reading literary works? How do you even read books on code? Trying to become a hacker?" My face went dark, but to each their own specialty, and seeing how serious she was, I didn't say more. Once she finished, the interface went back to before, and this time there weren't so many duplicate posts. With the region locked to Tianhe City and Gangyang City, the two of us watched as we ate, and soon saw that Tianhe City Safety Center had become a temporary safe camp, the survivors within the city gathering there at the government's call. Su Mingyao bit into a cracker and spoke up. "Brother Lin Fan, the protection at Tianhe City Safety Center is decently done, and the government is collecting supplies too. Only it'll take quite a few more days. The city government has requested support from the military, but there's been no response from their end yet. Everywhere's undergoing mutation, and the military doesn't have 3 heads and 6 arms. They can't get to it. With their own work unfinished, how can they mind others' business?" I mulled it over. This Tianhe City mayor had actually realized something was wrong and organized the city's remaining forces first thing, unlike the mayors of other cities who hid at home and only knew how to holler for someone to protect them. Good. Saves me a lot of trouble. I got up and went to the bathroom to shower, the door shut. Only after stripping did I realize that not only had my physique grown stronger, my whole self felt much more invigorated. Changed into a bathrobe, I came back into the room, towel drying my hair. Su Mingyao turned and saw me, froze for a moment, swallowed, and asked, "Brother Lin Fan, have you been working out this whole time?" I smiled, surprised. She didn't dare reply and lowered her head. Girls who reacted like this had all but gone extinct in the apocalypse to come. Teasing her was rather fun. All right, hurry and go shower. It's time to sleep. The bathrobe's inside. From now on, you'll be tending to this RV every day too, got it? Okay. She ducked into the bathroom, face red. I sat at the computer drying my hair, watching those military videos. After my rebirth, this crisis had taken on some uncontrollable change. Not only had the timing moved up, the number of zombies was more than 5 times that of Last Life. Last Life. The bitten took a full day to complete zombification. This life it set in extremely fast, in under half an hour. At this rate, special zombies would appear soon. This time, though, I wouldn't have to flee desperately for my life like Last Life. With a bit of luck, killing a special zombie could even drop a rare relic and high-tier crystals. I dialed Xian Kerson's number. Just like Last Life, it was powered off. But I wasn't worried. Last Life she'd stayed home a full month, fond of stocking up on snacks and resting well at home. Half an hour later, Su Mingyao came out. The bathrobe she'd changed into setting off how fresh and clean she looked. Her face washed of makeup flushed with a natural rosiness, softer than usual. I cleared my throat twice. Mingyao, dry your hair. It's time we slept too. She silently dried her hair while I watched from the side. I'd seen plenty of beautiful women in my past life, but none compared to her now. Brother Lin Fan, I'm done drying. Then let's sleep. I turned off the light, took her hand, and drew her into my arms. She hadn't expected this, but wrapped in powerful arms, she felt all the more at ease instead. Brother Lin Fan, thank you for saving me, she said softly, her hand pressed against my chest, feeling the beating. Don't worry, I won't let anyone hurt you. Her eyes drooped, and feeling the warmth, she soon fell into a deep sleep. Target Su Mingyao Loyalty 95 complete. Reward, Triple Talent Comprehension Pill. Points plus 500, currently 850. Task, Su Mingyao's loyalty reaches 100. Additional reward, Tier 2 RV Remodeling Blueprint. 2 days remaining. As points exceed 500, the points shop is now unlocked. Shop items refresh randomly each day at midnight. Open it. Open. A shop interface appeared before me. 5 items. The upper left corner showing my 850 points held. The first was a Tier 1 Physique Enhancer, taken by those below F rank. It doubled physical ability for 24 hours, 80 points. The second was a Tier 1 Repair Spray, able to quickly close non-fatal wounds. Only 3 uses, 120 points. The third was a high-efficiency energy can. 1 can supply a day's needed energy, 25 points a can. The fourth was a Ghost Cloak. Once activated, it distorted light to achieve basic optical camouflage and lower the chance of being discovered by zombies. Lasting 15 minutes. Usable only once per day. Ineffective against enemies with keen thermal sensing or smell, 180 points. The fifth was a portable water purifying straw, 70 points. The corner of my mouth twitched. The system's even arranging food for me. Do I look like someone short on food? The purifying straw's no use either. My unlimited water can be drunk straight as is. Looks like only the Ghost Cloak has some use. Those medicines were of no use right now. Better to save the points. I clicked buy, and the Ghost Cloak went into my inventory, my points dropping from 850 to 670. I yawned and shut my eyes to sleep. The next day, the first ray of morning sun fell across me through the window, and my eyes snapped open. The seal lifted at exactly the moment the first ray of sunrise appeared. I woke Su Mingyao and took the diving suit and oxygen tank out of the cabinet, kitting myself out fully. Brother Lin Fan, you're going into the lake. Doing some recon. The investigation side, I'll leave to you. Got it. She nodded. She didn't know why I was going into the lake, but having a task was better than being a vase. After telling her not to leave the RV and setting up the plasma grid, I dove into Sunken Lake. The lake wasn't small, but the S-rank relic should be at the bottom, so I just headed downward. As I'd expected, the lake bed was all headless corpses. People had spent the first night here and been killed by the power of the seal. The relic was probably at the heart of the lake. Not long into the deep dive, I spotted a faint golden glow half buried in a mud pit. No mistake, the S-rank relic. I swam over and grabbed it. Unlike the golden book, this was a bottle of green potion, clear and glowing, faintly carrying a prickling sensation. Relic in hand, I didn't dwell on it and hurried to surface to avoid any complications. I'm not like those movie and TV protagonists who forget they're in a hurry the moment they see something new. But on the way up, the current suddenly surged fast. Sensing something off, I stowed the relic, drew my dragonbone dagger, and looked around. A white object was racing straight at me. A shark? No, a mutated one. Startled for an instant, I quickly calmed and waited in place for it to charge. The shark bared its fangs, and when it closed to within 10 meters, a gray-white domain unfurled with me at its center. Time sequence domain, time freeze. Mutated or not, right now it's no more than a tier 1 beast. I swam over slowly and easily drove the dagger into its skull, took out the green crystal, and an iron box dropped out too. Decent luck, it actually dropped loot beyond the crystal. Fighting zombies and beasts, there was a small chance of an extra relic appearing, and the higher the opponent's tier, the better the relic. I stowed it in the system and kept swimming up. The 10-second freeze was up, the domain dissolved on its own, and the shark plummeted to the lake bed like a headless corpse. The item in the box is named Beast Evolution Pill. Beast Evolution Pill. My heart leaped. That was a pill that could evolve any animal into combat power on par with a zombie's superhuman strength. So if Little Yellow eats it, she can evolve into a beast? Correcta. Back on shore, Su Mingyao threw open the window and shouted, "Brother Lin Fan, it's bad." Everyone in Tianhe City was deceived by the mayor. I got back in the car, took off the diving suit, and looked at the webpage with her. Look, the Tianhe City mayor was spotted leaving the city by helicopter, but it exploded right after takeoff. Now the vast majority of citizens are gathered at the safety center. According to the intel, apart from land vehicles, both air and sea craft get destroyed by a mysterious force after operating for a while. So the nations across the continents have been completely cut off from one another and can only fight on their own. Sea and aircraft unusable, exactly like last life. The mayor bailing first did surprise me, though. So he's dead. I thought of the system's sudden task, and the location was Tianhe Safety Center. Could it be because of the mayor? Brother Lin Fan. This is the camera on the safety center's outer perimeter. She tapped at the code, the surveillance feed popped out, and even I was struck dumb. A zombie horde, dense as an ocean, had already surrounded the safety center airtight, though the local military's small fortress at the main gate was still beating back the zombies charging into the yard. But at this rate, falling was only a matter of time. I shook my head. Mingyao, this doesn't have much to do with us, you understand? Saving people is human nature, but going to save people beyond your means, that's stupidity. Her eyes drooped, and she finally closed the web page, saying softly, "They believe the mayor, which is why it turned out this way. Because from the start they never chose to believe in themselves." Exactly. In this chaotic world, only yourself and your own people are worth trusting. I was satisfied with that answer. After Loyalty 95, she'd carefully turn over everything I said. Given time, she could even act as my proxy, issuing orders to others on my behalf. She quickly pulled herself together. So what if she wanted to save them? Bow her head and beg me to go save them? With people dead and the car lost in the end, dragging Brother Lin Fan down into ruin too. What for? And everything she'd investigated was wails and cries. Pity needed the ability to back it. Besides, without Brother Lin Fan right now, she'd be nothing but an ordinary person with no abilities. Any random zombie that came along would infect her. If not for him, she'd long since have become one of those hideous things back in the library. To want to do something but lack the ability to do it, then don't do it. Not having the qualifications, it was as simple as that. Thank you, Brother Lin Fan. I nodded. Her loyalty rose another 2 points, 97 now, just the last 3 to go. With the S-rank relic from Sunken Lake secured, I had to rush to the next location. Settling into the driver's seat, something suddenly came to mind. Mingyao, look up a residential complex in Gangyang City called Xiangyang for me. See what the situation's like around there. Xiangyang Complex? Got it. She didn't ask much, knowing in her heart that when I named a specific place, the next target was most likely there. I turned the vehicle around and made for the Linglong Sky Tower without pause. With the relic in hand, I could go to Gangyang City to get Xin Kursen. Most citizens had gone to the safety center, so there weren't many zombies along the way. Only the corpses on the road still went uncleared. Traffic was jammed ahead, and I floored the gas. The fortress's front end was 5 times as sturdy as tank armor. Ramming other cars left it unscathed. There were quite a few brand-name sports cars on the road, but flashy frames like those couldn't stop zombies and were just scrap metal, out of gas. All you could do was sit and wait for death. Passing through the city center, Su Mingyao looked at the ruined streetscape and the countless collapsed buildings. Hardly able to imagine this was still the Tianhe city everyone yearned for. But she knew that to survive she had to get used to it, and that she had to be of help to Brother Lin Fan no matter what. The Linglong Sky Tower stood beside a luxurious amusement park. The former children's paradise was now a different world, with far more zombies than the city center. Hearing the fortress's roar, a good number of zombies came charging madly, and I floored the gas to send them flying dozens of meters, then ran them over to finish the job. Tier 1 crystals are dropping at under 5% right now. Rather than getting out to search, better to get to the tower as fast as possible. After ramming more than 30 zombies, I spotted that high tower in the distance and drove straight up the mountain road. A few zombies lingered at the summit. I got out and dealt with them with headshots. Mingyao, you and Little Yellow stay in the car, don't come out. Okay, be careful. I broke the chains on the tower door and went in. The layout inside was simple. A single staircase led to the top, where an ancient great bell hung. Nothing below, so it had to be up top. I went up the stairs and circled the great bell once, but found nothing. Did I misremember? Impossible. It's the absolute truth that 3 S-rank relics emerged in Tianhe City. Could it have appeared somewhere else this life? My peripheral vision caught the tightly shut window to the side. Could it be outside? I kicked the wooden board open and stuck my head out toward the top of the tower. There was a faint golden glow at the very tip. Good. I didn't misremember. I holstered my gun and climbed out the window, easily flipping myself up with my E-rank physique, scaling the protruding ornaments to climb higher. As long as this relic was in hand, building my own faction in the future would have an absolute foundation. After how miserable last life was, I'd even gotten Xian Curson killed. This life I would absolutely not repeat the same mistakes. No one was going to step on top of me. I leaped suddenly, grabbed the tower's spire, and clutched the hanging golden box relic in my hand. The moment it was in hand, my heart shook. Ever since coming back, I'd thought about gathering these 3 relics every waking moment. I glanced at the ground and, without hesitation, leaped down from the high tower. Brother Lin. At the window, Su Mingyao went pale with fright. In the next moment, she saw me suddenly unfurl a gray domain at over 10 meters from the ground, my falling speed immediately slowing. After I landed, the deceleration domain dissolved. I stowed the 3rd relic. Tianhe City's objectives were complete. I could head to the next place. Back in the car, I rubbed her head and gave her a kiss on the cheek, her beautiful eyes blinking, her cheeks reddening. Mingyao, we should set off. Where to? Gangyang City. Xianyang Complex. I gazed into the distance and said softly, Curson, I'm coming for you soon. I took the driver's seat and drove on. Su Mingyao leaned over with a suggestion. Brother Lin Fan, the highway is extremely chaotic and badly jammed right now. Better to take the national road. It's a bit farther, but from the surveillance I checked, that route doesn't have many zombies or vehicles, and with your RV's sturdiness, it can definitely ram the wreckage aside. Well done, Mingyao. Without you, I'd waste a lot of time. Her heart felt like she'd eaten honey. The feeling of being recognized was more wonderful than reading 10 million volumes of books. Oh, and I also checked the area around Xianyang Complex through satellite surveillance. There are quite a few zombies gathered there now, and Gangyang City's military has the assault temporarily suppressed. Suppressed for now, hard to say later. Without resupply, they're bound to be at a disadvantage as time drags on. We have to pick up the pace. Back on the road, I floored the gas. The fortress roared, the speed shot up, and the wreckage flew on a single hit. Mingyao, keep helping me check the zombie numbers in the other provincial capitals, and which provinces have started deploying the military to suppress them. Understood. The words had barely left her when her stomach growled. I laughed. Don't tell me you still haven't eaten by now. I've been looking up information this whole time, didn't notice. Hurry and eat. You need energy to work. Don't make me add an eat first, then work rule for you. She pouted as if in protest, but obediently took out instant noodles and got ready to boil water. I stopped her. There are frozen meat steaks in the fridge. Take them out. There's an air fryer in the cabinet. Toss them in. Set the timer for 15 minutes. Flip them, then another 15. The sauces are all in the pot. Add them however you see fit. You even bought an air fryer. Better safe than sorry. You eat first. Make me one later too. Half an hour later, the whole place smelled of beef. Thinking it over, I'd only had some nutrition crackers in the morning before going into the lake. I really was hungry by now. To my surprise, Su Mingyao came over carrying a fried meat steak, drenched in black pepper sauce. Here, Brother Lin Fan. Huh? Why don't you eat first? I can eat any time. But you haven't had a thing from morning till now, and you're the one going out too. Compared to me, aren't you the one who's more tired? My expression shifted slightly. I noticed she'd even thoughtfully cut the steak into small pieces, speared them on a fork, and held them up to my mouth. I didn't stand on ceremony. I let her feed me while I drove, and as it went into my mouth, not just my body but a corner of my heart warmed too. When the plate was done, she dabbed my mouth with a napkin and teased, "If that's not enough, I'll go make another." "That's fine. Finish your own portion first. And from now on, no instant noodles every day. You have to rotate the food for it to have any flavor." Does that count as a new rule? If you think it does, then it does. She went back into the RV, and watching me drive with focus, the corners of her mouth lifted. In all her life, apart from the grandmother who'd left her early, it had been a very long time since she'd felt this sense of being needed. No good. I forgot to ask whether Brother Lin Fan likes black pepper sauce. I'll have to pay attention next time. By 9 at night, I was a bit weary. From the national road, reaching Gangyang City in Z Province would take at least 2 days. I checked the distance, a little over halfway now. By tomorrow afternoon, I should reach the Xianyang complex where Xian Kursen was. There were plenty of zombies and wrecked cars along the way, but nothing to fear before the fortress. Let's call it here for today. I found an open campsite by the roadside and stopped. Next, I still had to take the talent pill and absorb those 2 S-rank relics. Back inside, Su Mingyao gave a sweet smile. "Brother Lin Fan, I thought you were going to drive through the whole night. You have to rest at some point." I naturally sat down beside her and rubbed her head. "How's it going? Find anything in your investigation?" A lot. Su Mingyao opened her record document. Every location marked with text and corresponding video and images. She clicked the first one, a clip of a government address. "Brother Lin Fan, right now only Province A and Province B have deployed troops and suppressed the zombies. The other provinces say they'll send local armed forces to encircle and wipe them out, telling citizens to keep staying home and wait for rescue." As expected, I chuckled softly. I actually knew why those 2 provinces had troops first thing. As for the people in the other provinces, all they could do was queue up and wait for rescue. And it wasn't just one country like this. Every nation was the same. Military strength couldn't cover the whole country. On top of that, with sea and aircraft scrapped, support could only come by high-speed rail and car. But anyone could guess high-speed rail would soon become unusable. Once an infected zombie passenger appeared in a car, the whole train would quickly spiral out of control, which would in turn disrupt the cyclical operation of the other trains. She clicked the second video. Once the second day passed, the population kept plummeting, even more extreme than the first day. How so? The first day, a lot of people died inexplicably to the power of the seal, but now that there's experience, people shouldn't be going out, right? Because zombie numbers everywhere spiked. Brother Lin Fan, you saw it at Yangtian University too. The infected who were bitten completely turned into zombies in under 10 minutes. She thoughtfully played a clip of the whole process of an ordinary person turning into a zombie, indeed under 10 minutes. These zombies had been enhanced, I knew that, but such a swift spread still came as a surprise. So how much of the land population is left now? Half. The second day, the zombies grew too fast. A lot of small cities fell outright, while cities close to military bases could just barely hold on. Hold on. There would always come a time when ammunition ran out and supplies were exhausted. And the number of zombies depended on humans. The further along in time, the stronger they'd only get. After watching a while longer, I had her keep searching and went back to the driver's compartment to draw the curtains. The triple talent comprehension pill, plus the 2 S-rank relics. Time to start absorbing. I took out that round golden pill, put it in my mouth, and chewed it to bits. A warm liquid entered my body, an intense electric current erupting in my mind, like countless needle points piercing my skull, yet without the slightest pain. Rather, it felt as soothing as acupuncture from an old TCM doctor. I clearly felt my world open up in an instant, 3 vacant altars opening within me, the golden book of power of the time sequence occupying the middle position. Congratulations, host, on successfully opening the triple talent. You may now absorb other relic abilities. I let out a long breath. The truth was I didn't know what these 2 relics actually were. A relic wasn't necessarily an ability. It could be a healing item, weapon, armor, or pill. The reason I was certain they were S-rank abilities was that, in the future, the high-ranking figures had once held a king's conference to confirm information, telling one another their original relic locations, using that to deduce whether the appearance of high-tier zombies was related to the number of relics. Su Mingyao was one of them, which was how I could be certain these 2 had to be S-rank abilities. But as for their specific properties, that I had no way of knowing. Let me look at the one in this golden box first. I opened the box. Inside was a pill, its surface deep and pitch black like a swirling nebula, the very air around it faintly distorted. Without hesitation, I sent it into my mouth. The instant it entered, it didn't melt. It abruptly collapsed like a singularity, turning into a torrent both freezing and scorching that blasted straight into my limbs and bones and the depths of my soul. G.U.H. I let out a muffled grunt, my body shaking violently, as if every part of me were being forcibly disassembled and reassembled. Ghostly blue, crack-like energy patterns suddenly lit up across my skin, the air around me distorting, giving off a strange noise like shattering glass. After a good while it settled, and I felt my body incredibly light, not a reduction in weight, but a strange sense of gap between me and the surrounding space. At a faint stir of thought, my body quietly vanished and reappeared, dropping back down 5 centimeters above the seat. I opened my eyes, and deep in my pupils a flicker of galaxy dust seemed to flash past. I finally knew the name of this pill's ability, Void Leap. I was floored. This was the ability of Last Life's Void King. Legend had it he'd built a small nation of his own outside the Alliance, using it to slay countless high-tier zombies into a sea of blood and a mountain of corpses. Even the Alliance's 5 great powerhouses didn't dare move against him lightly. I'd never imagined that man's ability was actually obtained in Tiana City. After absorbing it, I grasped the gist. I could leap at ultra-high speed continuously in a short span, but with my F-rank physique, the limit was only 100 meters. Without pause, I grabbed the bottle of green potion, pulled the stopper, and downed it in one gulp. Unlike the violent spatial power just now, this energy was gentle and majestic, carrying an unparalleled penetrative force, like the most vibrant vine instantly fusing into my blood and seeping into every cell. An ultimate sense of clarity swept through my whole body, and I could clearly hear my heart pounding strong and powerful. I slowly stood and casually clenched a fist. The instant my 5 fingers closed, the air around my palm gave a slight crack pop, and 3 utterly different, yet wholly integrated sensations, power, space, life, flowed through my body. I raised my hand, and a wisp of emerald energy coiled around my fingertips like silk thread, radiating a refreshing breath of life. The altar on the right within me surfaced a green water bottle, Life Weave. I'd heard of this ability too. It belonged to Zhao Lingling, one of the Alliance's 5 supreme rulers, known as the Undying Body. Void Leap, Life Weave, plus Power of the Time Sequence, triple S-rank abilities. And I could use all 3 at once in one breath. In an instant, a surge stirred within me. The altar formed by the triple talent comprehension pill erupted with astonishing energy, the 3 S-rank relics fusing in a flash into 3 spring heads, the spring water spreading through my body along the channels, nourishing the cells, organs, and flesh throughout. 3 in 1. I felt a strength I'd never known, my physique advancing instantly to E-rank ability user. The altar's power plus the boost of 3 S-rank abilities meant I didn't even need to absorb crystals to advance. Of course, I'd still hunt zombies afterward, Crystals were just like money before the apocalypse, never enough no matter how many. Only when people came to their senses and realized they had to kill zombies would they discover how important crystals were. I went back into the RV, where Su Mingyao was staring at me. I asked with a smile, "Find anything new in your investigation?" She came to and quickly reported, "The world's governments have already discovered that the seal's power at night requires staying in an enclosed space. As long as you don't leave, you won't be killed. But if any part of your body is exposed outside, you'll still drop dead." I nodded, consistent with last life. Even in a tent, you wouldn't be punished, as long as the enclosed space condition was met. All right, it's getting late. Mingyao, you shower first, I'll wash after. Okay. She went to the bathroom. I sat at the computer, logged into the chat software, and typed a string of numbers. Soon a window named Xiaoxiang Siju appeared, the avatar still that familiar green bamboo. I sent a friend request with the note, "I can save you. Send me your location, Annie Xiang." After adding, there was no movement on the other end. I logged out of the software, waited for her to finish washing, then showered myself, and when I came out she'd just finished drying her hair. "Brother Lin Fan, let me dry your hair for you." Sure. Her loyalty had reached 97, and I knew these last 3 points were the hardest stage to raise. As a reborn person, I knew the sense of security I gave her right now was extremely solid, but also extremely heavy. If this shackle wasn't undone, loyalty wouldn't reach 100. Given the RV's importance, I knew it was time to act. Getting Mingyao to relax sooner was a kind of reassurance too. After turning off the light and lying down, I drew her into my arms, and she curled up like a little pet. "Brother Lin Fan, Mingyao, are you willing?" My tone was steady. The truth was she'd already prepared herself mentally the day before. She knew I'd handed her the choice, which was why I asked. And she understood too that there was still an empty space in her heart, one that work couldn't fill, a void that could only be filled by a further step in her relationship with this man who protected her. She buried her head in my chest and gave a faint, thread-thin That night, a layer of intimacy was added between the two of us. The Drifter Fortress had excellent soundproofing. Not a sound could be heard outside. After she fell asleep, the system's voice sounded. "Congratulations, host, on completing the task. RV member Su Mingyao's loyalty has reached 100. Reward, Tier 2 RV Remodeling Blueprint. Points plus 1,000. New task, build the Tier 2 RV Drifter Citadel. Reward, Spirit Warding Capsule X 50. I frowned. System, what's the effect of this spirit warding capsule? Female use contraceptive capsule. Prevents pregnancy within 24 hours of taking it, with no side effects on the body whatsoever. Damn, even I, normally so composed, couldn't help cursing. The system must have arranged this reward after seeing tonight's goings-on. But honestly, this was an item I really did need. In the apocalypse, before I'd fully found my footing, pregnancy would bring a lot of inconvenience. Even in the future, contraception was the woman's own responsibility to provide, because everyone understood that those without the ability to act would simply be discarded, reduced to zombie fodder. Only under the Alliance's protection could a woman bear children with peace of mind. System, how do I upgrade to the Tier 2 RV? Please collect the following materials. Once collected and taken into the space, the RV will upgrade on its own. The system unfolded a new panel. High-purity steel, 500 units. Composite armor plating, 50 units. High-performance nitrogen shock-absorbing suspension systems, for sets. Living module expansion unit, 1. Bunk frame and materials, 1 set. Vehicle upgrade core component, 1. The daily shop has refreshed. Please make your selections. Another panel appeared, the parts on it seemingly all deliberately arranged by the system. Living module expansion unit, 300 points. Vehicle upgrade core component, 500 points. High-purity steel 500 units, 200 points. Composite armor plating 50 units, 300 points. High-performance nitrogen shock-absorbing suspension systems 4 sets, 300 points. I propped my forehead and glanced at the 1,670 points in the upper left corner. Good grief. The system had latched onto me and was fleecing me to death, 1,600 total. The points I'd worked so hard to hoard were paid right back in one go. But the Tier 2 RV had to be upgraded. You can't catch the wolf if you grudge the child. I just hit buy, still wincing at the 70 points left. In the end, only the bunk frame was missing. System, where do I find this bunk bed item? You'll need lightweight, high-strength alloy tubing and sheeting, obtainable from modern furniture, shelving, or specific industrial equipment. I'll make time to hit a furniture city later. Remember to remind me. Will do. After washing up and lying back down, Su Mingyao opened her eyes blearily and instinctively burrowed into my arms, like a kitten lying by its owner's side purring. I smiled and leaned against the headboard, silently stroking her lovely hair. I was now an E-rank ability user, my physique far beyond an ordinary person's, my energy quite ample. Still, I wanted to let the girl in my arms sleep a while longer and wasn't in a rush to drive. With Mingyao's loyalty at 100, she was now devoted unto death. That being so, I could also take items from the system space in front of her. The reason was simple. I'd just say I'd comprehended a space talent before the zombie outbreak and stockpiled a big pile of supplies in reserve. The first rays of morning shone into the car, and Su Mingyao quietly opened her eyes, looked up to see me gazing at her with a face full of doting, and revealed a lazy smile. "Good morning, Brother Lin Fan. Get up and eat something. We should set off." "Okay." She worked up the courage to plant a light kiss on my cheek, then ducked into the bathroom, her face flushing red. I nearly laughed out loud. We were already our own people. How was she still as shy as the very beginning? Just then, the roar of cars came from outside. I immediately got out of bed and ran to the front of the car, finding several vehicles speeding toward us, all bearing Gangyang City plates. A bad premonition welled up in my heart. Doesn't Gangyang City have military protection? Why are people fleeing the city? Could something have happened inside? Slay the Tier 3 zombie leader. Time remaining, 13 days. The cars roared past. I paid them no mind. It was the third day of the apocalypse now. Maybe some people figured it was safer outside and chose to leave the city to scout elsewhere. So what if it was worse? With a car in hand, you could roam anywhere, switch locations anytime. That was the advantage of having a car. But the vast majority of car owners would be limited by their cars too. Supplies, parts, repairs all needed regular resupply and maintenance. And if any one link broke down, the result was getting infected by the local zombies. I changed into my combat suit and got back in the driver's compartment, and Su Mingyao came out of the bathroom. "Mingyao, help me check the situation around Gangyang City's Xiangyang Complex and Rinxia Hospital again." "Got it." She immediately opened the computer, and I drove at high speed toward Gangyang City. The national road was clear and unobstructed, which made sense. Most people fleeing the city would first think of taking the highway, which would surely be jammed into a long dragon, and that kind of terrain spelled disaster once zombies appeared. Too many cars and no room to flee, and running into your car was a dead end too. Moments later, she came to the driver's compartment. "Brother Lin Fan, there aren't many zombies at Xiangyang Complex. Rinxia Hospital isn't looking good, though. A lot of patients inside were infected, and it's still spreading to the surroundings." On the second day, many people tried to treat the infected and got bitten along the way by those who'd already turned. I looked straight ahead. Estimate the zombie numbers on both sides for me. Xiangyang Complex, about 50 or so. A lot of the residents are already infected. Rinxia Hospital has lost power inside. Just the zombies walking around outside number over 100, and there should be more inside. "Got it," I said. "Mingyao, taking Rinxia Hospital as the center. Keep helping me look up nearby spots with dense zombie concentrations, at least 100 and up, and plan me a travel route. Avoid congested streets as much as possible, and the more zombies the better." "Okay. Also, log into that chat software of mine. The account and password are saved, and watch for whether a netizen called Xiaoxiang Siju has added me." "Yes, sir." She sent the plan map route to my phone. The road conditions clearly marked. Green means safe passage, red is vehicle congestion, black is large numbers of zombies. First destination set to Xiangyang Complex, second to Rinxia Hospital. "Well done, Mingyao." The corner of my mouth lifted. Getting a good helper like Su Mingyao at the very start of the apocalypse was real fortune. It put me ahead of countless others on time. Hunting zombies at the dense hotspots had to be quick. Crystals would be walking currency in the future, and I couldn't let them go to others. Once I'd picked up Shin Kursen, I could formally begin the hunt. The thought had me flooring the gas. At 2 in the afternoon, after she'd fed me lunch, I drove into Gangyang City. On my phone's route, most of the roads had turned deep red, jammed, impassable. Luckily, Ming Yao had set up a program to switch routes on the fly, and the screen immediately refreshed a green route. I marveled again. Having a good assistant like this in the apocalypse really was a blessing. The less time I used, the safer Xian Kursin would be. Last life. Xian Kursin had been at the company and was nearly shoved off the building by that animal boss of hers to draw away zombies, so the higher-ups and other employees could escape. But this life I'd called her ahead of time, and she'd be staying in her rented place at her complex. Gangyang City's streetscape was no less grim than Tianhe City's, both sides of the streets packed densely with headless corpses. At this stage, the city had no capacity to send people to clean up. That would only happen slowly once humans discovered crystals could strengthen the body. An hour later, I arrived at Shenyang Complex, told Ming Yao to stay in the car and not come out, set up the plasma grid, and went in alone. Even with triple S-rank abilities on me, I still had to hunt most of Gangyang City's zombies next, so I needed to conserve stamina as a priority. I took out the Glock and the Colt from the system and strapped them to my thighs, slung the AK-47 and Uzi behind my shoulders, and clipped the Dragonbone dagger to my left arm for easy drawing. This loadout was enough to sweep the entire complex. Just as Ming Yao had found, the area around the first floor of Shenyang Complex was all zombies. I didn't hesitate. Before they noticed me, I raised my gun and fired, precise headshots. Bam, 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 bam. In the garden, countless zombie heads sprayed blood as they toppled one after another. The other zombies, hearing the gunshots, seemed provoked and came charging at me with chilling shrieks. I didn't retreat a step, firing with both guns, not a shot wasted. The whole complex echoed with deafening gunfire and the zombies' frenzied shrieks. From countless high-rises, residents ran out onto their balconies and saw a man in a black combat suit and sunglasses suppressing the surging horde as if it were no man's land. It's the military. The military's come to save us. Handsome, hurry, kill them. You can do it. We believe in you. Aim for the head, good-looking, shoot the forehead. The residents' suppressed, taut emotions were utterly released in this moment. They'd seen a true savior, rescuing them from this earthly hell like a war god. The complex's resident group chat blew up too. Xianyang Complex residents, 87 online. Any Zhang. Anyone still have food? My last half-pack of crackers is almost gone, and those things in the stairwell seem to be getting more and more. Oldly at everyone, is anyone from property management here? When is the rescue you promised 3 days ago actually coming? Mimi meow, I just heard gunshots. Is it the army? Dr. Chun, I saw someone in a combat suit moving in the complex garden from my balcony, attached a blurry photo, a black figure visibly raising a gun, several zombie corpses lying in the distance. Brother Kai. Holy crap, they really came. Bro, come to our building. Our stairwell is full of zombies. Miss Lin. I can see clearly from the building across. His movements are incredibly sharp. He's killing all those zombies. Auntie Zhang, Ba, we're finally saved. I emptied both pistol magazines and holstered the guns, murmuring at the still charging horde. Seems Ming Yao understated it. Plenty hidden in the apartments, too. Crash, crash, crash. The floor-to-ceiling windows on the first floor shattered one after another, countless zombies pouring in from all directions. But I smiled, not the least bit flustered. An encirclement at this level, I'd been through I don't know how many times last life. I took up the Uzi and sprayed continuous fire at the zombies beneath the nearest building, riddling them into a honeycomb before ducking into the first-floor lobby of Building 12. I ignored the elevator and took the stairs, putting precise headshots into the zombies chasing me as I climbed. Maybe I'd gone too long without playing with Tier 1 zombies. I almost wanted to yawn. Sudden task, slay 1,000 Tier 1 zombies. Reward, ability user awakening fluid. Time remaining, 2 days. Current progress, 86. Ability user awakening fluid. That was exactly one of the relics I'd most wanted last life. Xianyang Complex residents, 120 online. Andy Zhang. The gunfire over by Building 12 is so dense. Is it the army? Mimi meow. I see a figure moving in Building 12's stairwell from my balcony. He really is in military uniform. Oldly. Zoomed in shot. The stairwell is full of zombie corpses. Dr. Chun. He's only using 2 pistols, very professional movements. But why is he alone? Miss Lin. Oh my god. Another group surged up the 3rd floor stairwell, at least a dozen. Mimi meow. He reloads one-handed, so fast. Dr. Chun. Always keeping on the move, never staying in one spot more than 3 seconds. Auntie Zhang. Ba. May the Bodhisattva bless this soldier. Gunfire kept ringing out in the stairwell. There are 3 solutions to fighting zombies. High ground, where you take an elevated position so the zombies can't get close. Safe room, locking down a choke point and concentrating fire to suppress. And distance keeping, moving and shooting so you're never reached. I combined all 3 perfectly. Always firing downward, since the corridor only spawned zombies from below, made it a precise farming spot. And once corpses piled up, the zombies behind were obstructed and held up for a good while too. In between, I could pull spare ammo from the system to resupply. For an ordinary person, failing to wipe out the zombies before reaching the top floor would mean getting infected by those climbing up. Luckily, Shenyang Complex didn't have all that many zombies. I had enough to clear them out before the 20th floor rooftop. Progress, 130. 150. The system's continuous reports sounded in my ear, and I shot with more vigor, just whipping out the AK to sweep the lot below. Bang, 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 bang. Gun smoke filled the stairwell, blood spattering. The whole corridor heaped with zombies, some getting headshot and dropping before they could even climb up, smashing into a pile of mangled flesh. After one magazine sweep, I clicked my tongue. The power was decent, just a small magazine. Next chance I get, swapping in a high-capacity one would feel a lot better. Progress, 200. Exactly 200, no more, no less. Once I confirmed no more zombies were coming up, I spoke. System, is there a function to recover crystals? Yes. Unlocking it costs 50 points. Permanent function. Open it and recover all 200 of these. Green crystals surfaced one after another from those zombies' heads and went into my inventory in the blink of an eye. Obtained 50 tier, 1 zombie crystals total. Remaining points, 20. Only 20 left. Whatever. This function was a must, otherwise I'd waste time digging out skulls one by one. Tier 1 zombies dropped crystals at only a 5% chance. I'd figured I'd be thanking my lucky stars for 15 and never expected such good luck. 50 of them. I walked to the elevator, still working, and went down. Many residents stood on their balconies watching. These past days, between the zombies and the night seal, none had dared go out. Earlier, seeing me forced into Building 12, they'd all assumed I was a goner, and never expected I'd walk out unscathed in under 10 minutes. Handsome, you're still alive, amazing. Thank goodness, the military finally sent someone. Hey kid, what's the situation outside? Hurry back and report. We need help over here. I turned a deaf ear and strode quickly to Building 6, taking the elevator to the 6th floor. The moment I came out, the residents of this floor pushed their doors open and blocked my path. Old and young, men and women. Before they could open their mouths, I fired a shot upward. Out of the way. That single shot made everyone's scalp prickle. They'd assumed I was here alone to save them, never expecting I wouldn't even let them speak. A middle-aged woman with round-framed glasses and a pockmarked face stepped out and hollered. What's that supposed to mean? You're going to shoot us dead? My uncle is a Gangyang city official. Who do you think you are? Hurry up and drive me out of here. And when your superiors arrive, I can even put in a good word for you. She even pulled out her phone and started filming. Everybody come look. This man's a psycho. Runs up to people's doors threatening to shoot. Sisters, watch out for a bastard like this. With her leading, an older woman crowded over too, feigning friendliness. Young man, don't take it to heart. We were just scared. Since you killed the zombies, you can't just leave us be. Our food's almost gone. You've got to spare us some supplies. A woman in her 40s behind them shouted, Aren't you the military sent to kill zombies? And you dare threaten us? Don't protect us properly, and I'll post that footage online and get People's Daily to mob you. I can have you lose your post anytime. I was drowned in all manner of abuse. People like them. Living in the apocalypse was a waste of supplies, and getting infected by zombies was a waste of bullets. I strode forward and hoisted the pockmarked woman up by force. I'll give you 5 seconds. Post everything you just filmed online. What do you want? Do you know who I am? 5. Let go of me. I'm a member of the organization. Don't think I can't track you down. 4. She sensed something was wrong and hurriedly uploaded the footage to a video platform. Uploaded. Humph. Just wait. The military will clean this up soon, and then you'll definitely be thrown in a cell. The words had barely left her when I tossed her out of the building. The crowd was shocked, and looking over, all they saw was a splash of blood bursting on the ground. You too as well. 2 gunshots. The older woman and the middle-aged woman dropped dead, shot in the forehead. The crowd finally came to realize just who called the shots in this place now. 3 seconds, back inside. I raised 3 fingers. 1. The freeze domain unfurled, and everyone inside it was locked in place for 10 seconds. Bam, bam, bam. Unhurried, I picked up the AK and sprayed at all the residents who'd just been hollering at me. Bullets fired by my will weren't affected by the freeze. The moment the 10 seconds passed, the domain dissolved, and a dozen some people dropped on cue. Of course, there were also a few melon-eating residents who'd simply been clueless and wanted to see what was happening outside. Those I didn't kill. This world was rife with danger everywhere. The weak had no right to bargain with the strong, let alone threaten them. The rules of the strong were the weak's only option. Slay the tier 3 zombie leader. Time remaining, 13 days. I came to the door of Unit 18 on the 6th floor and knocked. No response. I pressed the doorbell repeatedly, still nothing. I frowned, grabbed the handle, and yanked hard. My E-rank physique tore the door right off in an instant. Inside, the place was full of a young woman's presence. Warm sun spilled through cream-white curtains onto the wood floor, a retro band poster on the wall, the bookshelf stuffed with comics and novels, a few plush dolls heaped on the bed, a ragdoll cat dozing curled up in a hanging basket chair, a faint scent of aromatherapy filling the space. You could tell the owner liked things clean. "Kirsten, are you here?" No one answered. I searched everywhere: wardrobe, under the bed, bathroom. The sliding cabinet by the desk was crammed with snacks and instant noodles. It's not because she's short on supplies. Last life she'd been right in this room. If she wasn't here, then was she at the company? But I told her early not to go out, and with her temperament, she'd never go into work. Could something have changed, and this life she was at the company? No good. I have to hurry over and check. I immediately went out and rushed down the stairs. With the zombies all killed off, some bolder residents had already come down in 2s and 3s, hoping to gather some supplies outside while the danger was lifted. I didn't want to bother with them, but a few men blocked the way. At their head was a bald guy with a tattoo on his face. "How's it going, bro? My name's Shwedayu. You took care of all those zombies just now. Real skills." As he spoke, several underbosses beside him spread out, hands sliding into their pockets, as if they could pull something out at any moment. I was unfazed. "What do you want?" A sensible man after all. "I know you're not military, no insignia on you. I've got some nice goods here, want to make a deal with you. Give me a lift to a warehouse. There's treasure inside that I shipped back from overseas. Once it's done, I'll cut you in for some. How about it?" I sneered. "I could make you hand it all over right now." The bald guy gave a sly chuckle. "Kid, we all saw you fighting zombies just now. Won't lie, we can't beat you. Never mind that you've got guns." The wise read the situation. Raising a hand against you would just be wanting to die, so all I can do is offer my greatest sincerity. If you can accept this deal, great. If not, then never mind. Here's a token of thanks. With that, he tossed out a key. I caught it and looked. An ordinary key, no tracker on it. "The key's yours, but only I know the warehouse location. Our supplies are good for 3 more days. Whenever you want to talk, you're welcome. Remember, just 3 days." Once Shwedayu finished, he had his underbosses fall back to his side. I pocketed the key, and since they didn't obstruct me, I nodded. "I'll think about it," and brushed past. Once I'd gone some distance, Shwedayu ordered, "Watch the complex entrance and exit for the next 24 hours. The moment he comes back, notify me first thing." A subordinate was puzzled. "Boss, you really just gave him the warehouse key like that?" "Idiot, don't I have a spare key?" He smacked the subordinate's forehead. "Get to work, snap to it. There are zombies everywhere outside. The complex's supplies will run dry sooner or later. You lot go force the other residents to hand over their supplies. Anyone who won't listen, do them in. But some of those people have backers. At a time like this, You think a background's any use? Those big shots can't even save themselves. How are they going to protect the small fry beneath them? The more someone talks like that, the less you take them seriously. Just put them down. Back in the day, I got tricked into a scam call compound by some bitch, and the bitch got off scot-free because she had someone up top. Just thinking about it makes me mad. Go grab the goods. The underbosses scattered in a swarm. The truth was everything Shwediyu said was fact. The key really could open the warehouse, and his supplies really could only last 3 days. But that didn't mean I'd be able to find that warehouse, nor that he couldn't plunder from the other residents. He fully approved of my methods. At a time like this, only surviving was right. I went back into the RV. Mingyao helped me find a clothing company called Taiyang Singmai. She got right on it and soon sent the route to my phone. Just as Xian Kurson had said last life, her place was only 30 minutes from the company. I only knew the company name, not the way. A short while later, I arrived before a battered company building. I glanced at the setting sun, couldn't drag this out. I looked at Su Mingyao. Mingyao, 2 choices for you. Stay in the car and guard it, or come in with me, but you'll have to spend the night at the company. She didn't hesitate. I'll go with Brother Lin Fan. Good. Her loyalty was already maxed, so I no longer hid it. After getting out, I took the Drifter Fortress into the system space in front of her. She covered her mouth and gasped. Brother Lin Fan, how did you do that? You've read a lot of books. You should know about space abilities. I awakened this one right after the crisis broke out. So that's it. No wonder you left empty-handed earlier, but came back with so many guns. The guns are just what's useful right now. She and I walked into the company building, and I placed the Glock in her hand. Starting today, you'll begin hunting zombies too, even people. The words had barely left when zombie wails sounded around us. Before I could even speak, she was faster than me, firing several shots into that zombie's chest, blood spattering, the zombie dropping. I was taken aback. That's not right. Shouldn't a girl like her hesitate for a long while her first time? After emptying the magazine, she exhaled and turned back with a somewhat forced smile. Is this okay, Brother Lin Fan? It's fine, just a bit of a waste of bullets. Aim for the head next time. Yes. You really can't judge a person by appearance. Such decisiveness her first time killing zombies. No wonder Su Mingyao became one of the Alliance's 5 kings last life. She didn't know what was on my mind, but she'd long understood one thing to the bone. If she failed to satisfy Lin Fan, then she must be the one in the wrong. These past days of high-intensity investigation had been like a nightmare she couldn't wake from. Countless bloody facts laid bare that this world had utterly become hell. Zombies multiplying explosively, infection ever faster, government bulletins more dire each time. Tomorrow holding no improvement, only worse. She'd gone from initial nausea and vomiting, to pity and helplessness, and finally to nothing but dead, silent numbness. It was precisely because she'd witnessed so much cruelty that she grew ever more aware of Lin Fan's strength. From their meeting until now, she'd never seen a trace of panic on his face, as if everything were already within his expectation. Thinking of those people gambling their lives over a single mouthful of food in the zombie swarms, she felt an almost sinful fortune. Meeting Lin Fan, becoming someone he trusted, perhaps it was heaven's last mercy before this world collapsed. She pitied the innocent, but understood all the more clearly that without Lin Fan, she was nothing. She wanted to live, so she had to be a good partner to him. Any threat to Lin Fan had to be cleared away, for her own sake, and for her only support. Even though she'd prepared herself, the instant she fired, a flicker of panic still crossed her heart. Noticing her faintly trembling hands, I rubbed her head. You did well, Mingyao. Getting his approval was, to her, the supreme happiness. A few more zombies cropped up scattered in the lobby. I headshot each with a single bullet, without even needing to aim. Brother Lin Fan, you're amazing. How do you do it? You'll be able to too. Later, there's plenty of time to practice. Sudden task progress, 208. Note, zombies killed by RV members count toward host's reward all the same. I was taken aback. There was even a squad sharing function. So someday when I was tired, I could send a member to hunt zombies and give myself a break. The 2 of us went to the elevator, confirmed it still worked, and went to the top floor. Meanwhile, in the company conference room, more than a dozen people leaned listlessly against the walls, even breathing extremely laborious, any of them liable to die at any moment. A young woman leaned in a corner, her once exquisite hair bun long since come loose, her cheeks slightly sunken, her lips dulled from thirst. The secretary uniform that had once fit her now seemed a size too big, her breathing shallow and quick. The wretchedness of these days of flight was written wordlessly across her. Her beauty hadn't vanished. It was merely overlaid by the pallor that extreme weakness brought. 3 days had passed since the apocalypse broke out. Xian Curson regretted it, not listening properly to Lin Fan and staying home. She really hadn't gone to work, but during her time off she'd gotten a call from her roommate Liang Xiaoman, saying she wanted to tour her company. Out of obligation, she'd come out anyway. She knew full well that Liang Xiaoman was a relative of the Gangyang city mayor, and if she let some gossip slip, this job would be gone. But midway through the tour, screams and crashing sounds tore through the calm, and outside the windows and in the corridors turned to hell in an instant. The quickest to react, Xian Curson had almost instinctively pulled the two of them, frozen with fear, and followed the panicked executives charging into the sturdiest conference room on the top floor, locking the heavy wooden door tight. But this conference room became a prison of despair too. In the first few hours, through the floor-to-ceiling windows, everyone saw the hell's cape below, zombies gnawing, the infected instantly becoming new husks. By night, the seal's power appeared, and pedestrians dropped dead one after another. Phone signals soon flickered in and out, finally leaving only a cold red X. The last messages on the screens mostly desperate cries for help from friends and family. The chairman tried to use the internal line to call security, and all that answered him was hoarse roars and a teeth-grating sound of chewing. The first day passed amid extreme terror and the sound of pounding on the door. Outside were the never-tiring wanderers. Inside, suppressed sobbing. The conference room had only a small water cooler in the corner and a few bottles of mineral water for entertaining VIP guests. No food. On the second day, hunger and thirst tormented everyone. Liang Xiaoman clung tightly to her boyfriend, her face drained of color, her eyes turning to Xian Curson full of dependence and inquiry, as if asking what to do. Xian Curson could only force a calm, comfort them in a low voice, organize everyone to stay quiet, conserve energy, take turns listening at the door for movement, searching for a way out. But the zombies outside only increased, never decreased, and hope grew gradually murky and thin like the air in the conference room. By the third day, despair erupted completely. The water was used up, the last few mouthfuls sparking a brief, suppressed quarrel. Throats dry as smoke, stomachs burning with hunger. The once lofty executives' eyes were bloodshot, their gazes drifting uncontrollably to that ceaselessly shuddering door, fear and some manic thought breeding in the silence. Liang Xiaoman stopped speaking, just curled up, her eyes on Xian Curson turning complex and flickering. On the evening of the third day, that door they'd held finally gave a groan of being pushed past its limit. The frame cracked, the lock twisted, more of the stench of decay seeping in. The balding finance director was the first to break down, shrieking, "It's over, they're getting in." A female executive clutched her hair, hysterical. "We're all going to die, all going to become those things outside." The vice president's gaze swept around wildly, finally fixing on Xian Curson. "Someone has to go out and draw them away, or we all die. It's her. If she hadn't brought people up here, we'd have evacuated safely long ago. Right? She's the one who brought the trouble. She should take responsibility." The vicious accusations came again. They'd all forgotten that 3 days ago, if not for Xian Curson bringing them up, they'd long since have become rotting zombies in the corridor. But after 3 days of torment and the terror of near death, they were all the more self-righteous, all the more impatient. Xian Curson's lips were cracked, her voice hoarse. "You're talking nonsense. These 3 days, if not for me reminding everyone to stay quiet, we'd have long since." She searched desperately for an ally, landing on Liang Xiaoman. "Xiaoman, say something." But Liang Xiaoman's boyfriend cut in sharply. "Curson, the noise outside is too much. This is the only way. For everyone's sake, so Xiaoman can live." Xian Curson was thunderstruck, looking to Liang Xiaoman. The latter, as if provoked, snapped, "It's all because of you. If you hadn't brought me to tour, we'd never have been trapped here. You're nothing but a clothing designer, Who here isn't more capable than you? Get out there already, so we can live. You. As if to seize this chance at survival, Liang Xiaoman shut her eyes hard and shoved Xian Kursen with all her strength toward that door about to shatter. At that very moment, the wooden door could hold no longer and burst wide open, several reeking employee zombies appearing before everyone. The one closest to them was precisely Xian Kursen, sitting on the floor, her face pale. Lin Fan. At the last instant, she cried out that impossible name. Everyone else in the conference room pressed against the walls in fright, not daring to move, watching the zombies lunge at Xian Kursen. Just as the two were about to make contact, a gray domain abruptly enveloped the entire conference room. Freeze domain. In that instant, everyone's time was locked. Within the space, a figure seemed to tear through space itself, the dagger in hand casting a white glow as it carved a sharp arc, appearing behind Xian Kursen almost instantly, bending down to scoop her into his arms. Void leap. In the 10 frozen seconds, I could shift at ultra-high speed through leaping. Where before 10 seconds could kill 20 zombies, now 100 was nothing. Release. The gray domain dissolved in an instant. Thud, thud, thud. At the doorway, the heads of all the zombies fell at once, cleanly severed by that single stroke of mine, rolling to the feet of Liang Xiaoman's group. Feeling none of the expected pain of being torn into, Xian Kursen finally opened her eyes. Seeing the man holding her, her heart pounded wildly, afraid she was dreaming. Lin Fan, is it you? Of course it's me. Who else would it be? I answered with a smile, letting out a long breath inside. Thank goodness I'd made it. A second later, and she'd have been infected. Su Mingyao walked in, forced down her emotions, dragged those zombie corpses out of the conference room, and shut the door per my earlier instruction. I set Xian Kursen down. Didn't I tell you to stay home? Why'd you come to the company? She wordlessly glanced at Liang Xiaoman beside her, who flinched and hurriedly turned her head away, not daring to meet her eyes. Before Xian Kursen could speak, her vision swam. The sudden release of long-sustained tension, plus hunger, and her body could no longer hold up. I caught her, taking several paper bags of bread from my coat. Food. Everyone in the conference room's gaze instantly turned scorching. At this moment, even tens of thousands of yuan they'd willingly pay just for a single bite of that bread. Before the apocalypse, this kind of assembly line little bread was no different from animal feed in the eyes of these high-ranking people, yet now it drove them mad. Someone or other swallowed a hard mouthful of saliva, awkwardly distinct in the dead silence. Liang Xiaoman's gaze was locked dead onto that piece of bread, her nails unconsciously digging into her palm. Whatever dignity, whatever class, in the face of the most primal will to survive, it was torn to shreds in an instant. But what did that have to do with me? I tore open the wrapper, the faint milky aroma making everyone's breath quiver. All right, Kursen, eat a little first to tide you over. Okay. She really was too hungry, her whole face gone gaunt, the cheekbones faintly showing. I thoughtfully set a bottle of mineral water beside her. NGH, cough cough. Eat slowly, careful you don't choke. I bent down and gently patted her back. I have plenty of food. Tonight I'll get you something better. Lin Fan, I missed you so much. 3 days of unease and despair erupted completely, tears bursting from her eyes, the sight of her giving me a pang of heartache. Last life, I'd never once seen her cry. Only that final mission, when she saw me shoved off the car to draw away the zombies, did she weep. At that very moment, the sun set. You may not go outside at night. The seal's voice sounded once more in everyone's ears. Slay the tier, 3 zombie leader. Time remaining, 13 days. The conference room's power hadn't cut yet. Su Mingyao turned on the light and walked over to my side, head held high. Anticipating that we might have to leave the RV, she'd already changed her dress for jeans and a short shirt, sharp and capable. The balding finance director rubbed his hands and made to step forward and speak, only to see, the next second, Su Mingyao draw a silver-gleaming pistol from behind her waist. Stay where you are. Until he gives the word, nobody moves. Everyone's faces changed drastically. They'd meant to step forward and beg for a bit of food, but now who dared? I was stunned too. I hadn't taught her to do that just now. So this was loyalty 100? Any move against me, and she'd warn them first thing. I had no doubt about her resolve. She would pull the trigger, even on people. Having finished a few pieces of bread, Xian Kursin was set on a chair beside me, gulping down mineral water, which had the others frantic with longing, though none dared move. The way those zombies had inexplicably died was proof enough that I was no ordinary person, and that gun was absolutely real. With her safety confirmed, the boulder in my heart finally came to rest. Whether the others lived or died, I didn't care, but whoever had bullied Xian Kursin, I was very interested in. I sat down, one leg crossed over the other. You want food? Yes. The finance director spoke up at once. I have money. Just give me one piece of bread, even just a bite, and I'll give you 100,000. Only 100,000? I'll pay 300,000. The female executive got anxious too and hurriedly raised the bid. The finance director cursed furiously. You wretched woman, going after me even now. Don't think I don't know about you and those pretty young boys under you. The female executive's face reddened. I damn well please. You're one to talk, cooking all those fake books. You really think no one knows? People just pity you and don't call it out. Enough. A bespectacled middle-aged man in a suit cut them off. Apart from Liang Xiaoman and her boyfriend, everyone in the conference room was upper management, all keenly aware of each other's dirty secrets. But now was not the time to tear off the masks. I gave a slight nod. You're the boss of this company? Young man, I'm the chairman. And do you think you're still the chairman now? His face stiffened. I think I still am. I'll pay $1 million. Just give me one piece of bread. Charge my phone, and I'll transfer it right away. Money's still good now. I sneered. But I can give you a chance. His eyes lit up. What chance? Tell me. I stood. A boss has to take responsibility for his subordinates, right? Out with it. Who all approved of sending Kursin out to her death just now? That question put him in a bind. Once he named names, he'd become the target of everyone. As an executive, unlike those employees crazed with hunger, he still retained a last shred of reason. You've got 1 minute. And a note. As long as you tell the truth, I'll give you water and food, enough to fill you up, guaranteed. I signaled Su Mingyao, and she tipped her backpack out onto the table, a pile of food tumbling out with a clatter, instant noodles, drinks, mineral water, meat sausages, bread, potato chips, like a little supermarket. So much food. Everyone's eyes blazed, dying to pounce and gorge. Gulp. The sound of swallowing was clearly audible. Best not to move recklessly. This subordinate of mine doesn't like people who break the rules. Of course, you're also welcome to inspect the goods, see whether what's in her hand is real or not. You little punk, I've been starving 3 days. Hand it over now. Bam! The finance director had taken only one step when Su Mingyao instantly fired, square in the chest. He dropped, a bloody hole blasted open in his chest, and everyone held their breath. It was actually real. This girl really dared to shoot. You. The chairman stammered, staring at her, and she leveled the muzzle at him, expressionless. Don't shoot, I reminded him with a smile. Chairman, you've still got 50 seconds. Liang Xiaoman, off to the side, seemed to sense something, her face ghastly pale, and she hurriedly spoke up. Kursin, aren't we the best of girlfriends? We were even roommates in college, you haven't forgotten? Could you share a little food with us, just a little? Her pretty boy boyfriend chimed in anxiously too, his crotch even soaked with some unidentified liquid, his legs trembling non-stop after watching a life shot dead before his eyes. Xian Kursin didn't answer, just silently watched me. My expression eased a bit. Full now. Lin Fan, are you really? Lin Fan. That earnest look of hers gave my heart a jolt, as if I'd been seen through. I smiled and patted her shoulder. Of course, the genuine article. And a note. You still owe me a meal, and this time you're footing the bill. Is that so? Then good, you're still you. She murmured softly, then asked, so you're avenging me right now? Can't I? Of course you can, but I think it's better I do it myself. Not understanding, I watched her hold out a hand. Give it to me. Food. Her eyes were cold, every word spaced out as if squeezed through her teeth. The pistol. Everyone was startled, myself included. I didn't remember Xian Kursin having this kind of temperament. Could rebirth change even a person's nature? But seeing that resolute look of hers, I knew she was serious. Last life, at the survivor base, whenever I said I was fine while injured, she'd wear this same expression to force me to rest. Here, I handed over the M1911 from my thigh, flicking off the safety as I did. The cold metal in her palms swept Xian Kursen's dazed thoughts clean away in an instant, replaced by endless fury. The towering resentment from that last moment, when she'd nearly become food, spread through her, and the fullness from a few pieces of bread turned her weakness around. Su Mingyao seemed to see her anger and reminded her, "Brother Lin Fan, time's up." Xian Kursen looked at me, and I caught her meaning, telling the chairman, "Still won't talk? Then you go first." "Wait, Chairman, I said it already. Time's up." Bam! The gunshot rang out again. That overweening chairman, who'd regarded the lowly as ants, was headshot dead by Xian Kursen. She didn't hesitate in the slightest, every inch a born killer. "Chairman, Xian Kursen, you devil. Don't kill me. I didn't do anything." Her expression cold, she glanced at me. "I get what you mean." The corner of my mouth lifted. "He's not wrong. Because he didn't sell you out, he died. All right, carry on. The game isn't over yet." I looked at another man in a fine suit. "Your turn. Same rules, 60 seconds. Name who did it, and I'll let you eat your fill." Only now did everyone realize this man hadn't come to save them at all. Seeing the chairman taken out, the vice president, called out by name, was startled. 3 days ago, he'd merely come for a meeting and run smack into the apocalypse. Now he was too starved to think. Even that old fossil of a chairman was gone, and yet here he was with a gun pointed at him. Apart from Liang Xiaoman and her boyfriend, everyone in this conference room was an employee under him. How could it be his turn to die? I held up 5 fingers. 50 seconds. "It's her." The vice president hurriedly pointed at the female executive. Everyone was shocked. They hadn't expected this lofty vice president to do it without hesitation. "No, I didn't. Kursen, I didn't do anything." Bam! The second gunshot, and the female executive took a round and dropped. Xian Kursen still bore no expression at all. She understood why I was playing this game. As the wrong party, she could have just shot them all, but that would have been too kind to this pack of animals. I got up and tossed a piece of bread to the vice president. "Eat. If it's not enough, I can add more, provided you keep playing with me." He caught it, tore open the wrapper, and chewed in big mouthfuls, the sight making the others swallow nonstop, the female executive's death already entirely forgotten. "Wait, I know too." A female secretary hurriedly spoke up, pointing at the fat man beside her. He approved of Kursen going out too. "You wretched woman, I was so good to you, and you actually sell me out. Drop dead, you fat pig. Don't forget those recordings are still in my hands. Record away. It's the apocalypse, and you still think you can threaten me? I've been sick of you for ages. Get lost." She kicked him in the gut. I picked up a piece of bread and tossed it to the female secretary. "Decent showing, eat up." "Thank you." She bent to pick it up, but the fat man crawled over at some point and crammed the bread into his own mouth by force. "Let go. That's mine." Bam! Just as the fat man was about to swallow the bread, wrapper and all, the third gunshot rang out, leaving a bloody hole in his forehead. The female secretary, heedless, yanked the bread out of his mouth and stuffed it into her own. No one cared about death. They only wanted food, only wanted to live. The vice president, having just finished that piece, still had hunger in his eyes, clearly unsatisfied. I wasn't surprised and said with a smile, "Want to keep playing?" "Yes." "Same rules, 60 seconds. "No need for 60. It's her." The vice president pointed at the female secretary still eating her bread. She froze, then took a round to the chest and dropped. The fourth gunshot. I tossed the vice president a second piece of bread plus a bottle of mineral water. He caught it and bit down hard. The more he ate, the hungrier he got. It wasn't nearly enough. He wanted more. Everyone went pale. This VP Yang, whoever he named, died. "Wait, I'll report too." It was that Yang who proposed sending Kursen to lure the zombies. A heavy-set woman stepped forward. She was one of the company's shareholders, unafraid of his standing, and besides, what use was standing at a time like this? "Is that so? Then you're up next." The words had barely left me when Xian Kursen leveled the muzzle at the vice president and fired without hesitation. The fifth gunshot. To this point, not a shot wasted. The woman hadn't even unwrapped her bread when her lover beside her shouted, "Wait." She approved too. "Bastard, you dare betray me." Before she finished, The sixth gunshot, and she dropped on cue. Food, food. The lover snatched the food away like a madman, and before he could unwrap it, someone reported him. The seventh, eighth, ninth gunshots. 2 minutes later, the whole conference room was lined with corpses. Apart from the three of us, only three remained: Xian Kursen's boss, and Liang Xiaoman and her boyfriend. The bread fell into that boss's hands. Before he could report the other two, the boyfriend beat him to it and reported him. The boss immediately knelt, pleading bitterly. Kursen, spare me. I always looked after you, never gave you a hard time. I approved all your leave. Always brought you along to company gatherings first thing. Xian Kursen narrowed her eyes and didn't fire right away. Just as he thought he was saved, she spoke coldly. Looked after me? You mean letting the other employees gossip that I was carrying on with a male colleague? Then, under the guise of comfort, getting me drunk, taking me away to shoot photos and video, and finally using that to coerce me into keeping those big shots company, so you could climb up yourself? The boss's face went whiter. That sort of thing, cursing you. You want to ask how I know? Because the woman who held my workstation before me left evidence under the desk. She jumped to her death, also driven to it by scum like you. The reason you could take that seat was that you held recordings of her and the shareholders in your hands. It's not like that. Kursen, you've misunderstood. Bam! Before he finished, he toppled into a pool of blood. Xian Kursen said nothing, her gaze drifting darkly toward Liang Xiaoman and her boyfriend, who was still eating bread. Caught in that gaze, Liang Xiaoman's heart lurched, and she hurriedly rose, pointing at the boyfriend and shouting, Kursen, he did it too. Kill him quick. MMGH. The boyfriend, bread in his mouth, looked terrified. Never in his dreams had he imagined the girl who'd professed to love him deeply would betray him. Bam! Reported, he dropped on the spot. Liang Xiaoman, as if drained of all strength, knelt collapsed on the floor, looking at the three of us with a deranged smile. They're all dead. The food, it's all mine now, right? Seeing that smile, both Xian Kursen and Su Mingyao couldn't help pursing their lips. I stood, tossing a bag of bread and water in front of her. Game over, you're the final winner. I always keep my promises. I'll fill you up. I turned and went back to my seat. Liang Xiaoman dove headfirst into the bag like a starved tiger, tearing at the wrappers with a ferocious expression. I glanced at the time on my phone, exactly midnight. The system's voice sounded accordingly. Slay the tier, 3 zombie leader. Time remaining, 12 days. Watching Liang Xiaoman's frenzied state, Xian Kursen closed her eyes with a soft sigh and toppled into my arms as if drained of strength. Feeling the trembling on her, I said nothing, only silently stroked her back. This was just how she used to comfort me. Su Mingyao watched this scene, understanding in her heart that I'd come to Gangyang City for the sake of this older sister before us. After a good while, Liang Xiaoman ate the big bag of food clean and drained the bottles of water too. Then her body toppled over as she passed out asleep. I looked at her and asked Xian Kursen, what do you plan to do next? She looked up, a reluctance flickering in her resolute eyes. I hate her, so I didn't kill her. I want her to taste that same feeling too. Unlike the others, Xian Kursen already knew how to take her revenge. She was soft-hearted. That was just her body's instinctive resistance the first time killing, but the resentment of being abandoned by this pack was carved deep within her. The idea happened to align with mine perfectly. I thought you'd let her off. Seems I was overthinking it. If I let her go, you'd sneak back and deal with her yourself, wouldn't you? Xian Kursen seemed to see straight through my thoughts, and I couldn't help being startled. The feeling was a little off. Target Su Mingyao's loyalty is maxed, never to decrease for life. Target changed to human Xian Kursen. The system's voice suddenly sounded, and a loyalty value appeared above Xian Kursen's head, already at 97, as it turned out. Though I'd guessed she had feelings for me, I hadn't expected them to this degree. Target Xian Kursen's loyalty reaches 95. Reward, tier, 1 enhancement potion, boosting ability user physique to twice the original. Points plus 500. New task, Xian Kursen's loyalty reaches 100. Additional reward, RV levitation device. A levitation device. I hurriedly asked, is that something that can make the RV fly? Once installed, it lets the RV briefly leave the ground and fly for 10 minutes. Once per day, at a speed equal to ground travel. But don't air vehicles explode? Made via a special crystal, it isn't affected by the sealed. So that was it. It seemed the reason current technology's air and sea craft exploded was precisely that they didn't use this kind of special crystal. If I later ran into a serious traffic accident causing a blockage or some other mishap, this device would absolutely be of great use. Looking at the enhancement potion taken into my inventory, I knew it would come in handy for the Tier 3 leader fight later too. Alright, Lin Fan, tell me what you've been up to these past days. Xian Kursen pulled me back to reality. I had her lean on my shoulder and leisurely recounted these past days. Key information like the system and the RV I naturally kept hidden, and the guns I said I'd picked up where the military dropped them beating back zombies. Considering her loyalty of 97 and Su Mingyao's 100, I told them about having a space ability too. Storing and withdrawing the RV later would surely be impossible to hide. Xian Kursen found it hard to believe, but thinking over these 3 days, she also felt that anything happening was normal. The world had already fallen apart this badly. She didn't press, and after hearing it out fell asleep at ease. Su Mingyao, sitting on the other side, asked softly, "Brother Lin Fan, I did well today, didn't I?" Very well. Everything she'd done fit my thinking closely, without a trace of excess pity. In the apocalypse, you may sympathize, but if you want to save someone, go do it yourself. Don't think to command others. From now on, Sister Kursen and I will work for you together, so you can take it easier. That goes without saying. After chatting a while, she leaned on my shoulder and fell asleep too. I'd thought these two would still have to overcome their fear before they dared act. Seems I'd underestimated them. All the better. The sooner they adapted, the further they could go toward becoming ability users. The morning sun rose, the first ray falling across me, and I opened my eyes and woke the two women. The daytime hours couldn't be wasted. I opened the door, and at the end of the corridor a few zombies happened to be walking up. I went back into the conference room, grabbed the passed-out Liang Qiao man, and ignoring her cries, threw her straight at those 3 zombies. "Wait. No. I don't want to die." She crashed to the floor, a look of helplessness on her face, the zombies already pouncing. "No. Help. Kursen. Kursen. I know I was wrong. Save me." The despairing voice faded. Xian Kursen watched her former friend get gnawed and infected, her body trembling faintly, yet a vicious glint flashing in her eyes. "Back when you shoved me out, you should have seen this coming." With that, she fired several shots at the zombies and Liang Qiaoman. A few breaths later, the corridor went utterly quiet. I drew her shoulder in and said softly, "Kursen, it's not that she knew she was wrong. It's that she knew she was going to die. People like that aren't worth pity." I know." Su Mingyao asked. "Where to next?" "Hunting zombies," I said. "The crystals in zombies can amplify the human physique, awakening ordinary people into ability users. The thing to do most right now is kill as many zombies as possible during the day. The more the better." The two women gripped their pistols and nodded hard. Guns alone weren't enough. I had to find time to fit them with melee weapons. The 3 of us took the elevator back to the first floor, and the moment we stepped out of the company, we saw zombies scattered about the streets in 2s and 3s. I took out the Drifter Fortress, and Xian Kursen marveled at this 3-wheeled RV. "Pretty impressive." "Like it? You built it with your own hands. Saying I don't like it would be slapping your face, wouldn't it? Seriously though, your handiwork is really good. Teacher gives you full marks. The inside won't disappoint you either." She went in and looked around. "Not bad. Everything you'd need, and this double bed is pretty sturdy. The supplies are all in the other dimensional space. Oh, and a puppy too, so cute." Only after getting in did I remember I'd forgotten Little Yellow when stowing the car. Little Yellow has been transferred to a survivable space, consuming your last 20 points. Please mind the interior when stowing the car next time. Points have been zeroed out. Please keep doing more tasks to... Fine, got it. I gave a couple of dry chuckles. Watching Xian Kursen lie on the bed playing with Little Yellow, Su Mingyao quietly looking on beside her, I suggested, "Let's eat something before we set off." "Is there hot food?" "Of course." I snapped my fingers, the space by the table distorted, and several steaming meat dishes appeared before the two women. All things I'd specially ordered from delivery. The system space absolutely static, the temperature always kept at its best. "Wow, smells great." Both women's eyes lit up, and they picked up chopsticks and dug in, even feeding little yellow some. Eat slowly. I've got a few things to tell you while we're at it. Xian Kursen lifted a piece of meat to my mouth. You have a bite first before you talk. You try some too, it's really good. Unable to win against the two of them, I sat between them. I hadn't had hot food in a few days. The taste really was good. After eating our fill, I cleared the plates, and Xian Kursen stretched and lay down contentedly. Ah, so satisfying. Lin Fan, I really love you to death. Su Mingyao reminded her. Sister Kursen, lying down right after eating makes you gain weight easily. NGH, really? I don't want that. She hurriedly sat up, pouting at the sight of me, trying not to laugh. All right, down to business. Where are we hunting next? Mengyao's marked out a route in Gangyang City. I'll clear the zombies at the marked spots one by one. But once we get there, you two have to get out and practice more too. Practice shooting? Guns are just useful for now. Once future survivors awaken as ability users, guns won't amount to much, but at this stage they can threaten ordinary people and handle low-tier zombies. Su Mingyao thought about it. So you want us to get used to fighting zombies? Exactly. Zombies will get stronger later, and by then you too will have to become ability users and hunt alongside me. Xian Kursen sized me up. So now that you've awakened as an ability user, what else do you have besides the space ability? You'll find out soon enough. TCH, stingy. This is punishment for a certain someone who didn't heed advice. I said, Mingyao, keep helping me search for high-density zombie spots in Gangyang City. Let's try to clear out the few places you marked before dark. Got it. Back in the driver's compartment, I immediately headed for Rinxia Hospital. Watching the hellish streetscape out the window along the way, Xian Kursen's face grew ever gloomier. She sat beside Mingyao, watching this girl slightly younger than herself, fingers flying across the keyboard, Gangyang City's surveillance surfacing spot by spot, every streetscape heaped with headless corpses. Zombies like ants spread across the whole city. Progress, 248, 290, 324. The zombies blocking the way were sent flying by the fortress, the crystals auto-recovered by the system. At Rinxia Hospital, the moment the three of us got out, we saw a sea of zombies. I set up the plasma grid. You two hold the fort. Just deal with the zombies near the RV. I'll go in for a stroll first. A stroll? You really dare say it. I waved a hand, slung the AK on my shoulder, took up the Uzi in my right hand, and swaggered into the hospital. Countless zombies in patient, doctor, and nurse uniforms surged at me like a tide. Freeze. The gray domain abruptly spread, all the zombies time frozen, and I sprayed wildly in every direction with my guns until the magazines ran dry. The moment the 10 seconds were up, all the zombies burst into sprays of blood. Progress, 460. 500. Outside handled, I swapped in spare ammo and walked into the hospital's interior. A place like this was without doubt a high-density zombie spot. Couldn't let it go to others. Starting from the first floor, I continuously used freeze, paired with life weave to absorb life energy from the zombies' bodies, letting me run on endlessly and resupply as I fought. Add to that void leap-s teleportation. Considering my ammo, in the end I chose to lop off the zombies' heads with the Dragonbone dagger. With the system's crystal recovery function, I just had to handle the killing and be done. Progress, 630. 720. On the second floor, the zombies in the corridors and rooms spotted me at once, again forming a horde that came charging. Freeze. Absorb. Paired with the teleportation of the leap, every zombie within a 15-meter range had its head lopped off within 1 second. The domain withdrawn, time restored, all dead. Then came a new wave. Second wave, third, fourth. The 3 S-rank abilities meshed perfectly, and I became a perpetual motion machine. The more zombies came, the less tired I got. Clearing the second floor brought progress to 950. 50 to go. I looked toward the third floor and continued upward. An hour later, Xian Kursen and Su Mingyao outside were also firing at the zombies on the street. With the plasma grid's protection, the zombies were electrocuted to charcoal the moment they touched it. An absolute protective net shielding the 2 women and the car at its center. Xian Kursen looked at the hospital, not knowing how I was doing. She'd only heard a burst of gunfire just now. Could something really have gone wrong? The inside was without doubt more dangerous than the outside. Just as she worried, a familiar figure walked out of the building. I'd come out unscathed. Tasked to slay 1,000 tier 1 zombies complete. Reward: Ability User Awakening Fluid. Points plus 2,000. New task: Collect 1,000 tier 1 zombie crystals. Reward: Ability User Physique Amplification Fluid. A white medicine bottle was automatically placed in my inventory. This thing was useless to me. I didn't need to awaken, only the evolution fluid. But it was of great use to Xian Kursen and Su Mingyao. I needed helpers who could become my right and left arms when dealing with powerful zombies in the future. Settlement complete. 300 zombie crystals recovered. I checked. I now had 350 tier 1 crystals. If things went smoothly, I'd see whether I could scrape together 1,000 before dark. Done, let's go. Xian Kursen came over to check. You took care of all the zombies in the hospital? Of course. Then if I become an ability user, I'll be as strong as you too? Goes without saying. So that was what she cared about. Understandable enough. I packed up the grid and got back in the car. Mingyao, help me find a nearby furniture mall. I need to go get something. Okay, finding it now. She soon found a furniture city within 5 kilometers, and I drove there. Xian Kursen seemed to remember something. Mingyao, this whole way I haven't seen any survivors out scavenging for supplies. Are they all hiding at home? Sister Kursen, right now the sky can't be flown and the ocean can't be crossed. The continents are completely cut off from one another. Many countries' leaders have told citizens to go out and find supplies themselves, and some officials have told citizens to go to emergency shelters. Gangyang cities, right here, they're all near the air raid shelters in the suburbs outside the city, where there's military protection. At the furniture city, I still got out alone. Before the 2 women became ability users, I didn't want them doing anything unnecessary. Besides, even after awakening, I'd have to find S-rank relic talents for them to comprehend. Otherwise, getting hurt by a zombie would be real trouble. Into the mall, abilities unleashed continuously the whole way. The zombies inside had their heads sliced off almost the instant they came face to face. Per the system's prompt, I took several large bed frames tubing into the system, broke them down into usable materials, and made the bunk frame and materials. Now the materials to upgrade to the Tier 2 RV are all complete. Only after sweeping the furniture city clean of zombies did I leave. This trip netted another 200 crystals. A pity there was no zombie killing task, or I could have made another one on the side. But there was no rush to upgrade now. While it was still early, I'd hit a few more places to hunt. The more crystals, the better. 3 people and 1 dog pressed on per the marked spots. At each place I ducked in, came out unscathed an hour later, and moved to the next. In again, swap again, drive again. An hour before sunset, I drove the car into a warehouse. After a full day of hunting, the Tier 1 crystals reached 879. I could keep going, but time wouldn't allow it. I'd have to wait for tomorrow. After having the 2 women and Little Yellow get out, I took the drifter into my inventory. This time I didn't have to do it by hand. The system personally overhauled, calibrated, and upgraded it. 10 minutes later, I took the RV back out, and all 3 people and the dog were stunned by this imposing black 4-wheeled RV. Task to build Tier 2 RV Drifter Citadel complete. Reward: Spirit Warding Capsule X50. Points plus 1,000. Compared to the earlier fortress, it was considerably larger in size. The Tier 2 RV Drifter Citadel, the length extended from 6 meters to 8, the width 3 meters, the height 3.5, going from 3 wheels up to 4. Lin Fan, how did you do this? After awakening the space ability, I also have the ability to remodel the RV. As long as I collect the corresponding materials, it gets done. Brother Lin Fan, you're amazing. Su Mingyao's face was full of admiration. 3 people and a dog got in the car. Compared to the cramped interior of before, it could now be described as spacious. The interior was divided into 3 zones: the front driving area, the central all-purpose living area, and the rear independent master bedroom. The front cockpit went from a single seat to a 2-person bench, with dedicated weapon storage cabinets on both sides for drawing guns at any time. The control console was integrated and smart, with several network displays beside it: map radar, world channel, camera surveillance. The glass was a special material that wouldn't scratch under a blade, and you could see out from inside, but not in from outside. The inner side of the doors had multiple storage compartments for weapons and tools. What satisfied me most was the highly intelligent autonomous driving mode. Set a route, and it would drive itself, and it could even distinguish between humans and zombies. If zombies blocked the road, it rammed through on its own, but if it met humans, it honked to remind me to make the call. With this auto mode on, wouldn't I be able to relax in the car? Excellent. The central all-purpose living area was even downright luxurious, split into 3 sections. A one-piece kitchen near the cockpit, fitted with ample cabinets and drawers, damped sliding rails, and silent magnetic locks. A reception area in the middle, a U-shaped leather sofa around an auto-lifting dining table, where Su Mingyao would be a good deal more comfortable tapping at her keyboard, and behind the sofa, an independent wet-dry separated bath with a high-tech toilet, constant temperature, shower, marble countertop, and a mirror-fronted smart cabinet. Last was the master suite, an oversized bed that could sleep 3, with high-quality memory foam, reading lights and lighting controls on both sides, an ultra-thin smart TV embedded in the wall at the foot of the bed that could rise and lower with integrated audio, able to connect to the external surveillance. This area had an independent AEC vent and was separated from the reception area by a solid wood sliding door to ensure privacy. Above was also a large skylight that could be opened when desired to lie in bed and look at the stars. The glass is special material that ordinary zombies couldn't leave a single scratch on. The system had also removed the 3 water tanks. The toilet broke down waste on its own, and the water source was endless and all drinkable. Lin Fan, this RV of yours is too over the top. Brother Lin Fan, this is so much more comfortable than before. I smiled. The whole car was wrapped in a warm amber light, and for a moment the 3 of them forgot they were in a dangerous apocalypse. By now the sun had set outside. You may not go outside at night. The seal's voice sounded once more. I stepped over and teased Shin Kursen. Let's get this clear. Now that you're on my car, you've got to follow my rules. Rules? Let's hear them. Shin Kursen looked all confidence. I pointed at the bath and said with a grin, Rule 1. No matter who you are, you have to finish showering before getting in bed. Saying something like that. She gave a snort, but she also knew that getting on this car naturally made her his. She then lifted the long hair by her ear and asked with a smile, So, esteemed master, sir, is this how you think I ought to address you? I was stunned. Never mind, I'll stop teasing you. But you're right, I should give myself a good wash. I was just about to reply when Shin Kursen had already slipped into the bathroom, sticking out a pink tongue at me. In your dreams. With that, she drew the shower curtain in one smooth motion. I propped my forehead. The truth was I knew that if I really wanted to, she wouldn't refuse. That loyalty of 97 was proof enough of her absolute trust in me. From the look of her, she clearly knew what I had in mind too. From the moment of rebirth, I hadn't planned to play the gentleman in front of her. I walked to the table and took out the hot pot gear and all sorts of fresh frozen meat and vegetables from the space. Su Mingyao's eyes lit up. Hot pot tonight, Brother Lin Fan. Yep. Tell me what you want to eat. The space should have it all. Heh, anything's fine for me, as long as I'm full. That won't do. As one of my people, when it's time to enjoy yourself properly. An hour later, Shin Kursen came out in a bathrobe, thoroughly satisfied, toweling her wet hair, and her eyes lit up at the full pot of meat and veg hot pot. Hot pot. Yep. I sat in the corner, Su Mingyao nestled to my left with a tablet, fingers swiping nonstop. Shin Kursen knew she was good at investigation, and I'd also specially put the vegetables she liked on her side. She glanced at the kitchen counter, a little regretful. If only she knew how to cook, but unfortunately after graduating work had been too busy to ever learn. But in this apocalypse, a steaming pot of hot pot was already a luxury. I took out various small bottles of sauce. Mix your own, whatever you want, I've got it. Quite thoroughly prepared. Shin Kursen happily mixed her sauce. I looked at Su Mingyao. You're not using sauce? I will. She set the tablet aside. Mingyao, fix one for me too. Soy sauce with a bit of vinegar will do. Okay. Shin Kursen saw her face was a bit red. Mingyao, are you hot? Want me to turn the AC down? No need, Sister Kursen. I just haven't had hot pot with other people in a long time. I'm a little moved. Is that so? Here, let me get you a piece of meat. Xian Kursen placed a cooked piece of beef into her bowl, and Su Mingyao nodded, as if about to cry. Thank you, Sister Mingyao. Sister Kursen, she corrected. What's there to thank? Lin Fan. Hurry and eat. Meat gets no good once it's overcooked. Got it. The three ate and chatted. Xian Kursen, after 3 days of hunger, was truly scared and ate completely unrestrained, leaning back against the sofa contentedly once full. Lin Fan, honestly, I never thought being full could be such a happy thing. Being full was never easy to begin with, Kursen. People as a creature, before they're full, they don't think about all sorts of nonsense. Once they're full, all kinds of trouble come instead. I sighed softly and patted the flush-cheeked Su Mingyao. Mingyao, time to go shower. Oh, She got up and went into the bathroom. Xian Kursen asked, You're not going in to wash together? That Mingyao's thin-skinned. It wouldn't be right. I really don't think you'd care. I do value the woman's feelings. She gave a snort. Then why'd you go on about showering and bed with me? I shrugged. So this place of mine isn't half bad, right? I'm very satisfied, so much better than the last one. Getting to eat hot pot here and chat with you. It's all you're doing. With that, she got up and sat beside me. Thank you, Lin Fan. What's there to thank, between us? Before I finished, my lips felt a warm, moist touch, light as a dragonfly skimming water. Xian Kursen held up a finger against her lips with a smile. That's the thank you. Kursen, don't look at me like that. I just haven't prepared myself mentally yet. But if you want to, I'm fine with it. Only, can you not let Mingyao see? So that was the worry. I couldn't help laughing, thinking of her commanding, awe-inspiring presence last life. This present look of hers really was incongruous. I reached out and drew her into my arms, gently stroking her head. I promise you, Kursen, I will never let you go through something like that again. With me here, no one can bully you. She responded softly, her eyes drooping, drowsiness welling up. Feeling the warmth of the one she deeply loved, the hatred that had sprouted within her that day was slowly melting away like ice and snow. Midnight arrived. Slay the tier, 3 zombie leader. Time remaining, 11 days. After she fell asleep, I carried her back to bed, sat in the driver's seat, and called up the system interface to check today's shop. A pity it was all supplies, nothing I wanted. Still, the 3 tasks, the Tier 2 RV remodel, Xian Kursen's Loyalty 95, and the 1000 Tier 1 zombies, added up to a full 3,500 points, so if a top-tier item showed up I could afford it. System, confirm what tasks I still have left. 1. Xian Kursen's Loyalty reaches 100. Reward, RV levitation device. 2 days remaining, currently 97. 2. Collect 1000 Tier 1 crystals. Reward, ability user physique amplification fluid. Currently 879. 3. Slay the Tier 3 zombie leader at Tianhe City Safety Center. Reward, auto-targeting laser turret. 11 days remaining. Penalty for failure, RV scrapped. I opened my inventory. Besides supplies, there were several things gained these past days. Tier 1 healing fluid, Tier 1 enhancement potion, ghost cloak, beast evolution pill, ability user awakening fluid, and 879 Tier 1 crystals. I scooped up Little Yellow, lying beside me, and took out the beast evolution pill, stuffing it into her mouth. Once she swallowed, she curled up on the floor, giving off a faint golden glow. Little Yellow's evolution time is 24 hours, during which it cannot be interrupted. Ensure safety inside the RV. Got it. System, open another 100 inventory slots for me. Costs 200 points to open them. Inventory slots unlocked. Currently 97,200, remaining points 3,200. I took the Tier 1 enhancement potion, my physique rising to twice the original, and tapped at the wheel with one hand as I pondered my next step. Last life, I only knew of Tianhe City's 3 relics. Now they were all gathered, Kursen was picked up, and there was Su Mingyao helping investigate. The problem was, I knew of several S-rank relics elsewhere too, but couldn't go for now. The travel alone was at least a week, and I definitely wouldn't make it back for the Tier 3 leader task. System, when exactly does the Tier 3 leader at Tianhe Safety Center appear? In 11 days. You must complete the task on the day it appears. Got it. I mulled it over. To grow the team, Having every member comprehend an S-rank relic ability was the optimal plan. The system's rewards topped out at A rank. But since I'd been reborn, if I was going to build a foundation, I'd build the best. I need intel, I murmured. After an S-rank relic emerges, there'll be some degree of anomaly around it. Tiena's 3, because I moved fast and found them within 2 days, didn't show anything off. Just then I noticed a small hard object in my pocket. A key? Only then did I recall the deal at Shenyang Complex. Thinking back to what that bald man said, I knew well what the goods he spoke of were. I had a full set of guns now, but ammo needed resupply. The system's items refreshed randomly, so swapping for ammo came down to luck. Even if guns' usefulness dropped in the future, as weapons to beat back low-tier zombies they'd never want for users. The sound of the rear sliding door came, and Su Mingyao walked out in a bathrobe. Seeing me looking at her, a flush rose to her face, and after confirming Xian Kursen was asleep, she quietly closed the sliding door. I smiled and beckoned, and she came over like a little kitten. I thought some fairy had fallen into the mortal world. Couldn't take my eyes off you. Her heart felt like she'd eaten honey. Brother Lin Fan, you were too wicked just now. I thought Sister Kursen had found out. She didn't, did she? You're wicked. So you don't like it? I don't want to say. She pressed her head against my shoulder, but didn't deny it. Half an hour later, I had her rest on the sofa and went to take a shower. When I came out, she was already tapping at the keyboard languidly. All right, that's enough for today. I rubbed her head. She was, after all, still an ordinary person who couldn't take it, and we had to get up early to hunt tomorrow. She shook her head and organized the investigation materials. I sat down beside her, my expression turning grave. On the screen was the situation of countless survivors migrating. Many national capitals had utterly fallen, the military simply lacking the manpower to suppress the zombies. Brother Lin Fan, the upper levels of governments everywhere have come forward saying the zombie numbers are completely uncontrollable, requiring citizens to make their own way to fixed safe camps within the cities. Each camp has the military stationed and supplies guaranteed. Cars and supplies have become incomparably important resources now, especially RVs. I understood. The military's wanting to enter the cities and sweep zombies was already unrealistic. The crisis had broken out nationwide, not in one province or place. Rather than burn manpower on encirclement, better to tell survivors to migrate on their own. The importance of cars went without saying. With air and sea transport scrapped, going on foot was both time-consuming and increased supply demand. To resupply, you needed an efficient means of movement, namely a car. Su Mingyao opened an interface. Every kind of RV, without exception, completely sold out. The high and large RVs have basically been requisitioned by government officials, the remaining small ones bought up by the wealthy. And ordinary citizens can only live in the simple tents the camps put up, but over time, zombies will follow there too. Humans have a special draw for zombies. No place can be stayed in long, camps least of all. The survivors at those camps will have to move to the next one after. I was well familiar with this progression. Last life I'd followed the military just like this, going round and round for several months before finally entering that ability user survivor alliance. For the current me, though, this was actually good news. In a city emptied of people, zombies wouldn't leave that fast. So while the government and military still hadn't caught on, I'd hurry to gather more crystals, ensuring that I, Kursen, and Mingyao became ability users a step ahead of everyone, so that we wouldn't be cowed when we later met the military and civilian organizations. News. Mingyao noticed a window pop up in the lower right corner. Opening, it was the familiar chat software. Xiaoxiang Siju, save me. It's all zombies here, my phone's out of battery. Below was a shared map location, a certain apartment in Gangyang City. The bamboo avatar then dimmed. The phone had gone fully dead. She finally replied to you. The wait's finally over. I got up and changed into my combat suit. Mingyao, send that location to the cockpit's navigation. I'll test the RV's autonomous driving while I'm at it. Also, keep helping me check dense zombie spots in Gangyang City. She nodded. The zombies on the previously set route had been cleared by me, and once I'd finished, I didn't dawdle, pushing on toward the next spot. Though mentally exhausted, she knew well that Lin Fan was her mainstay. Until he rested, she had to do the tasks she'd been given. I noticed her state. Mingyao, once you've set the route, go rest. You barely slept this whole day either. It's fine, I can still hold up. Holding up is one thing, but I don't like my people with dark circles under their eyes, understand? She stiffened and hurriedly checked a mirror. Phew, none. In the cockpit, I started the car, set the location she'd sent, and engaged autonomous driving. If it went smoothly, from now on they could sit here and survey road conditions even without knowing how to drive. The Drifter Citadel roared along, driving itself. Relying on the in-car radar, it avoided other vehicles on its own, though it didn't really need to. With this material, it could ram right through. What satisfied me most was that after detecting an obstacle, it would swing the wheel in a gentle arc, ensuring the passengers weren't thrown about. Su Mingyao came and sat beside me with her laptop, patting the leather seat cushion. I'll work here from now on. Handy for notifying you anytime. I gave a wry smile. Don't go getting addicted to work. I won't. Being able to help you is better than anything. She took a stand from the passenger side cabinet, set up her laptop, and tapped away rapidly, soon finishing marking countless spots in Gangyang City, making a new route map, and sending it to the NAV. With a perfect helpmeet like this planning my routes, I'd always be a step ahead of everyone. Once Gangyang City was dealt with, I'd head back to Tianhe City, by which time it'd be about time to hunt that Tier 3 leader. Last life, it was precisely its appearance that brought Tianhe City to utter ruin. The city's people were driven to the suburbs, without resupply, no safety in the wild, and of the originally near tens of thousands of survivors, fewer than 10,000 were left by the time the military came for them. Brother Lin Fan, look, everyone on the forum is saying to hurry and stock up on supplies, then drive to the military-designated camps during the day. She cast her laptop to the big center screen. The pinned red post was the military-designated temporary safe points, but below it wasn't gratitude, it was a deluge of discontent. Floor 1. Going out in the day is a zombie-besieged city. A family of 3 next door went to scavenge for supplies, got chased down and infected. Night's even scarier. That seals power. A guy didn't believe it and walked onto his balcony, his head just gone. Shouldn't the military hurry over and help us wipe out the zombies? Floor 2. The military just wants us to fend for ourselves. They sit comfy in their camps and send us out to die. Floor 3. I saw with my own eyes a bunch of armed tanks pass by. We waved desperately for help, and they drove off without even acknowledging us. Floor 4. My dad went out to scavenge yesterday and still isn't back. Why can't the military come save us? Floor 5. I've completely given up. I'd rather slowly starve in this rundown building than go out and get infected. Floor 7. Our whole building's down to fewer than 10 people. Yesterday we tried to leave together, ran into several the moment we left the complex. Of 30-some, only 3 made it back. Who'd dare go out now? The comments on this post once broke 1 million, all without exception complaining about the military's inaction, the numbers still climbing at a visible rate, some posters even attaching videos filled with zombies' wails. Backing out to look at other posts, it was uniformly the same. Abuse, pleas to team up, pleas for nearby neighbors to share a bit of food and water. I shook my head. Those survivors not trusting the military was their business. But going on like this, they'd have to go out sooner or later. In the apocalypse, putting your life in another's hands was the stupidest thing. You could trust yourself, but then you were gambling your life. I also knew that right now it wasn't just our country. Other nations' militaries were just as stretched thin, troop numbers and weapons simply unable to keep up. Su Mingyao watched, a little numb, and gave a faint sigh. It was precisely because she'd seen the overwhelming discontent and resentment these days that she grew ever more aware of how fortunate she was. She sympathized, but wouldn't do anything excessive. In this apocalypse, no one had any obligation to help anyone else. She took the Glock from the cabinet into her hand, leaned on my shoulder, and said softly, "Brother Lin Fan, I want to become an ability user. I want to live on together with you and Sister Curson." I knew she'd made up her mind, and took out the ability user awakening fluid from my inventory and handed it to her. "Since you're ready, drink it." I'd meant to let Xian Curson awaken first, but considering Su Mingyao's current state of mind and her loyalty, it really was right to let her drink first. Besides, hunting zombies tomorrow, once the crystals hit 1,000, Xian Curson could absorb them and awaken too. Su Mingyao took it and drank it all in one go. Soon she felt the liquid turn into a hot current in her body, spreading to her limbs, her whole body as if an electric current passed through it. A touch feverish. Guh. She let out a low moan, her body suddenly shuddering as she fell back against the seat back, able to clearly feel an energy charging wildly through her muscles faintly spasming, her skin flushing an abnormal red. The process lasted about 10 minutes. She clenched her teeth, sweat soaking the hair at her brow, her body feeling as if thrown into a giant iron furnace, yet her consciousness unusually clear. Just as she neared her limit and was about to faint, that violent current abruptly receded like a tide, the agony and spasms stopping in an instant. That energy hadn't vanished. It had docilely settled in, becoming a part of her body. She opened her eyes, weariness still there, but more so an exhilaration as if reborn anew, the drowsiness long since scattered. This feeling. So this is an ability user? Not entirely yet, I said with a smile. Only once you've mastered an ability do you count as a true ability user. Right now your physique has just reached the threshold. An ability? You mean the gray domain you unfurled when you jumped down at Linglong Sky Tower? Right. After this we'll search for high-tier relics all over the world too, so that even the military or the future Survivor Coalition, we won't have to fear any of them. Got it. Excited, she clenched her fist and soon threw herself into the investigation. The road was clear all the way, and at dawn the Drifter Citadel rammed through the gate barrier with a bang and charged into a high-end complex full of zombies. Xian Kursin was startled awake, came out in a bathrobe, and saw me gun in hand about to get out of the car. Hey, where are you going? Killing zombies. Then wait for me. I'm fine on my own. Kursin, you and Meng Yao hold the RV. You know what to do if a survivor approaches. I tossed her the pistol from the gun rack by the door. So how long will you be? Depends on whether there are a lot of zombies. A ray of sunlight spilled into the car. I got out and found the zombies in the complex drawn by the earlier roar, surging at me like a tide from all directions. I had no intention of wasting time. Freeze, shuttle, drain. The three S-rank abilities meshed perfectly, and within the time sequence domain unfurled in an instant, I held the Dragonbone dagger as if passing through space, lopping off the heads of those zombies one by one. The domain dissolved, and Xian Kursin and Su Mingyao in the car saw all the zombies topple in unison, while I was long gone without a trace. Xian Kursin murmured. So this is his ability. It's actually this incredible. Sister Kursin, we should head out too. This high-end complex should still have quite a few survivors. Once Brother Lin fans finished off the zombies, they'll surely come over. Humph. In their eyes, right now we're worth more trust than the military. Xian Kursin turned to go to the bedroom to change. Lin Fan's supplies had stocked women's clothing too. Not much, but enough to wear, just a bit tight at the chest. Why didn't he buy a bigger size? At this moment, still killing zombies, I gave a sneeze, figured someone was thinking of me, didn't take it to heart, and kept focused on the horde before me. Recovering crystals, current progress, 905, 937, 950. Each time I unfurled the time sequence domain, only a second passed in the outside world, and the zombies within a 30-meter diameter had their heads lopped off in one stroke. With the boost of Life Weave's absorption ability, the more I killed, the more invigorated I got. Others hoped not to run into zombies when they went out. I hoped for as many zombies as possible. Task complete, 1000 tier, 1 zombie crystals recovered. Reward, ability user physique amplification fluid. Points plus 1000, currently 4300. New task, head to the large goods warehouse at the mall 5 kilometers away to obtain supplies. Reward, wind-cleaving dagger design blueprint. A large goods warehouse. The system would even arrange supply collection tasks. A task to do was a task to do. But more pressing than this was finding Annie Xiang first. Back when I'd first arrived at the Survivor Alliance, I was starving, and it was Auntie Xiang who secretly slipped me supplies behind the upper levels' backs. In the Alliance, trading for supplies relied on contribution points exchanged from zombie kill crystals. But I had no friends and no faction, and could only be someone's lackey for a sip of the soup, often going hungry. Back then, Annie Xiang would always sneak to my tent, bringing a bowl of hot rice porridge. The porridge had no vegetables and tasted bland, but to the me of that time it was on par with an imperial feast. A dozen some minutes later, I arrived at the foot of Building 7. Each building in this complex was 20 floors, 2 units per floor. I glanced at the chat record. It was indeed this building, but unfortunately Andy Seong hadn't said clearly which unit. Whatever, I'll search one by one. After going up, I found the apartment doors in this building had all been destroyed, the residents all infected into zombies. I frowned, sensing something off. At Xiangyang Complex earlier, the Tier 1 zombies were all on the first floor, the upper residence doors intact, yet the doors here were a good deal sturdier than at Xiangyang. So why were the residents infected? A bizarre shriek sounded faintly, and my body jolted. I knew this sound well. A Tier 2 zombie. Only 4 days into the crisis, and a Tier 2 zombie had appeared? I didn't doubt my ears, charged into the stairwell, and raced up, the time sequence domain unfurling, sweeping past 5 floors in an instant, withdrawing and unfurling again. Charging to the 19th floor, I saw a lean zombie, hideous of face, its 2 legs more intact than an ordinary Tier 1 zombies, its mobility far surpassing an ordinary zombies. A Tier 2 indeed. That zombie spotted me and abandoned wrecking the door to lunge straight at me. I unfurled the freeze domain, pulled the AWM sniper rifle from the space, pressed it to its forehead, and gave it a round. Bam! The huge report shook the whole building. The domain lifted, and a yellow crystal flew out of that zombie's head, its rotting body crashing to the floor. A Tier 2 runner. I had the system take the crystal. Congratulations on your first kill of a Tier 2 zombie. Reward, Safe Point Navigator. Points plus 500. Safe Point Navigator. Usable for RV map navigation. After nightfall, it can drive the vehicle to a corresponding location, avoiding being encircled by zombies. Not bad, a good reward. I'd been wishing for more zombies, but I didn't want to stay on guard all night. When it's time to work, work hard. When it's time to rest, rest well. I kicked that door open. The zombie had been trying to wreck it just now, which meant there was someone inside. From the damage to the doors below, the residents of this building had all been infected, leaving only this one household. Patrolling the place, I could tell the owner was a woman, her life quite refined. Just as I was finding it hard to accept the fact of Andy Seong's death, there was movement on the balcony. I opened the window and found a corner of a white dress showing in the spot where the washing machine sat. Come out, I commanded. I'll give you 5 seconds, or I shoot. That person hurriedly squeezed out of the gap, cowering in the corner in terrible fear, watching me. Those once charming eyes were now opened wide. A few specks of dark red blood splashed across her fair cheeks. Her long black hair messily stuck to her sweat-damp brow and the side of her neck. Though she looked malnourished, she still rated as a beauty, that piteous look in her eyes faintly carrying a trace of resolve too. Her hands gripped a slim, long meat cleaver, its tip pointed at me, though from her bodily weakness she might lose her hold at any moment. When a survivor sees another human, the first reaction is joy, but she had none. Don't you come closer. Her voice was hoarse. You can take everything, just don't hurt me. Mu Yaxiang's nerves were strained to the extreme. She'd already seen the scene in the stairwell through the door's surveillance. This man was no ordinary person. Clearly he'd had no green-barreled big gun in hand when coming up, yet in the blink of an eye he'd pulled one from somewhere and killed that terrifying zombie. He was even scarier than that runner zombie that had wiped out the whole building. She was too hungry. Her supplies, out of trust, had all been taken by the neighbor across the way, and she'd held on until now on just a few slices of bread. She wanted to come off as a threat, but the tears slid down first, traitorously. The look of her wasn't resistance so much as a lamb cornered to a dead end. Looking at her so frightened, I smiled, took a bag of sliced bread and mineral water from my pack, and, so as not to provoke her, slid the food over in front of her. Hurry and eat. Food. Her eyes lit with delight, and just as she went to reach for it, fearing I might suddenly do something, she pulled back unwillingly. To be able to hold back even in this state, that's Annie Xiang for you. I walked back to the living room and sat on the sofa, taking out bread to eat myself. I checked the time, not even an hour yet. 10 minutes later, figuring it was about right, I was just about to go check the balcony when I found Mu Yaxiang had walked to the window, watching me uneasily, the bread and water naturally polished off. Thank you. Still hungry? I've got plenty more here. She touched her stomach, then shook her head. No need. By the way, I still have money here. Could I trade for some supplies? What's your name? Mu Yaxiang. Then I'll call you Annie Xiang. My team's sure to cook. Can you cook? I already knew the answer to this question, and it was also to lower her guard against me. A shrewd woman like her wouldn't believe in pie falling from the sky in the apocalypse. She froze, then nodded. I can cook. But you said you have a team. Do you mean a survivor squad that goes out scavenging for supplies? Something like that. I walked up to her. And by the way, Auntie Xiang, I kept my end of the deal too. I logged into that software and let her see the chat window. Her beautiful eyes narrowed slightly, and she stepped forward to confirm. You're that Qianfan Wanzai? That's right. Then how do you know me? I don't recall knowing you at all. Auntie Xiang, you ran a restaurant before. I ate there. A restaurant? You even know that? That restaurant was called Bamboo Grove Under Heaven. Then can you tell me what dish you ate back then? It wasn't a dish. It was a very fragrant bowl of rice porridge. But you were busy then, so it's normal you don't remember. Mu Yaxiang was silent for a moment, then quickly turned and went back inside, rapidly putting the clothes and jewelry she needed into a suitcase. Only the bare minimum. A short while later, she came out dragging a small case. My name's Lin Fan. Okay, Lin Fan, let's go. That she could accept the invitation so quickly filled me with delight. I'd thought it would take longer. Thank you, Annie Xiang. You've got it backwards. She gave a wry smile. Everywhere in Gangyang City has fallen now. If those zombies broke down the door, I was even prepared to jump. You could say you saved this life of mine. If anyone's to thank anyone, it should be me thanking you. I stepped forward and drew her into my arms. Don't worry, Annie Xiang. I won't let you face danger again, I promise. She was thrown by this sudden domineering declaration. How could this man, who looked more than 10 years younger than her, be so brazenly arrogant, yet somehow make a person feel so at ease? The elevator still worked. Reaching the first floor and seeing the corpses all over the ground, she forced down her nausea and asked, Lin Fan, these zombies, could they be? I cleared most of the zombies in this complex. The other buildings should still have a few hidden. But that's not the point right now. Just as she spoke, a zombie flashed out of the shadows, lunging at me as I had my back to it. Watch out. Before her words landed, I raised the AWM backhanded and headshot it precisely. Let's go. I took her hand and walked briskly toward the RV. We soon found a crowd of people holding kitchen knives and clubs surrounding the center of the complex, right by the RV. They only surrounded it without getting close, because Xian Kursin and Su Mingyao had guns in hand. Hey, you two women, hurry and get us out of here. I'll give you $1 million. Let me on the car. Such a nice RV and you won't share it. Want to hog it all? Are you even human? Quit talking. Seize that RV. Get on and grab the supplies while that man's not back. The encirclement shrank ever tighter, continually compressing the two women's space. Watching the frenzied looks of that crowd of residents, Xian Kursin was just about to fire when Su Mingyao suddenly charged out, astonishingly fast, pressing her gun to the brow of the burly man at the very front in an instant. Bam! She fired without a shred of hesitation, a headshot. Blood spattered, the man dropped. Only then did the other residents react, staring in disbelief at this girl barely past 20, who looked harmless. Her heart was actually this ruthless. You, what did you do? My son, oh my son. Insane. Why did you shoot? We're all human. Aren't you supposed to go kill zombies? Hand over the gun. Pin her down. The man's death caused no panic. Everyone knew that backing off ended the same way, waiting for death. Only by getting this super RV could they escape the sea of zombie suffering. Was human life valuable? It was. But others' lives weren't. What mattered was surviving yourself. Find a way while the complex's zombies were wiped out. Or how would they live? Going back to empty rooms with no supplies. The crowd swarmed up. The already awakened Su Mingyao, light as a swallow, leaped high to dodge the lunges. Xian Kursin fired continuously, several at the front dropping instantly. The two women had no feeling left for life. Just like these residents who wanted to survive, they too had to survive. Holding the Drifter Citadel was their only task. Failing it meant being unworthy to live, much less to stay by Lin Fan's side. Sympathy? That thing had long since washed down the gutter. TCH, more frenzied than zombies. Xian Kursen clicked her tongue, and Su Mingyao felt the same. In an instant, a gray domain enveloped everyone, and I landed between the two women, holding Mu Yaxiang, snatched up the AK, and sprayed. The freeze domain withdrew, and that bustling encirclement collapsed with a crash. Xian Kursen saw me appear suddenly and let out a breath. So you knew to come back. Are you angry? No. You being back is better than anything. Su Mingyao said with a smile. Brother Lin Fan, if you'd come back any later, they might have died a lot less cleanly. Xian Kursen and I were rendered speechless. Su Mingyao had already told her about awakening an ability, and Xian Kursen had listened in a daze, seeing her leap 3 meters high to break out of the encirclement just now. She was extremely envious too. As for dying less cleanly, by the F-rank ability user standard, an all-out strike pulverizes an ordinary person's organs, beyond any saving. After introducing Mu Yaxiang to the two women, everyone was about to board the car when some residents shuffled over again from around. But this time they didn't dare speak, only watched silently, and then all bowed deeply to me. Mu Yaxiang said softly, Lin Fan, the people who just died were the bullies who'd been forcibly seizing supplies in the complex these days. You took care of both the zombies and them, so these residents want to thank you. But there probably isn't much left. How do you know? The residents who got their supplies robbed in the complex started a group chat. I'm one of them. Lin Fan, Auntie Xiang doesn't dare ask anything of you. But if you have spare supplies, could you give them a little? At least let them have the bare minimum of supplies to reach the military camp. Mu Yaxiang knew she could already be called Lin Fan's person now. In the residents group these days, supplies could no longer be bought with money. Even pretty women had been reduced to bargaining chips for trading supplies. A bottle of water, a pack of instant noodles could trade away a person's most basic dignity, a sight grown common. So she only dared hope Lin Fan would show a bit of kindness, leaving people who'd suffered as she had a sliver of hope to live. I looked back silently. They were still bowing their heads. Only a little girl with a finger in her mouth was the exception, staring curiously, her mother beside her still bearing bruises from being beaten. That's fine too. I'd picked up Annie Xiang today. I was in a good mood. I walked into the property management office beside us, came out in under half a minute, and, under everyone's gaze, boarded the car with the 3 women and left. A few residents were about to head back when they heard someone shout, There are supplies in here. Everyone hurry. The crowd ran into the property room and saw it neatly stacked with several boxes of mineral water, instant noodles, and canned goods. On the table, a sheet of white paper carried one line. Do more work, take more. Do less, get less food. Only then did everyone realize this was all left by Lin Fan, his last hope for them to reach the military camp. From here, they'd have to rely on themselves to cross this zombie-forbidden zone. A little girl with a finger in her mouth looked at her mother, who couldn't help weeping, and said in a babyish voice, Mama, why are you crying? Silly child, we've met a great benefactor. The little girl, half understanding, was pulled outside to wait, and bored, she noticed a faint golden glow flickering in the bushes beside her. Golden. Curious, she walked over and picked it up. It was an exquisite golden-haired doll, its clothes spotless, its eyes one blue and one red, clean and pretty. Wow, so pretty. Slay the tier, 3 zombie leader. Time remaining, 11 days. Zombie crystal recovery complete. 224 recovered. Current tier, 1 crystal count, 1,103. Day 4 of the apocalypse, and I already held over 1,000 tier, 1 crystals in hand. An efficiency absolutely ahead of any faction. And 1,000 crystals were enough for an ordinary person to absorb and awaken as an ability user. Su Mingyao was already an F-rank ability user. Now she lacked an ability relic. So it was Xian Kursen's and Mu Yaxiang's turn next. The SafePoint navigator installed itself into the driving console, and per the system's prompt I headed for that large goods warehouse. 1. To do the task. 2. I wasn't short on supplies now, but that didn't mean I didn't need them. In the apocalypse, getting supplies relied not on luck, but on whose fist was harder. After setting the route and letting the car drive itself, I went back into the cabin. Su Mingyao had already started her investigation work. Xian Kursin was scrolling the forum with a tablet, and the newly boarded Mu Yaxiang looked a little tense, standing uneasily, not knowing what to do. I was about to speak when I saw the loyalty above her head, already 75, in the trusting but uneasy stage. Once they've boarded the RV, you can see the loyalty of all members. The system thoughtfully told me about this function. I was quite satisfied. So that means there's a reward for Andy Xiang's loyalty hitting 100% too. There is, but I recommend going one task at a time, or the human target Xian Kursin's mood will sour. Seemed the system understood a woman's heart better than I did. There was sense in that. Auntie Xiang had just arrived, and suddenly getting close would only leave her at a loss. I draped an arm over her shoulder. From now on, treat this as your own home, Auntie Xiang. But let me say up front, you're in charge of our 3 meals. Supplies are plentiful. I've got whatever you want. The fridge has all kinds of meat, eggs, and vegetables. Make us a meal first for now. She hurriedly nodded. Okay, what would you all like to eat? Ask those two. As for me, just make me a stir-fried pork with green peppers. Okay. She opened the fridge, and the full load of fresh ingredients dazzled her. Put these in her old complex, and they'd absolutely be fought over to bloody heads. Xian Kursin and Su Mingyao ordered dishes too, which put Mu Yaxiang at ease. She knew that getting on this car depended entirely on Lin Fan's goodwill, that she had to do this cook's job well. In short, she couldn't be idle. In the apocalypse, everything had to be earned through labor. No one got something for nothing. I understood what was on her mind, which was why I immediately arranged this work for her, to put her heart at ease. Otherwise, staying anxious all along, her loyalty would be hard to raise too. A short while later, the RV drove into a factory, and just as everyone finished breakfast, they got out together with Little Yellow. In front of Mu Yaxiang, I stowed the RV, killed the perimeter security guard zombies, and led the 3 women and dog in kicking open the first warehouse door. After turning on the lights, everyone saw it packed full of supplies inside. Xian Kursin was surprised. There's actually still this much here. How come no one's come to take it? Who cares, it's ours now. I placed a hand on a shelf, and in a blink that shelf along with the bags of rice and starch on it all vanished, stuffed into the system inventory. Mu Yaxiang stared dumbstruck, and Xian Kursin and Su Mingyao explained with a laugh. There's even an ability like this. It's far-fetched, but it really is real, Xian Kursin said. Auntie Xiang, this way you won't have to worry about cooking from now on. Mu Yaxiang laughed. At this rate, I probably couldn't finish it in a lifetime. More than that, 10 lifetimes, more like. The 3 women and a dog followed me, and the once full warehouse was emptied bare in an instant. This first warehouse mainly held staples, 1,000 tons of rice and flour, 200 tons of coarse grains, 100 tons of cooking oil. And this was only the first warehouse. Looking at the nearly full inventory, I spoke up. System, open another 200 inventory slots for me. 200 slots require 1,200 points. Confirm. Confirm. Open successfully. Remaining points 3,600. The first 100 slots were 100 points, doubling each time after. 200, 400, 800. To stockpile a large amount of supplies, I didn't begrudge these points. In the future, these supplies could even be traded with the various bases and the military, and food would be the universal currency then. Everyone headed to the second warehouse, snacks, and after a sweep, the puffed foods, canned goods, bottled drinks, and instant noodles were all cleared out. 400 tons in total. Inventory 297/400. My expression stiffened. The third warehouse was seasonings, dry goods, and soup bases. 300 tons of salt, sugar, and soy sauce. 100 tons of dry ingredients. 50 tons of hot pot base. The inventory was already 382/400. System, open another 100. Opened successfully, consumed 1,600 points, remaining 2,000. Next time would be 3,200 points. I really wish the inventory could be infinite. These points were all hard-earned. But here I was, leaving the supplies untaken. Would I even be human? The fourth was a freezer warehouse. 150 tons of frozen meat, 100 tons of refrigerated drinks and dairy, 100 tons of eggs. The inventory was 459/500. The 4 major warehouses emptied, Task complete. Reward. Wind-cleaving dagger design blueprint. Points plus 1,500, currently 3,500. New task. Choose one RV member to awaken as an ability user. Reward. Tianjing Mysterious Stone. Open another 100 inventory slots. Opened successfully. Consumed 3,200 points, remaining 200. I let out a breath and rubbed my hands. I hadn't expected sweeping the warehouses to cost so many points. Looking at 459 600ths, I was confident. These 5 big warehouses had to be emptied completely. I'd just see what the last one was. The 5th warehouse was a general goods one, heaped with living supplies, tissues, garbage bags, soap, shampoo, batteries, flashlights. I took it all in one go, a miscellaneous 300-some tons in total. Inventory 570 out of 600. This warehouse sweep truly made me understand what stockpiling supplies meant. The 3 women, watching me clear 5 big warehouses, were thrilled beyond words. No more worrying about supply shortages. Apart from Su Mingyao, Xian Kursin and Mu Yaxiang had truly experienced hunger-gnawing chest to back and didn't want that feeling a second time. Leaving the warehouses, everyone boarded the car. You're to keep the supplies absolutely secret. These are our lifeline, and we can never let anyone covet them. If anyone finds out, you know what to do. The 3 women nodded, all aware of how important supplies were. No one would think of sharing them out. Auntie Xiang, tell me when the fridge ingredients run out, and I'll restock anytime. Take a board and put it by the kitchen. We'll write down what we want to eat ourselves, and whatever's not written, just make as you please. 3 meals plus a midnight snack. None can be skipped. And look after little Yellow while you're at it. We'll handle the rest. No problem, Lin Fan. Mu Yaxiang, like Su Mingyao at the start, felt a powerful sense of security upon entering the RV and thought she must do something. At a time like this, only by assigning her work could her heart be at ease. Kursin, you'll come out hunting with me later. I'll fit you with weapons. What type do you want? Xian Kursin thought it over seriously. A pistol and a blade. A light one like a katana would be better. I've wanted to buy one to mess around with for a while. Got it. Mingyao you. Brother Lin Fan, I want that sniper rifle of yours. She was a little embarrassed. I used to play shooting games on the computer, usually as the sniper, generally MVP. I was taken aback. You really couldn't tell. Didn't she like reading books? I don't have a computer, but my roommate always played shooting games with her boyfriend, and each time she'd hand me the sniper to operate. That worked too. But there was no second sniper now, so I couldn't give it for the time being. I'll get you one later. It's fine, no rush. I rubbed her head and looked at Mu Yaxiang. Auntie Xiang, do you have any requests? Me? This. All our RV members need the ability to kill zombies on their own. I know you're still scared, but the days ahead won't be peaceful, and what we face isn't just zombies. It's the human heart. If you can't endure it, you'll definitely be weeded out. I hope you understand. Mu Yaxiang thought of the cruelty of those bullies in the complex earlier and said at once, then I would like a spear. A spear? My grandmother was a stage play actress before. As a child, I loved most to watch her twirl a tasseled spear, but after going to the city, I never saw it again. Got it. I noted it down. After that, everyone proceeded to the marked dense zombie spots. The ones working were still the 3 of us, but to get Mu Yaxiang used to this life, I had her get out and help too. Her marksmanship, though, was beyond words, a complete master of tracing outlines. A whole magazine emptied without hitting a single shot, which in a way made her a genius too. In the afternoon, 4 people and a dog ate lunch while the car drove on autonomously. The 3 women noticed little Yellow had grown a bit larger, and I explained she'd taken the beast pill and would soon become one of the RV's combat forces. I wasn't clear what she could ultimately grow into, but by my memory of last life, there really was a formidable figure who raised beasts. Those beasts' hides were impervious to blade and gun, and low-tier zombies were like roadside stones before them. Su Mingyao took out her tablet. Gangyang City's dense zombie spots were about cleared, but she still had to keep searching. Mingyao, that's it for Gangyang City for now. After this, we'll head back to Tianhe City. Help me mark a route and see whether, besides Tianhe Safety Center, there are other zombie spots in the city. Also, some places in the cities near Tianhe might have strange situations. Keep an eye out. Organize a table for me. and if necessary, we'll go investigate those anomaly spots. Tianhe City? Got it. Su Mingyao set down her chopsticks, leaned against the sofa, grabbed a bottle of juice, and kept swiping the tablet, investigating. Cursin, for the forum posts, lock onto a few cities near Tianhe. Some survivors want to wait for rescue. You want to go save them? No, they need to demonstrate their value. Have them send pictures of nearby zombies, hand off to Mingyao, and confirm whether the zombies in those places have anything special. No problem. Andy Xiong, besides cooking, feeding Little Yellow, and cleaning the RV, if new people board later, you're to go over the rules with them. I'll write up a table for you. I've no interest in people who don't listen and no time to discipline them. In the adult world, you don't educate, you screen. Xian Cursin and Su Mingyao silently looked up at me. Seemed he didn't take just anyone in either. Mu Yaxiang nodded. I understand. At this point, the RV stopped, and Xian Cursin saw the familiar apartment building outside. Isn't this my complex? What are you here for? To find someone. The corner of my mouth lifted. With living supplies fully covered, it was time to restock on arms. You all wait in the car for me. I walked into Shenyang Complex and soon noticed someone in a nearby apartment building watching me. I looked up and gave a wave through the window to the man surveilling me. The man jumped, hurriedly pulled out his phone and dialed. Boss, he's here. He really came. Hearing that, the bald Shui Deyu hollered at the underbosses inventorying supplies in the living room. Stop looking. Hurry and pack up the supplies and move out. Boss, what's happened? Quit the nonsense. Follow me. Shui Deyu was a somewhat notorious gangland thug in Gangyang City. When the apocalypse broke out, he'd been leading his underbosses to collect a debt, and the moment the zombies appeared, he'd taken over that household, cuckoo seizing the nest. The reason he could thrive like a fish in water in Gangyang City was that he had backers up top. Those high-ranking figures, to protect their standing, didn't want to dirty their own hands, so they had him do the unsavory work, paying when it was done and bailing him out quickly if he was caught. But unfortunately, with the apocalypse breaking out, the arms he'd spent several years smuggling and swallowing were all stuck in a suburban warehouse, and going there now meant certain zombie infection, so he'd been waiting for someone who could clear the zombies for him. As long as they made it to the warehouse and opened the door, the guns inside would be his mountain of gold to become king in the apocalypse. Shui Deyu came to the complex entrance and stepped up warmly. Bro, I thought you weren't coming. I glanced at his underbosses behind him, each shouldering a pack. Clearly, he'd brought all the supplies along, dead set on leaving as soon as possible. Could it be I misread things? Aren't you here to make the deal, bro? Of course I'm making it. But before that, I've got to confirm a few things. Go ahead. I don't exactly know whether the goods you speak of are what I want. Shui Deyu took out his phone and played a clip. The location was a warehouse, wooden crates packed full of firearms and ammunition, only 5 seconds long. How about it, bro? You're interested in this, right? Not bad. But I have one requirement. I want half the guns inside. Before he could speak, an underboss behind him said with displeasure, What kind of joke is that? Tired of living? Shui Deyu frowned and raised a hand, and the others dragged that man away. Sorry, bro. That kid just joined and doesn't know better. Don't take it to heart. Doesn't matter. In this apocalypse, a straight shooter like him actually gives a decent impression. Having scraped through all these years, Shui Deyu naturally caught it. I was mocking him. But it didn't matter. As long as he got the gun smoothly, all would be well. Bro, let's not beat around the bush. Half is too much. I went to great trouble hiding these. A third plus ample ammo, how about it? I've got a lot of underbosses to feed. You think you're in a position to make demands of me right now? Don't give and you wait here for death. Give, and I can still take you over there. Shui Deyu's mouth twitched, truly impervious to reason. Fine, your call. But how do you plan to get there? You've got cars, right? There are a few that run down in the garage. You lead the way, I'll handle the zombies. And at the warehouse, I have to be the one to open the door. Fine. The deal was struck. Shui Deyu had his men drive out a few sedans. I had him ride in the lead car to guide, and the other underboss's cars had to keep at least 300 meters behind us. He'd meant to refuse, and I just pulled out the Glock and pressed it to his forehead. Wait, we can talk this out. Don't think I don't know what you're scheming. Remember, you've got no choice. I tossed this boss into the car single-handedly, letting him do the most dangerous job. I went back to the RV, Shuedeyu and his men left the complex and were struck speechless at the Drifter Citadel's luxurious specs. In the apocalypse, he could actually have a mobile fortress like this. Any mansion or villa was nothing by comparison. Bastard, he's actually got such a fine car. That car must be packed with supplies. Shuedeyu gritted his teeth, fished a phone from under his seat, and sent a message to someone. The convoy set off for Gangyang City's outskirts, Shuedeyu driving alone in front, the underbosses following 300 meters back. Xian Kursen, in the passenger seat, asked, "You think that guy will really take us to the arms warehouse?" "He's got no choice. If he doesn't want to die, he has to get the guns fast. Not afraid he'll pull something dirty. That's if he can manage it." Xian Kursen leaned on my shoulder and said softly, "How about we strike first and take them all out before we get there? At a time like this, better to kill by mistake than let one slip, right?" I picked up my water cup and took a sip. So Xian Kursen was this direct, was she? "I know what you're thinking." She gave a snort. "I don't think I'm wrong. If you think I'm wrong, feel free to discipline me. I mean in bed." Uffed. I sprayed it right out. Luckily, the driving console's waterproofing was top-notch. An hour later, we followed Shuedeyu to a desolate warehouse compound, and along the way I'd casually dealt with quite a few zombies, giving him an eyeful. After getting out, I cut the chatter and drew my gun straight at Shuedeyu. "Hands behind your head, and have all your men pull back to a kilometer away. Bro, this isn't decent of you, Bam! The bullet flew past, grazing his cheek and leaving a bullet hole in the iron door. You think I'm joking? Fine." Shuedeyu gritted his teeth. With a gun against his head, he had no choice, and could only pin his hopes on that crowd hurrying over. After confirming his men's cars had stopped in the distance, I had Xian Kursen and Su Mingyao get out to watch front and back, and walk to the warehouse myself, opening the iron lock with the key. Opening the door and turning on the lights, the scene inside stunned me. This place wasn't like a warehouse, more like a pure white palace. Silver-gray metal shelves lined both sides of the aisle, extending into the lamplight far off. The left side had dedicated storage cabinets displaying pistols and submachine guns in tiers, a weapon embedded in each slot, indigo indicator lights blinking beneath transparent panels. The right side was assault rifles and sniper rifles, neat as works of art. Further in, the shelves became huge metal drawer cabinets, storing millions of rounds of ammunition, golden brass-cased bullets arranged in neat rows. I hadn't expected Shuedeyu could smuggle arms on such an outrageous scale. If anyone found out, it wouldn't be settled by a mere death sentence. Some of these were even high-tech products, ones even the me of Last Life had never used. After zombies grew stronger, ordinary guns could only handle low-tier ones, and later the Alliance developed high-tech firearms with excellent efficiency for clearing the small fry. I placed a hand on the gun rack and took it into the system. Taken in, Pistol Nightingale, N7X200, Shockwave TAC X150, Submachine Gun Swarm PDW X120, Thunderstorm, 668 X100, Assault Rifle Condensator X130, Thermite TH X150, Sniper Rifle Ghost Walker MC X50, Sanctioners HX50, Firearm Ammunition X1.3 million. Inventory about to overflow. Please continue opening new inventory slots. In under a minute, the entire armory along with the shelves was taken into my space. Looking at this loot, I was in great spirits. But just as I was about to head out, I found a faint golden glow flickering beneath the ammunition cabinets, impossible to discover without removing the cabinets. This glow I knew all too well. An S-rank relic? How could it be here? I excitedly dug away the soil and saw a blueprint. Engraved on it an imposing sniper rifle, pure black all over, the body inscribed M82A1. A Barrett? How is this S-rank relic a gun's design blueprint? Could it be I meant to make it myself? I was taken aback, then suddenly heard a commotion outside, and hurriedly took the relic into my space. Stepping out, I saw countless humans in camouflage and holding guns spring up from the grass in every direction, muzzles trained on exactly me, Xian Kursen, and Su Mingyao. Shuedeyu laughed harshly, took a pistol from an underboss, and aimed it at me. "The tables have turned, little bro." I checked, no fewer than 50 people. "These people are your backing." Shuedeyu frowned. "Even at a time like this, This man could actually stay unflustered in the face of danger. Recalling the scenes of him taking down zombies on the way, Shwediyu said, "Relax, those two women are good-looking. Killing them would be too much of a waste. As for your RV, naturally, it'll be mine to use." So driving so slow the whole way was to buy these people time? And what if it was? You think I'd stash arms here and not arrange a single man? I've long been waiting for you to take the bait. I smiled and pointed at the warehouse. Why don't you go take a look inside first? See whether those treasures of yours are still there. What a joke. You couldn't have swallowed it all. Shwediyu was scornful, but he had indeed been fretting over it these days, and turned to walk into the warehouse. In the instant everyone's attention was drawn away, I unfurled the freeze domain in a flash, took out both pistols, and fired at everyone inside the domain. When the 10 seconds ended and the domain withdrew, time flowed back, and amid a string of soft thwips, every one of those armed underbosses dropped dead, shot in the head. Bastard! Where are my treasures? My treasure, ah! Shwediyu ran out of the warehouse, saw his men toppling one after another into pools of blood, and went utterly blank. What did you do? This big fish of mine did take the bait, but only if you could reel it ashore too. Seems now you're the one I've dragged into the water. I headshot him without the slightest hesitation. Back at the two women's side, I asked, "You too? Really? Why didn't you fire a shot to signal me?" "Firing would have made that crowd go off instead. No need," Xian Kursen said, tapping the center of my brow. "Besides, waiting for you to come out is more reliable, isn't it? If the RV got damaged, that'd be our greatest loss." "Oh, no need to worry about that. The Drifter Fortress is plenty sturdy." The three of us boarded, set the route, and engaged autonomous driving. I went back into the RV and set that S-rank relic blueprint in front of Su Mingyao. She froze. "Is this a Barrett?" "Brother Lin Fan, this blueprint." "Mingyao, take it in your hand and use your own will to make this sniper rifle. From now on, it'll be your ability." Just then the sun happened to set, and the seal's voice sounded right on time. "You may not go outside at night." I glanced at Xian Kursen. Tonight, besides helping Su Mingyao awaken her ability, I'd also have Xian Kursen absorb 1,000 crystals to awaken as an ability user. Slay the Tier 3 zombie leader. Time remaining, 11 days. With no shortage of supplies, Mu Yaxiang made a lavish spread. She loved cooking, equally adept at hearty banquet dishes and homey stir-fries. Back at the restaurant she'd run, she'd been the technical consultant. I hadn't expected her skills to be this good. Seems specially coming to find her to be the cook was the right call. Xian Kursen and Su Mingyao were all the more satisfied. From now on, food would be no worry at all. After clearing the dishes, I had Xian Kursen absorb the 1,000 crystals. Placed together, these crystals would fuse on their own into a palm-sized piece. Xian Kursen placed it at her heart, felt the faint pulsing the crystal gave off, and soon the crystal sank into her body, as if sinking into a lake. Just like Su Mingyao before, she too felt heart-piercing pain, every muscle in her body battered and remade by the surging energy. 10 minutes later, Xian Kursen opened her eyes. "So this is awakening as an ability user?" "Yep, though you don't have an ability yet, so you don't count as a true ability user. Wait until we find a suitable relic later and bring it back to absorb." Just like Mingyao's here, she pointed at the S-rank relic blueprint beside her, the sniper rifle drawn on it imposing just to look at. Su Mingyao asked with a smile, "Sister Kursen, how about you take this relic?" "No need, I don't like firearms." "Auntie Xiang, you're probably not great with them either." I am a bit hopeless." Mu Yaxiang gave a dry chuckle. The three of us knew well in our hearts that, had we not seen her outline tracing marksmanship with our own eyes, we'd have really thought this was a tactful refusal. But the fact was she really wasn't suited. In a sense, missing every single shot takes talent too. Task complete. Xian Kursen awakened as an ability user. Reward, Tianjing Mysterious Stone. Points plus 1,000. Task complete. Xian Kursen's loyalty reaches 100. Reward, RV Levitation Device. Points plus 1,500, currently 2,700. Levitation Device automatically loaded to the driving console. New task, Mu Yaxiang's loyalty reaches 95. Reward, Rainbow Piercing Spear Design Blueprint. Sudden task, Mu Yaxiang's loyalty reaches 100. Reward, Annihilation Jade. 7 days remaining. New task, hunt 10 tier, 2 zombies. Reward, Source of Thundered. Sudden task, find a 4th RV member. Reward, tier, 3 RV remodeling blueprint. 7 days remaining, requires loyalty 95. A string of dings, and a lot more things appeared. I glanced at Xian Kursen. Her loyalty was now maxed like Su Mingyao's, though the system warned that if I made a move on Mu Yaxiang first, there was a chance her loyalty might decrease. In short, the new tasks were recruit Annie Xiang, find tier, 2 zombies, and find a 4th member. Auntie Xiang I'd naturally recruit, but she had to come after Kursen. The tier, 2 zombies were hard to say. I'd be in Tianhe City the next few days. As for an RV member, if anything that was the easiest, just find anyone and offer some benefits, but I didn't want to be that careless. And the tier, 3 RV design blueprint. That was a remarkable treasure. The tier, 2 Drifter Citadel was already this luxurious. Upgraded to tier 3, it'd surely be even more spacious and magnificent. I went back to the cockpit to check my inventory and called up the wind-cleaving dagger design blueprint, which showed the crafting materials, one being the just-obtained Tianjing mysterious stone, the others refined steel, the requirement not large. I'd collected some in Tianhe City earlier as backup, never expecting it'd come into play now. System, craft the wind-cleaving dagger for me. Forging complete, please collect. I took it out and held it, light as if it weren't there. The dagger was about 20 centimeters long, its lines smooth, the tip unusually sharp and gleaming white. Not flashy, but it would definitely be far more usable than my Dragonbone dagger. A burst of exclamations came from inside the RV. I turned and saw Su Mingyao holding the relic blueprint. Eyes shut tight, golden lightning flickering over her hands now and then. Mu Yaxiang and Xian Kursen didn't dare approach, afraid of being caught in the crossfire. Having gone through 3 absorptions, I blocked the 2 women behind me and said to the still persevering Su Mingyao, Mingyao, vividly imagine that barret of your fantasies. Imagine it at its strongest in your hands. What I'd absorbed those 3 times weren't blueprints, but at the root a design plan was an S-rank relic too. To turn it into an ability, you had to have the nerve to endure that kind of agony. What Su Mingyao had to do now was bear the energy fluctuations, use her own will to imagine that weapon, and guide the energy to forge this peerless cannon. A faint golden light came from the center of her brow, the glow swelling ever larger until it utterly enveloped her. Boom! A strong wind swept out, the furniture all around scattering. I shielded the 2 women behind me, and when the wind subsided, the 3 of us saw Su Mingyao with her head dripping with sweat, and on the table before her sat a black sniper rifle gleaming with golden light. She panted lightly, noticed my gaze, and revealed a warm smile. Brother Lin Fan, it's called Annihilation. Annihilation? Quite fitting. I stepped forward to look closely. The body of the gun flowed with a deep matte black, its silhouette inheriting the barret's ruggedness. Every inch of its lines fluid-treated and all the sharper for it. From stock to muzzle, it transitioned from a deep space black to a dark gray with a metallic grain texture, as if energy were converging toward the muzzle, exuding a cold, heavy sense of presence. I was certain a weapon born of an S-rank ability was no simple thing. Mingyao, what's this Annihilation S ability? A rifle for pinpoint sniping turned into an ability. What kind of terrifying evolution would it have? I was truly curious. Su Mingyao smiled. It has 3 firing modes. The first is Pierce, which can easily punch through over 5 layers of ultra-hard bulletproof glass. Armored tanks are no problem either. The second is Detonate. The instant it hits the target, the bullet's energy bursts open to produce an explosion. The third is Obliterate. After the bullet hits, an obliteration domain appears, and all matter within range is utterly torn apart and disintegrated. 3. Rather interesting. I clicked my tongue in wonder. I stepped forward to touch it, but was zapped by a surge of energy, while Su Mingyao could touch it easily. So that's it. Seems this gun has thoroughly become your ability. I was about to fetch bullets for her, but she shook her head. Annihilation doesn't need bullets. No bullets? Then how do you fire? Its bullets depend on my mental strength. The stronger the mental strength, the more bullets and the greater the power, and I don't need to reload. I just aim and shoot. From now on, I'll switch the 3 modes on your command. Right now, Pierce has the lowest cost, and the most bullets, detonate next, obliterate the highest. Mental strength bullets? She and Curson grew curious too. Were it not night now, they'd all want to witness Annihilation's power. Then going by the highest consumption obliterate. How many shots can your current F-rank physique fire? 3 shots, Su Mingyao said. With Pierce, it's 20 rounds. I nodded, a very good strength. As she advanced in the future, the bullet count would rise steadily, and the power would notably strengthen too. After chatting a while, all 3 of them were looking forward to the effect of killing zombies tomorrow. Stowing Annihilation, I thought of the system task and asked, do you know anyone in Tiana City? Xian Curson was puzzled. Anyone I know? You're the only one I know now. Su Mingyao shook her head. I only know my roommates, but they all left campus before the crisis broke out, and they didn't respond to my messages. Mu Yaxiang raised a small hand. Lin Fan, are you looking for someone? I still need a new RV member, ideally someone you all know. Mu Yaxiang carefully raised her hand. I do know one. Back when I ran the restaurant, I knew a female university teacher who often came to eat. Character-wise, I think there's no problem. She had her own scale in her heart, knowing that recommending the wrong person would put her own situation in danger, but with Lin Fan truly in need right now, all she could think of was that upright friend of good character. I thought a moment and remembered something. Auntie Xiang, where is she? Tianhe City's Huanyuan University, though I'm not clear what the situation's like there now. Huanyuan University? So it really was there. Last life, when Auntie Xiang came to see me in the lower ranks, she'd mentioned more than once that she could take supplies and slip out because a teacher friend turned a blind eye for her. Seems it was her. Since she'd done me a kindness, there'd be no problem with her as the 4th RV member. Loyalty, though, was an issue. Seeing me still considering, Mu Yaxiang grew a little uneasy. Xian Curson, sitting beside her, rolled her eyes and asked with a smile. Auntie Xiang, they say birds of a feather flock together. This friend of yours shouldn't be hard on the eyes, right? Mu Yaxiang hurriedly assured her. Don't worry. Shichin told me she somehow inexplicably got picked by students onto the 4 bells of the Academy list, even outdoing those internet streamers. 4 bells of the Academy? I looked up at her, and it came back to me. Mu Yaxiang had indeed chatted with me about this, saying the woman had once made the list of the Academy's most beautiful women, and after the apocalypse, at the Survivor Alliance, she'd still been managing people. That settled it. I stood and made the final call. Then it's her. Mingyao, help me check the situation around Huanyuan University and reinvestigate the Tianhe City dense zombie spots you organized earlier. I'll need to keep collecting crystals later. Yes, sir. I looked at Curson. Help me check the posts students from that university put up, see if anyone knows her specific location. You can post a help request too. We'll trade supplies for intel. Supplies are scarce now, so a student should private message you soon. Okay. Auntie Xiang. I'm hungry. Make us a midnight snack. The fire blazing in Mu Yaxiang's heart was half doused. Having said that, I went off to the cockpit. Xian Curson said with a smile. Auntie Xiang, don't be discouraged. Cooking's important too. Without you, none of us would have the energy to work, so don't take it to heart. Right, Sister Curson's spot on. Thank you both. Mu Yaxiang sniffled. By the way, you two don't mind Lin Fan looking for other women? Xian Curson shook her head. That question's a bit unnecessary, Auntie Xiang. What you should ask is why he's only started looking now. Back in your old complex, there were surely people coming to your door, offering supplies for a night with you, and the like, right? Mu Yaxiang's expression stiffened, and she nodded silently. There's nothing to be shy about. Here, Auntie Xiang, take a look. Xian Curson set the tablet in front of her. A forum post from some Tiana complex. All supply, please, with several red highlighted posts among them. Every one of them trading a tiny bit of food for a woman's dignity for a night or a day, with so-called transaction videos attached below. Those titles, their meaning unspoken yet plain, made Mu Yaxiang's scalp prickle. Xian Curson said softly, these are all women's help posts. In Mengyao's and my eyes, Lin Fan's supplies now are enough to buy an entire city district's worth of women for him to toy with, a different one every day. But he hasn't. I trust myself, and I trust Lin Fan's judgment even more, so when I saw him let you on the car, I wouldn't have any objection. Besides, that we can have an RV like this, free of worry for food and drink, is thanks to him too, isn't it? Mu Yaxiang silently handed the tablet back and gave it thin as a mosquito's whine. But let me say up front, Annie Xiang, you have to come after me, or I'll be angry. Slay the tier, 3 zombie leader. Time remaining, 10 days. Mu Yaxiang's cheeks flushed faintly. She naturally understood the meaning of those words, didn't dare say more, and turned to go to the kitchen counter to cook. Xian Kursin covered her mouth and laughed softly. Andy Xiang and that bashful nature of hers. She glanced at Su Mingyao, who'd just gained an S-rank ability and was still in an excited state, stepped over, and rubbed her head. What is it, Sister Kursin? Nothing, just wanted to touch you. Mingyao, you smell really nice. That tickles, Sister Kursin. A short while later, Mu Yaxiang finished the midnight snack, and after everyone ate, I went back to the driver's compartment. Xian Kursin got up and walked over to Mu Yaxiang, who was washing dishes, and said a few words in a low voice. Is this okay? You've got to free up some space, after all. I understand. Xian Kursin stretched, went to shower, and afterward went to the bedroom to lie in bed scrolling posts. Mu Yaxiang followed behind her, finished washing and drying her hair, and said to the still investigating Su Mingyao, Mingyao, Auntie Xiang's sleepy. I'll turn in first. Oh, got it. Su Mingyao nodded, not knowing why the other woman had specially mentioned this one line. Only after seeing the two return to the bedroom and draw the sliding door shut did she remember she should shower too, and went to the bathroom. When she came out, she didn't feel like sleeping yet. After gaining Annihilation S power, she was still quite exhilarated. Rather than sleep, better to help Brother Lin Fan investigate whether there were special zombie spots in Tiana City. Just then I happened to come back from the cockpit. I'd been looking at whether there were suitable safe points in the Tiana City area. The safe point navigator the system gave wasn't useless after all. Zombies were indeed very few near the designated spots. Mingyao, just you? Sister Kursin and Auntie Xiang are both asleep. This fast? I was a little surprised, glanced at Su Mingyao wrapped in only a bath towel, hair slightly damp, and said with a smile, Perfect. I was wanting to shower too. As I passed by, Su Mingyao suddenly understood why Xian Kursin had rubbed her head and why Annie Xiang had specially said she was going to sleep. She tugged at the hem of my clothes. What is it? Brother Lin Fan. She lowered her head. I came out just now before I'd finished washing. Why come out before you've finished? Finish washing properly before you come out. My mind set on tomorrow's plan. I nearly tossed out a clueless line, but at this moment realized Xian Kursin and Annie Xiang had both gone into sleep, so this big space was left to me and Mingyao, wasn't it? Come, let's wash together. I gave her no chance to refuse and pulled her into the bathroom. Meanwhile in the bedroom, Xian Kursin, lying in bed, looked at Mu Yaxiang with her back to her and teased. Auntie Xiang, you can sense it, right? We've all seen an ability user's physique. I guess it might not stop even by morning. Before it's over, we'd best stay put in here. Mingyao looks demure, but she's even thinner skinned than you. I won't go out. Even if you need the toilet, you'll have to hold it. I know. Annie Xiang. I'm so bored. Get up and scroll the forum with me. Maybe we can find intel on that good friend of yours, Shirqin. True. Mu Yaxiang hurriedly propped herself up. She'd best find something to distract herself. Xian Kursin opened the forum and locked the location to Hengyuan University. All kinds of posts came one after another. Hengyuan University West District Building 7, Room 602. Trapped for 5 days. Supplies critical. Seeking trades and teammates. East District Building 9, Room 307. Medical alcohol plus power bank for food and water. South Building 4, Room 509. Civil engineering guy, trading a heavy-duty toolbox for high-calorie food. Teaching Building 4F multimedia classroom. Medical student, can provide basic medical treatment, trading for food, shelter, or a team slot. North Building 10, Room 206. Anyone have clean water? Trading a thing that might be a zombie crystal for it. Teaching Building 6F conference room. Someone's injured and feverish. Anyone have antibiotics or fever meds? Willing to trade all our food. The posts were still refreshing. Mu Yaxiang murmured. Seems the students there are all trapped too. Xian Kursin was unmoved. Auntie Xiang, do you have a photo of Shirqin? I do. We took one together before. She'd long since charged her phone after boarding and opened her photos. There was indeed one of the female teacher and her together. She and Kirsten sized it up. Pretty indeed. I think Lin Fan would take this sister in. Calling her sister before she's even on the car? She and Kirsten then posted something below. Missing person Hing Yuan University teacher Fei Shichin. Bring accurate location info. Reward 1 case of braised beef noodles. Bring her out unharmed in person. Reward 10 cases of instant noodles plus 2 10-liter jugs of mineral water. I'll only say this once, and I keep my word. She also attached the picture she'd casually snapped at the warehouse earlier of a shelf packed full of instant noodles. One stone raised 1,000 ripples. The lower right corner popping up windows ding 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 nonstop. Mu Yasheng jumped, thinking they'd caught some computer virus, but Xian Kirsten was utterly calm. A post like this was like a spark bursting in the dark night. Everyone would run for the light source for all they were worth. Soon the post was flooded with frantic comments from students still alive. Holy crap, 10 cases? 2 jugs of water? Opie, who the hell are you, a supply team? That lab building, the ground floor's full of those ghastly things. Anonymous? This is a damn trap, right? If you're really this rich, put a case of noodles at West District Building 7 first to prove it. I'll take it. I'm taking it. WP Major's dorm has the gear, just been fretting over nowhere to get food. 10 cases as agreed. 1 pack short, and I'll twist your head off. Yesterday at 4 p.m., I saw through binoculars a living person stirring in the east side corridor of the lab building's 2nd floor. Looked like a girl in a white coat running. Not sure if it's who you're looking for. Is this info worth half a case of noodles? What do you want with Shichin? She's my goddess. If you dare hurt her, I'll fight you to the death. Strategically analyzing, the school gate is easy to enter but hard to exit. The stairs are narrow. Success rate may be below 30%. Suggest OP make part of the supplies public to boost credibility. There were also a few private messages. Bro, the specific plan? We can field 5 people, we've got gear, but it's got to be discussed face to face. Pay 1 pack of noodles as a deposit first, and I'll draw you a detailed map of the lab building's 2nd floor and a zombie distribution chart. I know where Fei Shichin is, she's still alive. But your reward's not enough. 20 cases of noodles plus all your meds. Reply if you agree, otherwise no deal. There were too many replies. Xian Kirsten frowned, unsure of what was real, and exited the post. Soon she got another private message, this one with a video. A tall woman in teacher's uniform attire lay asleep on a dorm desk. Mu Yasheng spoke up at once. No mistake, that's Shichin. Xian Kirsten replied in private chat. So you agree to the deal? That's right, but I want 20 cases of instant noodles, and you have to go to the school's supermarket and take care of someone for me first. Once that's done, I'll bring her out. Xian Kirsten's beautiful eyes narrowed slightly. Still daring to bargain with me? But considering this was the person Lin Fan wanted, she pressed down her displeasure. Speak. Take care of whom? The thug currently occupying the school supermarket, named Lei Wenqing. He's driven everyone in the school out of the supermarket. I nearly got bitten by a zombie too, and the students have all fled back to their dorms. With so many adult college students at the school, you can't take it back? He has a gun. Xian Kirsten propped her forehead. Fine, guns really did make the world yours. Even with supplies scarce, no one dared court death. When do you make your move? The day after tomorrow. Can it be tomorrow? Travel time. The day after tomorrow, I'll keep monitoring the supermarket's movements. Once you take care of him, just open the supermarket doors, and an hour later, I'll bring teacher Shichin over. Xian Kirsten narrowed her eyes and replied, after the supermarket opens, I'll wait only half an hour. If the person's not here, we'll take all the supplies inside. Pretty women are everywhere now. You think you're in a position to bargain with me? The other end paused a while before adding one line. I hope you succeed. Then the avatar dimmed, going offline. Xian Kirsten leaned against the wall and stretched. That'll do. You're sure that person will bring Shichin out? Definitely. The school supermarket is an important supply point. That person will watch it more closely than anyone. Stock up on supplies first and head back to the dorm, or follow the lead of that armed guy and occupy the supermarket. Either works, as long as he rushes to the supermarket first thing. Xian Kirsten was very confident. In the apocalypse, those who knew supply points ahead of time were like hunters in the dark, silently watching all along. Anyway, Annie Xiang, this nightgown of yours is pretty nice. Did Lin Fan give it to you? No, this is what I wear at home myself. Wear this kind in the RV from now on then. Light and convenient. Mu Yaxiang covered her chest, a little embarrassed. That wouldn't be proper. This is for sleeping in. You just said you wear it at home. And isn't this RV home to us? Besides, you'd only be wearing it for Lin Fan to see, no? Auntie Xiang, what style is this? Wait. Cursin, look all you want, but no touching. Morning, the sun rose. In the cockpit, looking at the clear national road outside, I gave a soft sigh. From Gangyang City to Tianhe City was at least 2 days, but with autonomous driving, a day at most. Only 5 days into the crisis, though there were other vehicles on the road. Fortunately, there'd been no accidents, and the going was smooth. Perhaps before long this place would be jammed with cars like the highway too. I gently stroked Su Mingyao's hair with one hand. Mingyao, it's about time. Cursin and the others will be waking too. A short while later, Su Mingyao leaned on the passenger side, then onto my shoulder, and said softly, Brother Lin Fan, Mingyao feels so happy. I drew her shoulder in. There'll be even more happiness ahead, silly girl. Go put your clothes on, or you'll be teased if they see you. She got up and went back into the RV, thought of Mu Yaxiang's nightgown from last night, and took a pink nightdress from the wardrobe, its length reaching around the thigh. After awakening an S-rank ability, she was already an F-rank ability user. Her stamina and mental strength greatly enhanced, and a whole night had passed without her feeling tired. After washing up, she took her laptop and sat beside me to work again. I saw that nightdress and paused. Mingyao, this nightdress. Not nice looking. Very nice. I nearly wanted it again. Then how about one more time before Sister Cursin and the others come out? I was taken aback. Wait a second. Oh no, here it goes again. Cursin, you mean we still can't go out? Wait a bit longer. She and Cursin helplessly cheered on Mu Yaxiang, who knelt on the bed. Hold on a little more. Auntie Xiang. This round will probably end soon. It's been all night, and they still haven't quieted down. This is the ability user's world. You'll have to get used to it, Auntie Xiang, and your turn will come later too. Half an hour later. I can't. I have to use the bathroom. Wait, Auntie Xiang. She and Cursin didn't catch her in time. Mu Yaxiang slid open the door and at one glance saw the two overlapping figures in the cockpit, hurriedly shut her eyes, and ducked into the bathroom. Once she'd relieved herself, she fretted again over whether she should go out. Luckily, a knock came just then, and she slid the door open to see me, all smiles. Auntie Xiang, good morning. Good morning. Have you washed up? I have. She hurriedly came out to make way. The bathroom wasn't big, but two could squeeze in fine. It was just that she still didn't dare fully let go. In a bathrobe, I noticed her staring at me nervously and said with a smile, Auntie Xiang, are you interested in awakening an ability user's physique? The words struck her like a thunderbolt. Awakening a physique? Because of that sort of thing? So he wanted her to. But considering the days ahead, she still made up her mind and replied nervously, Lin Fan, I am interested. Easy enough. The zombies in Tianhe City haven't been swept yet. In a few days, I'll help you awaken. Ah, so that's what he meant. Mu Yaxiang let out a breath, yet felt a faint twinge of disappointment in her heart. I frowned. What was going on? Auntie Xiang's loyalty had been about to hit 95, so how had it dropped back to 92 just now? Had I said something wrong? But this sort of thing couldn't be rushed. Take it slow. The most pressing thing now was the fourth RV member. With autonomous driving, I didn't have to drive. Today I could actually get a good rest. Just as well, I'll use the chance to organize intel. Since the apocalypse broke out, I'd pushed my time to the limit these past days. Were it not for the triple S-rank relics plus an ability user's physique, I'd probably have worked myself to death by now. I sat in the driver's seat, called up the system, and confirmed the tasks and the idle items in my inventory. In today's refresh shop, one thing caught my attention. High-tech combat suit. Provides superb physical protection, can withstand ordinary zombie bites and clawing, integrates dynamic optical camouflage, and provides up to 30 minutes of optical invisibility in low-light environments. 450 points. A good item. I bought it outright, leaving 2,250. I confirmed my inventory again. Tier 1 Healing Fluid. Tier 1 Physique Enhancement Capsule X10. Ability user physique amplification fluid. Ghost cloak. High-tech combat suit. 103 tier. 1 crystals, 1 tier. 2 crystal, with the rest firearms, ammunition, and supplies. That warehouse clearing task of the systems had stuffed my inventory pretty much full. Upgrading another 100 slots would cost 6,400 points now. The thought alone made me wince. System, what tasks are currently in progress? Mu Yaxiang's loyalty reaches 95. Reward, rainbow-piercing radiant sun spear design blueprint. Sudden, Mu Yaxiang's loyalty reaches 100. Reward, annihilation jade. 6 days remaining to. Sudden, find a 4th RV member. Reward, tier 3 RV remodeling blueprint. 6 days remaining. Requires loyalty 95. Hunt 10 tier 2 zombies. Reward, source of thundered. Sudden, slay the tier 3 zombie leader at Tianhe City Safety Center. 10 days remaining. Reward, auto-targeting laser turret. 5 tasks. No rushing it now. Everything would be settled once back in Tianhe City. The tier 3 zombie still had 10 days left, just the right time to search whether any other relics would appear in Tianhe. Mid-thought, Xian Kursin, in her nightgown, plopped down beside me. Here, Lin Fan, take a look at this woman. She played a 5-second video. The woman in the frame was tall, wearing a low-cut, form-fitting top and a gym. The moment the video ended, she smirked. Lin Fan, that woman just now, pretty, isn't she? She's all right. What color were her shoes? Black. And the stockings? Fishnets. The hat? Pale yellow. Then what about the shorts? Blue. Xian Kursin was speechless. That's not right. Shouldn't he have been paying attention to that streamer's chest and legs? I spread my hands helplessly, like humoring a little sister next door with a brain teaser. Her chest isn't even as big as yours. Her legs aren't as long. What's there to look at? If you really want to lure me in, you've got to find someone of your own caliber. After that, Mu Yaxiang finished making breakfast, and once everyone ate, I handed the ghost cloak and high-tech combat suit to Su Mingyao. As a sniper, concealing herself was extremely important. She took them and tried them at once. The optical camouflage activated, her figure vanishing utterly into the air. I nodded with satisfaction. With Annihilation S power, switched to Obliterate mode, a tier 2 zombie should be a one-shot kill, and even a tier 3 can be gravely wounded. Later I'll prepare a car for you, and have the evolved little yellow be your bodyguard. When we run into specific powerful zombies, or when I go to negotiate with people, you take the high ground and give me fire support. No problem, Brother Lin Fan. Any requirements for the type of car? Considering concealment, ideally something quieter. I don't like a car that's noisy to drive. Given the nature of her ability, she didn't need a flashy sports car. Not being discovered was the key. How about a bicycle? Xian Kursin proposed out of nowhere. I propped my forehead. You serious? Of course. A bicycle is basically silent. Then can you picture Meng Yao riding a bicycle with this big annihilation on her back? Xian Kursin earnestly imagined it. Su Mingyao riding along, little yellow lolling its tongue in the front basket, a sniper rifle taller than a person on her back. That picture looked less like carrying out a secret mission than a weekend outing. It is a bit incongruous. Good that you know. After that, Su Mingyao organized all the dense zombie spots within Tianhe City. Apart from the safety center, the place is confirmed by camera alone to have over 500 numbered more than 30, occupying nearly every district of Tianhe City, and in reality, it would only be more, with surely plenty hidden in the nearby high-rises. There was still ample time on the safety center task. Before then, I wanted every member in the car to awaken an ability user physique so that the task would be foolproof. I pointed at the holographic projection of the map. After we get back to Tianhe City tomorrow, we'll first go to Hengyuan University to find Fei Shiqin. Mingyao, organize a new route for me based on the spots you found. I'm going to sweep the zombies in Tianhe City one by one. Understood. Kursin, come to the passenger seat in a bit. I've got something to discuss. Okay. Annie Xiang, I need you to make 100 hot dishes, any variety. The space has the property of frozen time, so bring each one to the cockpit as you finish it. That way, if something sudden comes up and we can't get back to the RV, we can still eat the hot food you make. No problem. I went to the cockpit. The RV members had clear divisions of labor, but I felt I needed a helper, someone sharp, who understood my next step plans and had a degree of management experience. In this apocalypse, members who boarded all had to manage two things. 1. Cast off the pity in their hearts. 2. Hold the conviction to work earnestly to survive. My shelter was indeed sturdy, but once a vast survivor alliance formed in the future, factions intertwined, I would absolutely not depend on others' goodwill. I needed at least the power to hold my own against them to keep mastering my own fate. Xian Kursen sat in the passenger seat, leaned on my shoulder, and showed me last night's chat record. I nodded. Well done, Kursen. Seems we can pick up this Shirchin tomorrow. Lin Fan, the forums all help posts now. Why not consider building your own organization? An organization? An organization to collect zombie crystals for you. My eyes lit up, and I perked up. I'd thought about this, but never paid it much mind. In my view, only the members in the car counted as my own people. A large-scale group was hard to set my mind at ease about, inevitably with ill-intentioned people backstabbing, and I hated betrayal most. Xian Kursen struck while the iron was hot. Right now, lots of people are posting to team up to kill zombies and grab supplies, and some teams have already taken shape, even forming civilian organizations. Though casualties are heavy, some have indeed broken through successfully into the military safe zones. You took a lot of arms from that gun warehouse earlier. If no one's using them, you could distribute them to some people and have them collect nearby crystals for you, and you trade survival supplies for them. 1. It reduces the city's zombies. 2. It saves you a great deal of time. I'd think what you need most right now is time. A bullseye. I'd need a large amount of crystals. Rather than trade with people of unknown origin, better to make an organization I could control, dedicated to hunting crystals. At least I'd know their roots. If I really do it, what are your thoughts? 2 approaches. Xian Kursen held up 2 fingers. 1. Find a group that already has scale. You deal directly with the leader, provide weapons, you take 90% of the crystals, and he takes 10. You're the boss behind the scenes, and pay supplies as compensation when it's done. The risk is the other side may misreport numbers and line their own pockets. 2. You post and organize it yourself, handing guns to those who can't kill zombies. Supplies are scarce everywhere now. You just promise however much in supplies for however many crystals, and to survive they'll surely take the initiative to strike. All fear stems from insufficient firepower, that's the truth. I tapped the wheel. Both were reasonable. Which do you lean toward? I only provide the options. I don't interfere with your choice. After all, you're the master of this car. She smirked and linked her arm through mine. I gave her a kiss. Then the second option. I'd think you already have in mind who to find. Of course, those Hengyuan University students. Have them take the school as a center and keep clearing the surrounding zombies, expanding the safe zone, and during this time we can clear the other spots in Tianhe City along Mingyao's planned route. 2 birds with 1 stone. Those students are truly crying out to be fed right now. Just give them 1 pack of instant noodles, and they'll work themselves to the bone for you. Then I'll leave this work to you. Haha, I'll be wanting a reward, you know. A reward? She blinked, her meaning pointed. Tonight it should be my turn. After that everyone finished lunch, and Su Mingyao and Xian Kursen investigated some anomaly spots too. Through the footage, I clearly saw the extremely fast zombies in the frame. Not many in number, but that running posture was indeed a Tier 2 runner. So the task to hunt Tier 2 zombies had a lead too. A pity no relic spot was found. Even a low Tier 1 would have been nice. After playing with Little Yellow a while, it had grown a bit larger again, its whole body gold and white. Having eaten the evolution pill, it was now a genuine Tier 1 beast, just still a little small in size. In the afternoon, everyone worked at their own tasks. The one truly with nothing to do was me. A bit of rest was good too. Once back in Tianhe City, even wanting to rest would be impossible. The 3 women sat beside me. Compared to this RV's supremely superior environment, the outside world was without doubt in dire straits, living 1 meal at a time with no certainty of the next. In the evening the sun set, and the seal's voice sounded right on time. Once everyone finished dinner, Su Mingyao and Mu Yaxiang showered early and went to bed in the bedroom. Coming back into the RV and seeing the 2 women gone, I knew well what was up. Xian Kursen stepped forward and hugged me, saying with a smile, "All right, next is our time." I gave her a kiss. Shower first. Sure. That night, the RV was full of intimacy between the two of us. It was a good while before the noise quieted. Mu Yaxiang in the bedroom was flushed all over, while Su Mingyao playing with the tablet beside her was utterly calm. Are they done? It's only just begun, surely. Huh? It's nearly midnight. It's been 4 hours. 4 hours? That's just a warm-up. Su Mingyao revealed a warm smile. Auntie Xiang, Brother Lin Fan is very clingy. You'll get used to it later. Midnight passed. Slay the tier, 3 zombie leader. Time remaining, 9 days. The next morning, the Drifter Citadel successfully drove into the Tianhe City area and proceeded toward Hengyuan University along the route. In the bedroom, after waiting until there was no noise outside, Mu Yaxiang slid the door open and saw Lin Fan and Xian Kursin already changed into going-out clothes, clearly having gotten affectionate again while tidying up. Good morning, Auntie Xiang. Good morning. You're hungry, right? I'll make breakfast first. Xian Kursin touched her stomach. I'm a little hungry. Su Mingyao came back into the RV and changed too. Now, apart from Mu Yaxiang, the other 3 were all true ability users. To be safe, I wouldn't let Mu Yaxiang leave the RV. After breakfast, through the window we could already see Hengyuan University's iconic century-old bell tower. Su Mingyao called up the campus map. Brother Lin Fan, that supermarket is in the interior of the campus, the cafeteria beside it, with quite a few students trapped inside. Going in will probably stir up no small commotion. As expected, I'll handle the supermarket. Kursin, I know. The zombies over at the cafeteria I'll take care of. Xian Kursin stretched, fully kitted out, the pistols Nightingale and 7 and Shockwave TAC strapped to her thighs. The assault rifle condensator on her back, and she'd also followed my lead and gotten 2 daggers for close combat. This request she'd suddenly raised last night. The reason simple. Forever following behind me, cushily picking up boxes wasn't her style. Better to trust her once and let her handle it herself. After awakening her ability, her speed, mental strength, focus, and stamina far surpassed an ordinary person's, and these few guns were no burden to her at all. I looked at Su Mingyao. You and Little Yellow hold the fort. Post in the university that students mustn't come within 100 meters of the RV. Anyone who dares approach, shoot, and test out Annihilation S power while you're at it. Yes. Auntie Xiang, keep an eye on that trade person at all times. He should send a message soon. Okay. The 3 women all knew my nature well. I would never allow anyone to approach the RV, which happened to align with their thinking too. As the last paradise they'd found in the apocalypse, intruders, whatever their status or background, who ignored warnings would be shot on the spot. Bam! The RV shuddered lightly, the Drifter Citadel smashing through the university's iron gate, thousands of zombies walking about inside. The Tier 2 RV's mighty performance showed itself. Countless zombies came at the roar, and the Citadel sent them flying easily, as if entering no man's land, recovering Tier 1 crystals for me along the way. 5 minutes later, the RV stopped at a supermarket entrance. Just as I'd thought, the doors were shut tight. I got out and scanned the surroundings. Not far off was a closed cafeteria. Kursin, be careful yourself. How about a bet? Bet what? You take care of the supermarket first, or I rescue the cafeteria students first. As for the stakes, whoever wins is on top tonight. My face went dark. You? Ahaha, then I'm off. Xian Kursin dashed off toward the cafeteria, firing both pistols at the surrounding zombies as she ran, leaping up to carve a beautiful arc in midair, and when she landed, those zombies toppled without exception. So last life she'd struggled at the bottom like me only because she hadn't obtained a high-tier relic and couldn't bring her full potential to bear. This life it wouldn't be so. I pulled my thoughts back, fired several shots at the door lock, and kicked it open. The moment I stepped into the pitch-black supermarket, I sensed a wind-cutting sound in the darkness. I dodged the axe sideways and, without turning my head, fired several shots at the person behind me. Blood spattered, the ambusher dropped, and I turned on the lights. The supermarket lit up in an instant. I glanced at the still operating camera behind me, knew someone was monitoring, didn't take it to heart, and continued in. I didn't need to hold back. I only needed to take care of that fellow named Lei Wenchen. Passing a shelf, several men leaped out of a box swinging kitchen knives. For ambushes like this, I didn't even need my ability, didn't even need to turn my head. I raised one hand and fired several shots. I didn't stop my steps, as relaxed as if strolling through a supermarket full of danger. What I didn't know was that all of this was being transmitted by surveillance to Heng University's livestream room, which only students could enter by registering their student IDs. They'd wanted to take the supermarket back before, but Lei Wenqing's men were each ruthless characters who'd run with the underworld and killed without batting an eye. Several male students had been killed, and even some female students dragged into the supermarket, their fates unknown to this day. All the on-campus survivors watching through surveillance my no-man's land manner cried out in astonishment, the bullet screen comments flying. He's flexing. That's so damn satisfying. This ballistic calculation, this prediction, a humanoid auto-aimbot. No bro, you're playing Apocalypse Warriors, while we're playing Apocalypse Survival. I put a few more shots into a guy on the floor who wasn't all the way dead, and a man leaped out behind me. I didn't even need to turn. A spinning elbow strike sent him flying, taking down a row of shelves with him. Latest analysis. The boss using guns is just habit, not reliance. Beyond 7 paces his gun is fast. Within 7 paces his gun is accurate and fast. Is he the anonymous boss looking for Teacher Shirchin? Case cracked. That luxury RV outside the supermarket is his ride. He drove in to extract someone. The supermarket's first floor was already a mess. I looked toward the second floor and went up the stairs. Not good. That Lei Wenqing must be lurking on the second floor. Boss, be careful. The moment I poked my head out, I was suppressed by a hail of bullets. Time was money now. Unfavorable terrain meant a quick, decisive fight. Freeze. Leap. The gray domain unfurled in an instant. Everything inside it frozen, my figure vanishing in a flash to appear behind several men. The second floor had only one passage, those men using cargo boxes as a defensive line, firing to suppress the stairway. Seems this Lei Wenqing had something to him, able to get hold of several guns. I fired continuously at the backs of their heads. The domain lifted, and those men dropped dead before they could even react. The second floor surveillance recovered, the footage relaying back to the livestream room. Wait, the picture looks frozen? Is my phone lagging, or did the world lag? Bam, bam, bam. Holy crap. What's going on? What did I miss? That's a damn one-shot, a curb stomp, a dimensional strike. These were the goods we were scared of before. I turned and scanned around, walking toward a room to the side. Opening the door, several female students' corpses lay sprawled inside. What Lei Wenqing's pack of animals had done to them needed no words. A person flashed out of the shadows outside the door, and as if I had eyes in the back of my head, I fired a shot back. That person took a round to the chest and dropped, and I stepped over to look at this burly, blue dragon-tattooed bald man. You're Lei Wenqing? The interrogation segment's here. Why does your majesty rebel? Dog Lei's gonna chicken out. 5 packs of spicy strips, he won't admit it. The man wept and bawled, shaking his head frantically. No, brother, that bastard Lei Wenqing ran off long ago. I'm just a lackey watching the door. Pa, coward, dares to do it, but not own it. And this is the bully? Really? I was a little disappointed. Whatever, doesn't matter. The boss bought it just like that. Wait, what does the boss want to do? I drew my gun and put 1 round into each of his 4 limbs. For gunshots, for limbs hit. Holy crap, a limb trimmer. Nice work, boss. My next move sent the live stream room into utter frenzy. Bam! Glass shattered, and Lei Wenqing was thrown by me out the second floor window. I get it. The boss is throwing him down to feed the zombies. Good riddance. Finally, someone avenged us. Thank you, boss. Fighting evil with evil. This is the apocalypse's rule. The posts on the forum refreshed frantically. Supermarket bully soloed by mysterious boss. Video as proof. Heng University's combat power ceiling is born. 1 man, 1 gun clears the whole supermarket. Justice may be late, but it never goes missing. Achoo! I sneezed out of nowhere, wiped my nose, and figured someone was talking about me. Leaving the supermarket and seeing the half-dead Lei Wenqing outside, I didn't take it to heart. I'd killed everyone in the supermarket. That trade fellow's main aim should have been to take back the supermarket, not this person. Gunshots rang out continuously over at the cafeteria. I was about to go take a look when I saw Xian Curson stroll out the main doors with a pistol in each hand. blowing on a muzzle as if showing off. Behind her followed several male students, all in poor spirits, trailing cautiously. Gauging the distance to be about 100 meters from the RV, Shin Kursen commanded, "You lot stay here and don't run around. Run if you want. Getting infected is your own business anyway." The students hardly dared say no and hurriedly nodded. Shin Kursen strolled back before me. "Count it my win. I spent quite a bit of time organizing those students just now. You really care this much about the bet. Chances to win in the future definitely won't be many, so of course I have to treasure it." She holstered her gun, stood on tiptoe to loop her arms around my neck, and gave me a kiss. "That's my reward for working." Muyashiang came down and handed over the tablet. "Lil Fan, what you did in the supermarket has already spread on the school forum. They're all calling you the boss, saying you took care of Lei Wencheng." Lei Wencheng. I paused, glanced at the students in the distance, picked an agreeable-looking bespectacled boy, and signaled him over. The boy jumped, confirmed it was him being summoned, cautiously came over, saw Muyashiang and Shin Kursen standing left and right beside me, and didn't dare even breathe loudly. "Auntie Xiang, give him something to eat." Muyashiang took out a cream bread and handed it over, the boy's eyes lighting up, yet terrified that eating it would get his head blown off. He didn't have the nerve to tear the wrapper, even though he was truly faint with hunger. The corner of my mouth lifted. "You're not bad. The will to survive, beating instinct. Even adults can't necessarily manage that. Eat without worry. I just need you to do one thing." "What thing?" "That man lying on the ground. Is he Lei Wencheng?" The boy leaned over and revealed a look of loathing. "That's right, it's him. That animal killed even the supermarket owner's whole family and sent the video to every student's phone." I draped an arm over his shoulder. "You hate him a lot, don't you?" "Of course. He even got the only female classmate in our civil engineering department killed." "All right, I'm not interested in your ordeal, but I can give you a chance to act." I placed the Glock in his hand. He jumped, but recalling this stretch of hunger and that bastard's atrocities, he fired a shot at the Lei Wencheng on the ground. Sadly, he missed. "Keep shooting. Empty the magazine, and I'll give you a bucket of instant noodles, with 2 sausages and a braised egg." "Okay." The boy got fired up and shot frantically. Of 30 rounds, he hit 10, though not the vitals. For a first time firing, it was passable. Emptying the magazine, he panted hard, his once faint with hunger body somehow full of strength, handed the gun back to me, and bowed deeply. "Thank you, boss. What's your name?" "My name's Chen Rueishu." I shot Muyashiang a look, and she boarded to make instant noodles. I had Shin Kursen put a big bag of bread and water on the ground. Chen Rueishu looked at the supplies all over the ground and swallowed. "Boss, what do you want me to do? Seems you're quite self-aware." "Rueishu, log into the Hengyuan forum on your phone and have all the students who've killed zombies come to the supermarket. Remember, I want ones who've killed zombies. If anyone fakes it for supplies, you deal with them just like Lei Wencheng. Don't bring up any innocence to me. Supplies are everything now, and taking them comes down to ability. You've got to put your utmost spirit into this post, understand?" Chen Rueishu nodded repeatedly. Muyashiang came out carrying a bucket of instant noodles. "Child, eat while it's hot." With that, she went back to the car on her own. Chen Rueishu's heart warmed, and sitting on the ground, he slurped away. He swore it was the first time he'd ever found instant noodles this delicious, with sausage and braised egg added too. He finished in under a minute. "Another bucket. Is that okay?" "Of course. This is the reward for daring to shoot." Muyashiang had already brought out a second bucket, with 3 sausages and 2 braised eggs added. I didn't say much. Auntie Xiang was just this gentle by nature, or last life I wouldn't have gotten her white porridge either. But I was the car's owner after all, and couldn't let her pull these little tricks. She knew she couldn't hide it from my eyes, her expression a touch guilty. Chen Rueishu finished the second bucket, finally came back to life, and wiped his mouth. "Boss, my phone died while I was trapped in the cafeteria. Could you let me charge it a bit?" "Sure, here's a power bank." I handed it to him. To build a strong, capable hunting organization, I did need to spend some time at this school. Chen Rueishu plugged it in, booted it, and posted on the forum at once. Having just gotten revenge and eaten his fill, he was in an extreme state of exhilaration. He did the post I wanted exactly, but the content was domineering to no end. Subject: Brothers who went downstairs and took on zombies. Come to the supermarket. Those who haven't killed any. Come at your own risk. I just finished off Lei Wenxing. Emptied a whole magazine. Civil Engineering's Chun Rueishu. The gist of the content. You all watched the live stream, right? The supermarket entrance is clear now, with a boss holding it down. Requirement. You must have really taken on zombies, seen blood, made the killing move. Bring your own gear, move fast. Warning. Those with no experience or no nerve to make the kill, don't come. Coming means risking your life, and if you die, that's on you. Anyone who dares cause internal strife to grab things on the way or in the supermarket gets taken out first. You all saw how Lei Wenxing ended up. Chen Rueishu wanted to film Lei Wenxing's dead state as proof and accidentally filmed me in too. Noticing, I didn't mind and made a thumbs-up gesture. Boss. Was my gesture no good? No. I just wanted to apologize. I filmed you in. Small matter. I patted his shoulder, swapped in a fresh magazine, and stuffed the Glock back into his hand. Boss, this is. I said, if anyone fakes it, you act. Lei Wenxing had a gun, so no one dared rob the supermarket. Now you do the same thing. Let them know that even though Lei Wenxing's dead, the supermarket supplies aren't something just anyone can take. Only then did Chun Rueishu realize my intent. So that's why you specially had classmates who've killed zombies come. More work, more reward, the way of heaven. People who want something for nothing, staying in the apocalypse, are just wasting food. Ding ding ding. Chun Rueishu's phone rang off the hook, the post flooded with replies. Civil engineering bros awesome. Count me in, I brought 2 hammers. Brother Rueishu, I'm coming with you. I've killed 2. The P bros are on the way, save us a spot. The girls' dorm is cheering you on. Haul back plenty of food. I saw it too, but right now I cared more about that private message fellow. If Fei Shirqin didn't show up as agreed, I wouldn't mind having Rueishu post another. Seeing supply resupply now, these students wouldn't care about much. Give enough supplies and they'd pry up the school floorboards for you. Why fear not finding that woman? Chun Rueishu set down his phone, glanced at the classmates trapped in the cafeteria like himself in the distance, his face a touch guilty, and worked up the courage to bow his head and plead, Boss, I beg you a favor. Those classmates of mine are all from one class, trapped in the cafeteria a long time with nothing to eat. Please give them a few more bags of bread, and afterward I'll do whatever you ask. I wasn't surprised. To still hold on after being trapped together this many days at least showed they were the united sort. Sure, but I have one condition. Go ahead. What abilities do you all have? I mean besides the civil engineering major. Chun Rueishu's face turned awkward, and he said sheepishly, We don't have anything special, but we organized a fan translation group and occasionally help with some translation. Oh, and we participate in translating some movies online too. My pupils contracted slightly, my voice even trembling a little. Your whole class. Yes, everyone studied a bit of foreign language. I took the lead in organizing it, but this doesn't count as a specialty, right? I didn't say much, went back to the car for under half a minute, and tossed out 2 big bags of bread and water, plus 2 cases of instant noodles. Andy Xiong, turn on the high-power water boiler and make them instant noodles. Okay. Chun Rueishu jumped. Boss, what are you doing? Don't ask. Have them line up properly and come one by one for instant noodles, bread, and water. Once they've got theirs, go back and sit in place. Okay. Soon a line formed up neatly, everyone taking their supplies in order and going back to eat. Chun Rueishu let out a breath, and only as he relaxed did he notice that all around me were first-rate beauties. He had no other thoughts. He simply found me cool and dazzling. A man like this was every man's ultimate dream. At this point, Su Mingyao, who'd been quiet all along, walked out of the RV. Brother Lin Fan, a student squad of about 20 has come over, and they've brought a female teacher too. Oh, they're here. My brow arched. Not far off, several students were walking over with clubs in hand, one female teacher among them especially striking. Those civil engineering bros who'd finished their instant noodles saw the students approaching aggressively and stood up one after another to block them. Lin Fan was practically their big brother now. Having dealt with the cafeteria zombies and kept them fed, how could they let other students approach so easily? Especially with what Chun Rueishu had said when having them line up. The boss says more work, more reward. It stirred their fighting spirit all the more, and he'd shown off that full magazine Glock in his hand too. A burly civil engineering guy stepped out. "Hey, Jiang Bayabi, we're right here. You blind or what?" That bald Jiang Bayabi from room 206 swung a baseball bat. "Hua Meng, is it? Move. We came because of the post. Coming over. You still have to line up here. That spot's reserved for the boss. I'm speaking gently to you because of Brother Rueshu. Don't push your luck. Brought some gear, and you think you're hot stuff? Really think we can't take you? Want to fight? When I was smashing zombie skulls with one swing of my club, you were still cowering in the cafeteria." The two student factions were thick with gunpowder. I was quite satisfied. Xian Curson beside me asked, "A fight's about to break out. You really not stepping in?" My stepping in wouldn't be proper, and now's a good time for them to acknowledge a boss. I patted Chun Rueshu's shoulder. "Have them stop, and have that Fei Shichin come over. If anyone still won't heed your instructions, you know what to do." "Okay, boss." "Boss. Wasn't it boss in the other sense just now? Whatever, let him be." Chun Rueshu stepped forward and, without a word, fired into the air, and all the students shut their mouths. He said a few words to the female teacher and let her alone walk up before us. As the distance closed, I finally sized her up. Her university teacher uniform was already in wretched disarray, the collar of her white shirt stained with dried blood. Her figure was extremely tall, drawing eyes even barefoot, yet her bearing still carried a teacher's intellect and maturity. After seeing me, she tucked the loose hair at her brow behind her ear. Despite her wretched circumstances, still like an unbroken lotus. "I'm here," she said. "You're the one who posted looking for me." I wordlessly stepped aside to let her see Mu Yaxiang in the car. "Auntie Xiang, why are you here?" Mu Yaxiang got out of the car, and seeing the haggard Fei Shichin, her heart ached. "Shichin, it's me. You being safe is better than anything." The two women were overcome with emotion. Fei Shichin tilted and went limp, and Mu Yaxiang caught her at once. "You probably haven't eaten properly in days. I'll make you a good meal right now." "It's fine, Auntie Xiang, I'm okay." She forced out a smile, her gaze quickly returning to me. "Eat something first," I said. "I can wait for you." "Thank you." She didn't let Mu Yaxiang cook, just asked for 2 pieces of bread and water to make do simply. After eating, she recovered, at least no longer unable to even walk steadily as before. Xian Curson stepped forward to size her up. "Sister Shichin, you're the one who private messaged us, right? You saw through it?" I picked up the thread. "Guessed it. In your chat you wrote, the students have all fled back to their dorms. That's not the kind of reply a student would send. And when supplies are scarce, it's best for a missing person post to come from the person themselves." I was careless then. You weren't careless. Hunger just left you no energy to think. I pointed at the broken open supermarket door. "So your intent was to have us take care of Lei Wensheng and let the students grab the supplies back? At least that way they wouldn't go hungry. That's only temporary too. Temporary is enough. Staying alive in the apocalypse is already hard. Isn't wanting to survive just the instinct of life?" I stepped forward and lifted her chin. "Then do you want to survive? I saw through the surveillance what you did in the supermarket. You're very strong. I don't know what value I hold to you. Not having it now doesn't mean not having it later. And you really are to my taste. As Auntie Xiang said, at least your looks pass." I didn't want to chit-chat with a woman like this. She was a teacher, more rational than ordinary people, but I was surprised too. With supplies scarce and her body starving, she could still let reason beat instinct. She silently glanced at Mu Yaxiang and Xian Curson. "So you want even more women? You're my 4th. There'll be more later. Of course, your days ahead won't be as wretched as now. That much I can guarantee." "I understand." I let go and had Mu Yaxiang and Xian Curson take her aboard. "Auntie Xiang, make plenty of good food and fill her up, then have her take a shower." Got it." The car door closed, and Chun Rueshu ran back, very pleased. "Boss, I confirmed it for you. Those 20-some students have all killed zombies. Here's the proof." He set down the clothing he'd been carrying. Inside were indeed 20-some tier 1 crystals. Jiang Baby at the front of the line shouted, "Brother Rueshu, those crystals are hard to drop. We killed a ton just to scrape together 20-some. Got it. And keep your voice down. Can't you see the boss is here?" Chun Rueishu's attitude toward me and toward them were two different things. That impatient look exactly like a parent managing unruly kids. I bent down to confirm and smiled. Tier 1 crystals had only a 5% drop rate, 20-some meant, even with good luck, killing over 100. This bunch of students had a surprising amount of grit. I beckoned over Jiang Beibi and that burly Huang Meng. You two, what are your names? Boss, my name's Huang Meng. Hello, boss. My name's Jiang Beibi. Came because of the post. You two get people to clean up the supermarket, organize the shelves. Remember, not a single item is to be touched. Even on an empty stomach, put your spirits up for me. Understood? Yes, boss. At their command, the other students went into the supermarket and dragged the corpses out. Seeing the female students from the second floor who died so horribly brought outside, every boy's face filled with loathing and unwillingness. Lei Wenqing's pack of animals hadn't kept their word at all. The girls who'd entered the supermarket on the promised terms had all met a vicious end. I had Chun Rueishu and the other two enter the supermarket, turned off the surveillance, and spoke. From now on, the supermarket supplies are yours to manage. Of course, divided among the whole school students, it won't be enough, a week at most. There are only so many supplies, and the mouths of those people at the school can't be filled. You understand that, right? Chun Rueishu nodded at once. Boss, I know. I'll do whatever you want, as long as there's food to eat. Just now some kid tried to sneak crackers out to his girlfriend. We already beat him soundly. I patted his shoulder approvingly. Well done. Listen up, Rueishu, Huang Meng, Beibi. The world has changed completely. I could have taken the supermarket for myself, not leaving a thing, but I'm not doing that. Naturally, because I want you to work for me. Only with giving is there getting. I'm returning the supermarket to you, and you have to show sincerity too. The three nodded at once. I continued. Rueishu, from now on you're the boss of this school. Form a student organization, taking UN as the center, keep suppressing zombies and expanding the safe zone, and ensure the collection of supplies and crystals within the zone. Yes. Huang Meng, your civil engineering classmates take tools out to hunt zombies. I don't watch the process, only the result. Every person has to come back to me carrying a zombie head. Find your own gear. Anyone who can't manage it by noon gets kicked off the team. Okay, boss. Jiang Beibi asked, what about my people? Do we still have to go kill zombies? I smiled. No, you and your members, as the first wave of trailblazers, don't need the test. Courage is the anthem of humanity. You deserve a reward. Have your members come in first and eat something to fill their stomachs. Many thanks, boss. Chun Rueishu was curious. Boss, since we're forming an organization, what's the name? I thought a moment. Let's call it Pioneers, carving out a safe domain belonging to us humans in this zombie-ridden apocalypse. Great name, worthy of the boss. After that, Huang Meng borrowed gear and went out to find zombies, and Jiang Beibi led people into the supermarket. Though I'd said to let them eat their fill, Jiang Beibi, mindful of the scarce supplies, still had each person take only one bucket of instant noodles for the bare minimum of sustenance. Enough to fill them was fine, no waste. After I went back to the RV, Chun Rueishu sat on a glass case eating crackers and watching the surveillance footage, and Jiang Beibi leaned over, lowering his voice. Brother Rueishu, the boss really had you fire a gun? Do I have any need to lie? Chun Rueishu gave a soft snort. The boss dared hand me a gun the very first time we met. That just shows that in his eyes firearms count for nothing. I watched the footage. Someone like me is a nobody on the roadside. He could headshot me with a casual shot without even aiming. The boss isn't an ordinary person at all. Don't overthink it. Doing the tasks the boss assigns well is better than anything. Being alive in this apocalypse is already good. You and I both know the taste of an empty stomach. At least the boss keeps his word. He said he won't touch the supermarket supplies, and he won't. How they're divided is all up to us. Jiang Beibi was in complete agreement. So how do you plan to arrange it? I have ideas, but I'll listen to the boss first. He glanced at the underlings still slurping instant noodles. Add 2 ham sausages to each of their bowls. Why? It tastes better that way. Sure, Chun Rueishu urged. Hurry and have them finish eating and go stand guard. The boss didn't say it outright, but he definitely doesn't want anyone approaching this area on their own. If they really get close, who knows if the students die or not? but the boss will definitely be disappointed in us. Understood. In the RV, looking at Fei Shirqin sitting on the sofa in a bathrobe, still giving off steam, I sighed inwardly. No wonder last life Annie Xiong always chatted about this woman when bringing me porridge. Seems she'd still understated it. With the wretchedness washed away, her bearing was all the more outstanding. Seeing my gaze, which avoided no suspicion, she naturally sensed something. Having boarded this RV, she understood how her situation would be going forward. After her shower, Mu Yaxiang had already come clean to her that Lin Fan was no ordinary person, including about Xian Kursin and Su Mingyao. Fei Shirqin hadn't believed it at first, thinking Annie Xiang had been slept silly, but seeing Su Mingyao summon the highly destructive annihilation, she had to accept reality. The three women chatted with her about what had happened too, and Fei Shirqin clicked her tongue in wonder. Apart from Su Mingyao having it slightly easier, the other two had been through life and death ordeals, and had Lin Fan not appeared in time, their endings would have been certain death. Looking at this near-heavenly luxury RV, she naturally didn't want to leave anymore. Auntie Xiang finished the food and brought it to the table. Lin Fan, why not eat a bit too? No need. I'm not hungry for now. I confirmed Fei Shirqin's loyalty. 72, in the trusting range. Xian Kursin came over with the tablet, the Hengyuan forum on it. All passionate discussion. Holy crap, the supermarket's really liberated. The civil engineering bros are out killing zombies. Zhang Beibi led a team into the supermarket. I saw teacher Fei Shirqin. She's alive. She got on the boss's luxury RV. The P students all request to rejoin. Give us a coordinate. We can fight our way over ourselves. This isn't a dream. Someone's organized. We're saved. I arched a brow. Quite a stir. Fei Shirqin, eating steak, looked up. Because every student watches the supermarket every day, you killing Lei Wenqing equals liberating the supermarket supplies. Getting the supplies comes down to their own ability. Could it be the supermarket supplies don't interest you? You needn't worry about that. With just the few of you, you couldn't finish them in 10 lifetimes. Fei Shirqin silently lowered her head and finished the steak, then stood and asked, "Then what should I do next?" I know what you're thinking. You were willing to use yourself as bait to have me kill Lei Wenqing. Surely not just for supplies. You're a teacher. You want the students to live too, right? She pursed her lips bitterly. But Hengyuan students are down to about half now, and one supermarket can't hold out long. So if they want to survive, they have to support themselves. I stepped forward and circled her waist. Shirqin, starting now, think up a plan for an organization. I'll provide firearms and ammunition to Chun Ruishu's students and have them spread outward from Hengyuan as the center, forming a special safe zone. But how to distribute supplies, how to make others obey, how to run the organization so it doesn't fall into disarray, that's for you to figure out. Is this work? Of course. Remember my principle. In the apocalypse, more work, more reward. Plan with that as the premise. I understand. I nodded, and as I let go I gave a squeeze. The feel was indeed nice. She hadn't expected me to be so direct, her cheeks flushing in a flash, her gaze instinctively turning away. The other three women were unfazed. Having boarded this RV, it was no longer up to them. Su Mingyao stood and suggested, "Brother Lin Fan, there's a computer mall outside Hengyuan University. We could make a trip. You want new equipment? Not only that. If you plan to make the university a base later, I'll set up an independent private network so you can contact them in real time and completely avoid outside surveillance. Much safer that way." No problem. Then Mingyao, you come with me. Leave the RV. Kursin, you know what to do. Xian Kursin looped her arms around my neck and revealed a charming smile. Within 100 meters, anyone but those students gets shot on sight. With that she kissed me on the lips as if declaring sovereignty, gave Fei Shirqin a look that was half a smile, carrying an unspoken warning. I looked at Fei Shirqin. You're a teacher at this school, don't say I didn't give the chance. If anyone wants to die, we don't mind making them end up like Lei Wenqing. You can go to the forum and post a warning to everyone now. I understand. Fei Shirqin understood I was serious. In my eyes, there were only two kinds of people, those who followed the rules and those who broke them, and she'd seen the latter's fate with her own eyes. I'd moved on Lei Wenqing in the supermarket without a shred of hesitation, And even with students as the target, I wouldn't go soft either. After handing her the tablet, I continued. When I'm back, I want to see your organization plan. The more detailed, the better. Remember, the lives of all the students at this Hengyuan University are entirely in your hands. With that, I took Su Mingyao's hand and got off the RV. Fei Shirqin went limp all over and slumped onto the sofa, her face weary. She hadn't slept well these past days, and my words felt all the more like a boulder pressing on her nerves. She'd only just been freed from Lei Wenqing's control, yet felt she'd fallen into a deeper whirlpool. Xian Kursen sat down beside her with a smile. Sister Shirqin, count your blessings. Lin Fan handed you this because he trusts you can do it well. To him, saving this university's students and the survivors outside is no different. It only comes down to whether those people can get the job done. I know, he really does have that strength. Hurry and post, Sister Shirqin. I don't want to shoot innocent students in front of you. Some people do deserve to die, but I don't want to fall out with you either. Okay. Fei Shirqin hesitated no longer and edited the post at once. On the other side, having gotten off the car, I called up Chen Ruishu and Jiang Beibi, while the others guarded the supermarket supplies, strictly forbidding anyone from sneaking in. The computer mall was just 2 kilometers outside the university, the streets over there already utterly fallen, riddled with zombies. Leaving the school gate, seeing Hua Meng and his group clearing the zombies near the gate, I signaled them to follow and headed over together.